Item Number SCP-Y-031. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-Y-031 is kept in a climate-controlled chamber at Site Y-1, within a room furnished to resemble a domestic living space. The clock remains inactive from November through September. Starting on October 24th, SCP-Y-031 will be activated, and the observation of its anomalous behavior will be documented. Personnel assigned to monitor the object must be briefed on its effects and the importance of recording any predictions delivered by the clock. During the 7 days leading up to Halloween, a high-priority alert is issued to all Foundation sites, particularly those involved with entities linked to Provisional Reality-Y-1. The clock's predictions, manifesting as black leaves released at midnight, are to be immediately retrieved using non-reactive containment tools and sent to Site Y-1's Cryptography Division for decryption. Coordination between Site Y-1 and other sites is essential, as SCP-Y-031's predictions frequently involve high-risk events or potential breaches. Personnel interacting with SCP-Y-031 during this period must undergo psychological evaluation due to the disturbing nature of its predictions. Site-wide readiness is required from October 24th through October 31st, with mobile task forces on standby to respond to any incidents predicted by the leaves. During its active period, as the anomaly becomes anchored to its starting location, transference of the anomaly will be halted to prevent inconvenient or troublesome anchor locales. Description: SCP-Y-031 is an intricately carved wooden clock standing 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide, made from an ancient and unidentified dark wood. The clock is adorned with carvings of autumn leaves, intertwined branches, and woodland creatures, suggestive of an ancient pagan design. Despite being millennia old, SCP-Y-031 exhibits no signs of wear or degradation. The clock is functional but only activates under specific temporal conditions. From November through September, SCP-Y-031 remains dormant and inert. However, starting on October 1st, it begins to tick. The ticking is only noticeable to individuals in the same room as the clock and cannot be silenced. During this period, the room containing SCP-Y-031 undergoes subtle shifts, existing simultaneously in both baseline reality and Provisional Reality-Y-1. If the room's corresponding location in Provisional Reality-Y-1 has been destroyed or no longer exists, a distorted apparition of the room manifests intermittently within Provisional Reality-Y-1, with a door connecting the two realms. From the first minute of October 24th, the autumn clock will become anchored to its current location, seemingly incapable of leaving a location equivalent in size to an average household living room. Attempting to remove the autumn clock from this room will cause it to instantaneously appear back where it was at the start of October 24th. The containment cell at Site Y-1 has been constructed to match the spatial limits of this transposition range. The closer SCP-Y-031 gets to October 31st, the more intense and disturbing the anomalies become. Sudden temperature drops, the sound of wind, and the presence of dry autumn leaves inside the room are common occurrences. By the 3rd week of October, personnel have reported hearing strange music akin to ancient pagan rituals. Starting on October 24th, SCP-Y-031 begins releasing black leaves, one each night at precisely midnight. These leaves float out of a small door located at the top of the clock and slowly drift to the ground. Each black leaf contains cryptic messages or symbols portrayed through the veins or vascular bundles of the leaf that, when deciphered, predict significant events set to occur within the coming year. Most predictions relate to manifestations or incidents involving Provisional Reality-Y-1, such as attacks by SCP-Y-029 or abductions by SCP-Y-030, though the clock has also predicted broader catastrophic events unrelated to Provisional Reality-Y-1. The predictions made by SCP-Y-031 often have a direct connection to high-risk containment breaches, particularly those involving entities that become active during the October and Halloween period. One leaf is produced each night from October 24th through October 30th for a total of 7 leaves. These leaves serve as warnings, allowing the Foundation to take preventative measures, though they do not always prevent the foretold events. Anomalous Effects Breakdown Phase 1, October 1st to 23rd. SCP-Y-031 begins ticking, and the room it is located in shifts subtly between baseline reality and provisional reality Y1. Personnel report mild auditory hallucinations, such as distant whispers and the sound of wind. Leaves may appear on the floor, and the temperature drops noticeably. The connection between dimensions remains unstable, with the room occasionally manifesting as an apparition within Provisional Reality Y1. Phase 2, October 24th to 30th. At midnight on October 24th, SCP-Y-031 releases its first black leaf. Each subsequent night at midnight, another leaf is produced until 7 leaves are released in total. The leaves contain cryptic warnings or symbols that must be deciphered to understand the significance of the events they predict. During this period, the clock's anomalous effects intensify, with sudden weather shifts, indoor leaf falls, and increasingly vivid auditory hallucinations of ritualistic music. The black ooze-like vines that emerge from the walls begin appearing on October 28th, slowly extending toward SCP-Y-031. Phase 3, October 31st. As midnight on Halloween approaches, SCP-Y-031's effects reach their peak. Cold winds blow through the room, regardless of external conditions, and black vines creep up the walls, converging on the clock. The final black leaf is produced at exactly midnight, followed by a brief period of silence before the clock goes dormant again until the following year. Leaves and predictions. The black leaves produced by SCP-Y-031 are composed of an unknown material resembling dried, charred plant matter. Despite their fragile appearance, the leaves are highly resistant to physical damage and decay. Each leaf bears cryptic writing or symbols, which, when decoded, provide warnings of future events. While many predictions relate to entities from Provisional Reality Y1, the clock has also predicted non-anomalous events, such as natural disasters or security breaches at other Foundation sites. The Foundation's cryptography department works tirelessly during this 7-day period to decipher the leaves' messages as quickly as possible. The predictions vary in nature, but they often involve imminent threats. Some notable examples include Leaf 1, October 24th, 2000, a warning that referenced a shadow beneath the stairs, which led to the discovery of a planned SCP-Y-029 manifestation at Site Y1. The target of SCP-Y-029 is currently held in a safe location at Site Y1 and has been assigned to a section of the site without any stairs or steps with 1-inch or larger gaps. Leaf 3, October 26, 2000. A cryptic phrase, "The harvest comes to reap," was later interpreted as predicting an attack by SCP-Y-030 Hallow Jack in rural Wisconsin. The attack was not able to be prevented, as Hallow Jack pursued the target across 2 states while they were being escorted via helicopter to a Foundation site for secure holding. Satellite footage caught the helicopter being violently and swiftly pulled to the ground by 2 elongated black ooze-like arms. The bodies of all involved were recovered from the crash site, but the target of Hallow Jack was missing, only to be found as a part of the anomaly's macabre pumpkin patch at the end of October. Leaf 4, October 27th, 2000. A leaf cryptically warned, "Look not, see not," and "Dread the face in the wires," which post-analysis was interpreted as an SCP-096, the Shy Guy breach, triggered by the exposure of its image online after a post made in a 4chan forum. The catastrophic prediction of the black leaf was lessened, resulting in a drastically reduced mortality rate, though the breach still occurred, and the original poster of SCP-096's image was still hunted before the anomaly could be recontained. Leaf 7, October 30th, 2000. The final leaf contained a detailed description of an impending containment breach involving SCP-106, the Old Man, at Site 19. Despite preventative measures, the breach occurred at the exact same time that the black leaf was produced the year before, with the Foundation unable to prevent the breach from occurring. The leaves are stored in a specialized archive at Site Y1 for long-term study, and many remain undeciphered. The nature of the predictions has led to significant debate among researchers as to whether SCP-Y-031 is simply warning of inevitable future events or actively causing them to occur. SCP-Y-031, now known as the Autumn Clock, was discovered at the site of a dilapidated farmhouse in rural, a region historically tied to strange disappearances and folklore around the month of October. The farmhouse, abandoned since the late 1800s, had been marked for demolition when construction workers found a dusty, untouched room in the house's attic. In the center of the room sat a wooden clock, mounted on a table with etchings of some commonly known pagan runes, such as Uruz, Jara, Dagaz, and Othila, but there were many other runes and symbols not documented in any known history of the pagan practice, though clearly part of or adjacent to it. The clock was adorned with intricate carvings of autumn leaves, symbols of harvest and pagan runes of fortune, along with other unknown symbols etched into the wood. The clock was first noticed for its anomalous ticking, which started the moment workers entered the room, despite the clock's apparent age and lack of any discernible mechanism for power. Attempts to remove the clock from the wall failed, as it would reappear back in its original position within a few moments of leaving the attic, always resetting to the time it had been set to upon discovery, approximately 11:54 p.m., before quickly winding forward to the standard time, matching the clocks on nearby watches and phones. This anchor point phenomena ceased at the final hour of October 31st. Intrigued by the odd phenomenon, local authorities contacted an embedded Foundation agent in the area, leading to the item's containment by Site Y1. Through a series of experiments and accidental discoveries, the link between SCP-Y-031 and Provisional Reality-Y-1 became apparent. Researchers initially noticed that rooms housing SCP-Y-031 sometimes exhibited trans-dimensional properties. The room would intermittently exist in both baseline reality and an alternate dimension, identifiable as Provisional Reality-Y-1, the parallel world from which numerous anomalies originate. It was discovered that, when the clock was placed in a room, the corresponding space in Provisional Reality-Y-1 would align with it. If the building containing the clock existed or had once existed within Provisional Reality-Y-1, the room would seamlessly exist in both realities at once. However, if the building did not exist in Provisional Reality-Y-1, either due to it having never existed or being destroyed, an apparition of the room would materialize randomly within Provisional Reality-Y-1, often flickering in and out of reality, creating a portal-like connection between the two worlds. Individuals and objects could briefly pass through this unstable apparition, although such events were highly unpredictable and dangerous. This transdimensional effect grew stronger as October progressed, with anomalous vines and black, ooze-like tendrils appearing, reaching toward the clock from within Provisional Reality-Y-1. These tendrils appeared to be remnants of an ancient ritual, drawing on the clock's increasing power as Halloween approached. Further analysis revealed that SCP-Y-031 was tied to an ancient pagan ritual, believed to have originated within Provisional Reality-Y-1. The clock's carvings matched those found on ancient stone structures in Provisional Reality-Y-1, suggesting that the object had either been created there or influenced by the same forces that governed the reality. The clock appears to act as a conduit for predictive or manipulative forces, allowing it to issue cryptic warnings through the 7 black leaves that it releases in the days leading up to Halloween. The predictions written on these leaves often correlate with events occurring in both baseline reality and Provisional Reality-Y-1. This dual reality connection suggests that SCP-Y-031 plays a pivotal role in the intersection of the two realities, with its powers intensifying in the final week before Halloween, as if the barrier between the worlds thins during this period. Conclusion. While SCP-Y-031 poses no direct physical threat, its predictions are of immense concern to the Foundation, particularly due to the unpredictability of the events it foretells. Whether the clock is predicting inevitable outcomes or causing them remains unknown, though the evidence suggests that whatever it reveals must be taken seriously. Given the escalating frequency of high-risk incidents occurring during October, all Foundation sites are instructed to coordinate closely with Site Y1 in preparation for future predictions. Provisional Reality-Y-1 research teams continue to investigate SCP-Y-031's origins, hypothesizing that it may be connected to ancient rituals involving the manipulation of time and fate. Further study is required to determine the full scope of SCP-Y-031's anomalous properties. Item Number: SCP-Y-032. Object Class: Apollyon. Special Containment Procedures. Due to the unprecedented and cataclysmic nature of SCP-Y-032, traditional containment measures have proven ineffective. As the event occurred globally and simultaneously affected baseline reality and provisional reality-Y1, the SCP Foundation's primary focus is ongoing information suppression and recovery of all remaining evidence. The Foundation has initiated Operation Absent Holiday, a global effort to recover all recordings, security footage, social media posts, and any other forms of documentation from the public. This is achieved through front companies posing as law enforcement agencies, data corruption initiatives, internet blackouts, and direct Foundation intervention. Amnestic distribution on a massive scale is ongoing, with Class A amnestics being deployed to individuals who were directly involved in or aware of the events of the Lost Day. Foundation agents embedded in government organizations worldwide are tasked with ensuring that any remaining data regarding SCP-Y-032 is collected, with special attention to high-profile individuals, major news organizations, and social media influencers who might have inadvertently recorded evidence. Ongoing Foundation efforts aim to eliminate all traces of SCP-Y-032 from public knowledge. However, it is acknowledged that not all footage and data may have been recovered, and special task forces including MTF Iota-10, Damn Feds, and MTF Gamma-5, Red Herrings, as well as memetic specialists from MTF Zeta-0, Bad Bunch, are deployed to track and neutralize any instances where remnants of the event reappear. Description: SCP-Y-032, referred to as the Lost Day, is a K-class lifted veil scenario that occurred on October 31, 2023, involving a full-scale temporal and dimensional freeze lasting exactly 24 hours. The event, which affected both Provisional Reality-Y-1 and baseline reality, resulted in time stalling at midnight on October 31st and introduced a catastrophic incursion of anomalous entities across the globe. These entities manifested as grotesque, distorted versions of Halloween costumes worn by individuals. The event is believed to have originated from Provisional Reality-Y-1, which had been showing signs of temporal disturbances prior to the event. Footage from drones surveying the land of Provisional Reality-Y-1 had caught view of entire landscapes within the restless reality beginning to freeze in place, with an eerie stillness that seemed wholly unnatural. This frozen stillness spread slowly across the entire landscape of Provisional Reality-Y-1 over the course of October 31st, eventually converging on SCP-Y-001 Yesteryear, connecting the anomalous stillness to baseline reality. The time-freezing effect began at 12 a.m., halting all clocks and technological devices in both realities. Although individuals were able to move and communicate, no time appeared to pass. The event lasted until 12:01 a.m. on November 1st, 2023, at which point the flow of time resumed globally. However, the intervening 24 hours became a period of absolute terror and chaos, with mass reports of horrific attacks by monstrous entities based on costumes worn by individuals for Halloween. During the event, the SCP Foundation and global law enforcement agencies received overwhelming reports of violent creature attacks, leading to the classification of SCP-Y-032 as a K-class lifted veil scenario. Despite efforts to contain the situation, the Foundation failed to prevent widespread chaos and devastation. The following is a partial list of some of the most disturbing incidents reported during the event. Location: New York City, USA. Description: Foundation personnel stationed in New York City were inundated with reports of popular cartoon characters turned into monstrous abominations roaming the streets, attacking civilians. The most disturbing feature of these entities was their resemblance to beloved animated figures, twisted into nightmarish parodies of their original forms. One of the most chilling manifestations was a grotesque version of cartoon characters from various children's shows spotted in Times Square. These entities, nearly double the size of a human, had unnaturally bulging eyes and a grotesquely exaggerated grin. For many of them, instead of their traditional character hands, had fingers elongated into razor-sharp claws. Surveillance footage captured the entities tearing through a crowd of pedestrians, using their claws to dismember victims with terrifying speed and precision. Witnesses described them moving with a disturbingly jovial demeanor, skipping through the streets and humming a warped version of the classic theme songs played in their respective TV series. One horrifying video showed Mr. Miffles, a popular educational cartoon character, in the form of a large, fluffy, bipedal creature, picking up a screaming woman and splitting her in two, tossing her remains aside as if they were confetti. Multiple attempts by law enforcement to shoot the creature were futile, as bullets seemed to pass through its body without any effect. Over 90 civilians were killed by the entity before the event was undone. Another high-profile entity group cited were twisted versions of popular princesses from common stories, such as Sleeping Beauty, Cinderella, or Snow White, appearing near Central Park. These figures were described as beautiful princesses at first glance, with their iconic ball gowns glimmering in the moonlight. However, as they approached victims, their faces would distort, their eyes becoming hollow pits, and their once elegant forms would grow into exaggerated, almost cartoonish features, with large mouths sporting sharp teeth and arms that appeared to stretch endlessly to reach their prey. The creatures were seen stalking individuals, luring them in with their enchanting appearance, before swiftly devouring them with their exaggeratedly large mouths. Or in the case of one instance that appeared to be Snow White, it pointed at a man it had cornered in an alley before 7 small, disturbing and malformed dwarves crawled out of the entity's shadow and began eating the man. One particularly disturbing instance was recorded when Cinderella encountered a group of tourists. She ripped the throat out of one victim with a high kick, her glass slipper slicing through flesh like butter. As the others tried to flee, she pursued, leaving a trail of blood as her glass-covered feet shattered upon impact, but immediately reformed, making her all the more terrifying. Location: Los Angeles, USA. Description: The suburbs of Los Angeles were plagued by the emergence of entities dubbed the normal people, which at first appeared as ordinary individuals participating in Halloween festivities. These figures walked door to door, knocking on homes under the guise of trick-or-treaters. Upon closer inspection, however, disturbing details emerged, namely their lack of facial features and seams running down their backs, suggesting that their human appearance was nothing more than a disguise. Reports from neighborhoods in Beverly Hills indicated that the normal people would approach homes in groups of 2 or 3, ringing doorbells and waiting to be let inside. From a distance, they seemed completely human, but as soon as they entered the homes, their faces would fade into smooth, blank surfaces. Their movements became stiff and mechanical, and their true forms, a nightmarish amalgamation of stitched skin, exposed muscle, and hollow eyes, were only visible when observed from the corner of one's eye or through squinted vision. One particularly gruesome account came from a family that invited a group of normal people into their home. A neighbor's Ring camera recorded the figures entering the house, appearing friendly and unassuming. However, moments later, blood-curdling screams echoed from inside, and when the police arrived, they discovered the family's skinned remains hanging in the living room, their skin peeled off in long strips. The creatures had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a blood-soaked couch and scattered bones. Another report from Santa Monica described a group of 4 normal people entering a household after being mistaken for friends of the homeowner. The residents, a family of 5, were discovered hours later, each victim flayed with an almost surgical level of precision. One police report described how the youngest victim, a 9-year-old boy, had been partially skinned in under a minute, with his remaining flesh peeled back like the skin of an orange. Eyewitnesses reported that these entities moved with unnatural speed once their true forms were revealed, often immobilizing their victims within seconds and using their sharp, claw-like fingers to strip the skin away. By the time authorities responded to the initial distress calls, the normal people had already moved on to another home, leaving behind nothing but flayed bodies and blood-soaked floors. These were believed to be some of the greatest contributors to the death toll during the Lost Day, as there were scattered reports of them across the globe. Location: Tokyo, Japan. Description: Tokyo experienced a series of bizarre and deadly encounters involving anime character costumes that came to life in twisted and horrific forms. These entities possessed powers reflective of their source material, but were far more dangerous and grotesque than any fictional depiction. A person dressed in a mecha costume was seen rampaging through the Shibuya district, their costume transforming into a massive metallic exoskeleton with sharp, claw-like appendages. Footage showed the entity ripping through buildings, its metal claws being used to disembowel civilians. At one point, the mecha figure was seen crushing a pedestrian beneath its foot before hurling a car across the street, causing a deadly explosion. Location: Berlin, Germany. Description: Berlin saw a surge of attacks from creatures resembling werewolves and vampires, though these entities were unlike the traditional versions of the myths they were based on. Despite numerous attempts by civilians and law enforcement to repel them using silver bullets, garlic, crosses, and other folklore-inspired defenses, the creatures remained unaffected, killing indiscriminately across the city. Several massive werewolves were seen tearing through residential areas, their bodies twisted into grotesque parodies of the classic lycanthrope. These creatures had bloated, muscle-bound forms with elongated jaws filled with rows of sharp teeth. They moved with lightning speed, ripping through doors and walls with their claws, dragging civilians from their homes. One report from Kreuzberg detailed how a werewolf lifted an entire Volkswagen van and smashed it into the ground, instantly killing the family inside. Another survivor described being chased through the streets by a werewolf that tore through the side of a building to grab a fleeing man, ripping his limbs off in seconds before devouring his remains. Local police were powerless to stop the rampage, with death tolls surmounting at a rapid rate from these monstrosities. There was no end to these types of disturbing reports, with horrific entities emerging and wreaking chaos across the globe, soliciting an eventual lifted veil K-class scenario for the SCP Foundation. A global signal was set to override all forms of media, announcing an emergency broadcast from the SCP Foundation. The following is an audio log containing the recorded broadcast sent out by the Foundation on the Lost Day.
This is an emergency broadcast from the SCP Foundation. We are an international organization dedicated to the containment and management of anomalous threats. Although our operations have remained classified due to the severity of the current crisis, we are revealing our presence today to ensure your safety. A global anomalous event is underway, and we urge all civilians to remain indoors, lock all doors and windows, and stay away from anyone in Halloween costumes. These entities are not human and are actively hostile. Avoid approaching them at all costs. Some of these entities appear to be normal people, but closer observation reveals they lack facial features or have seams down their backs. These beings are predators. If you encounter them, hide immediately. Do not engage. For your safety, the following SCP Foundation sites have been opened for civilian refuge. Site 14, Site 77, Site 19, Site 86. If you can reach any of these locations safely, proceed immediately and follow instructions from on-site personnel. Do not approach if you are being pursued by hostile entities. If travel is unsafe, shelter in basements or windowless rooms and minimize your visibility. Do not approach anyone dressed in Halloween costumes, especially those that appear unnatural. Avoid eye contact with anyone acting suspicious or showing distorted features. Reports indicate that these entities may take on the appearance of normal people at first glance, but they will reveal their true form when viewed out of the corner of your eye. If you encounter any of these creatures, do not engage. These entities are highly lethal. All major cities have been affected. Stay away from windows and lock all doors. If possible, find shelter in areas with minimal exposure, such as basements or interior rooms. Do not use electronic devices to capture or record the events. The creatures may be drawn to electronic interference. We are working to contain this incident, but it is imperative that you remain hidden. Time itself may feel wrong. Do not rely on clocks, phones, or other timekeeping devices. The Foundation is taking action, but until this event has concluded, consider every hour between now and the next dawn as critical. If you are located near a designated Foundation site or safety zone, proceed there immediately. Emergency personnel will guide you. Remember, do not let anyone unfamiliar into your home. Do not trust familiar faces if they appear strange in any way. We have received reports of individuals being skinned alive by these entities. Your safety depends on your ability to avoid them at all costs. The SCP Foundation is actively working to contain the situation, but your survival depends on staying hidden and following these instructions. We will continue issuing this broadcast until further notice. Stay safe. Help is on the way. Hope is not lost.
This broadcast was intended to warn the public of safe zones established at Foundation sites and to give survival instructions for avoiding the anomalous entities. The broadcast was set to air indefinitely after this initial broadcast was released, but just as the clock struck 12:01 a.m., all communications ceased abruptly. Footage recovered from Foundation broadcast stations revealed that as the countdown to the global broadcast reached 0 and the first broadcast aired, the screens went black and an eerie static filled the airwaves. Several Foundation personnel reported experiencing a deep sense of unease as the static droned on. Moments before the broadcast ended, a single message appeared briefly on the screen in red distorted text reading, "Do you remember when the clock stopped?" The broadcast abruptly ended and time resumed across both Provisional Reality-Y-1 and Baseline Reality. The undoing occurred instantaneously, with all evidence of the anomaly's presence erased, except for the recorded footage that remained inexplicably untouched. Conclusion: the aftermath and ongoing threat, SCP-Y-032, remains one of the more devastating and unexplained anomalous events in Foundation history. Despite the undoing of the event and the return to normalcy for the global population, there remains an undercurrent of suspicion within the SCP Foundation. Although mass amnestic campaigns have neutralized public awareness of the event, the fact that recorded footage was left intact suggests that some element of SCP-Y-032 persists. The event was classified as a lifted veil K-class scenario, and although the immediate threat has subsided, there are concerns that the anomalous entities may return. The unexplained red message broadcast at the conclusion of The Lost Day implies that some external force, possibly connected to Provisional Reality-Y-1, retains influence over both realities. Several theories have been proposed regarding the origin and intent behind SCP-Y-032, including a failed reality stabilization attempt in Provisional Reality-Y-1, which triggered the temporal freeze, an anomalous intelligence capable of manipulating global perceptions of time and space, a ritualistic event linked to ancient forgotten deities or entities that correspond with Halloween's liminal and spiritual significance. To date, no conclusive evidence has been found to explain the root cause of SCP-Y-032, nor has there been any indication of a repeat occurrence. Provisional Reality-Y-1 remains under intense scrutiny, with specialized task forces monitoring for any signs of renewed activity or fluctuations. Efforts are ongoing to ensure that the events of October 31, 2023, now known as the Lost Day, are fully contained within the Foundation's classified archives, and all digital and physical evidence is securely destroyed. Despite this, the fear lingers among some Foundation personnel that SCP-Y-032 was merely the precursor to something far worse. The possibility of another Lost Day event remains a looming threat, one that may test the very limits of the SCP Foundation's ability to contain. This is Director Knightley, signing off on another report at Site-Y1. I hope you consider subscribing to stay updated with our latest findings. I eagerly look forward to having your audience in future reports. Item Number SCP-Y-033. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-Y-033, the Hanged City, is located in Sector Theta 9, the Eternal Night region of Provisional Reality-Y-1. Due to the vast nocturnal nature of Sector Theta 9 and the erratic manifestations of SCP-Y-033, containment focuses on surveillance and controlled access. Entry to SCP-Y-033 is restricted to Level 4 personnel or higher, authorized exploration teams, and specific Foundation research staff. All personnel assigned to SCP-Y-033 must undergo extensive psychological screening and wear reality stabilization gear with built-in locational beacons. Field agents are required to maintain continuous communication with Site-Y1, and all incoming transmissions from SCP-Y-033 are to be recorded for anomalous activity. Under no circumstances are operatives to respond to personal messages from deceased or living loved ones perceived through radios or other communication devices while within SCP-Y-033. Any operatives who comply with these communications and enter designated hanged houses are presumed lost. Due to the lethargy-inducing symbols created by the city's cyclical 14-day restructuring, it is mandatory that personnel cease mapping activities after each mapped cycle to avoid risk of extreme fatigue or unconsciousness. Mobile Task Force Zeta-0B Mythmakers is assigned to monitor and respond to restructuring events or incidents within SCP-Y-033. Description: SCP-Y-033, also known as the Hanged City, is a floating urban structure suspended by vast metal chains that extend upward into an unbroken pitch-black void. The city contains a dense arrangement of Gothic and Brutalist-style buildings hanging thousands of meters above an indeterminate black abyss. Though the chains support each structure as though they were a cohesive city block, each building sways independently, creating an unsettling, unnatural motion. Known properties of SCP-Y-033 are as follows. Observers and operatives within SCP-Y-033 who gaze directly upward experience an intense sensation of vertigo, as though they are being pulled into the dark void above. This sensation intensifies the longer an individual remains within the city limits. At unpredictable intervals, specific chains will descend from the city toward ground level in Sector Theta 9. These chains appear to invite personnel to climb upward into the city. Personnel attempting to ascend are strongly discouraged from engaging, as no individual climbing an anchored descent chain has been recovered. Personnel must never enter the Hanged City via this invitation, and any expeditions shall be done via other means accessible to Site-Y1 personnel. Shadows within SCP-Y-033 appear to behave independently of natural light sources, often drifting along walls and alleyways in a manner suggesting sentience. These shadows are generally non-predatory, but have been observed congregating around operatives who report feelings of distress or sorrow. Some personnel have reported sensing empathy from the shadows, as though they are being watched or comforted by an unseen presence. This sensation, though reported as non-threatening, has led some personnel to feel compelled to follow the shadows into isolated parts of the city. Individuals who pursue these shadows alone have been classified as missing, as none have returned. The chains holding up SCP-Y-033 emit low-frequency vibrations that can be felt throughout the city, perceived by personnel as an intermittent humming. The patterns of these vibrations shift, creating rhythms that staff describe as almost musical, yet disturbingly unsettling. These vibrations seem to act as a communicative broadcast, especially noticeable in proximity to the main chains. Attempts to translate or interpret these vibrations have so far failed, though prolonged exposure causes unease, nightmares, and a lingering sense of dread in affected personnel. SCP-Y-033 undergoes a restructuring of its architecture every 14 days, altering the arrangement of buildings into distinct cryptic shapes when mapped. Patterns appear to form symbols or sigils that induce extreme lethargy and fatigue in those who view the mapped designs in their entirety. Personnel exposed to these patterns have exhibited acute symptoms of exhaustion and, in extreme cases, have lost consciousness after prolonged exposure. As a result, mapping activities are now limited, and personnel are instructed to avoid reviewing the symbols formed by the restructuring. Communication devices within SCP-Y-033 frequently broadcast the voices of operatives' loved ones, both living and deceased, with unsettling clarity. These voices attempt to guide personnel into specific hanged houses by providing comforting or familiar instructions. Should personnel comply with these instructions and enter the designated building, all exits and entrances will seal, and the chains supporting the structure will lift it completely into the void. After the 14-day restructuring period, these buildings return to SCP-Y-033's main structure, but are found empty, and the personnel involved are presumed lost. Notably, personnel lured into these buildings report that the voices grew increasingly insistent and convincing the closer they approached the targeted structure. Incident Y-033H1, date October 28, 2000. Summary: Mobile Task Force Zeta-0B, Mythmakers, engaged in an exploration mission within SCP-Y-033, reported anomalous radio interference. Standard Ground Operative Sky claimed to hear her deceased brother's voice, clearly instructing her to enter a specific house of the Hanged City. Despite orders to disengage, she entered the building and became unresponsive. Surveillance recorded the building being lifted into the void, and Sky's final communication included her repeatedly stating,
"I'm coming home. Mother, Father, Xavier. I'm finally coming home. Just wait. I'm coming home."
The building returned empty after the next restructuring cycle. Incident Y-033H6, date October 29, 2000. Summary: During mapping operations, Agent Fox, an experienced cartographer, suffered sudden fatigue while documenting SCP-Y-033's cyclical architecture. After reviewing completed maps, Agent Fox fell into an inexplicable coma, later found to be a result of severe mental exhaustion. Medical teams were unable to identify a physical cause, and Agent Fox has yet to awaken from his anomalously induced coma. Incident Y-033L2, date October 30, 2024. Summary: Surveillance on an anchored descent event observed a team of operatives ignoring protocol and climbing the descending chains to access SCP-Y-033. They reported unusual ease in their ascent and soon lost radio contact. Chains retracted upon their entry into the city, and no subsequent restructuring cycle returned their presence. Addendum 033A, Psychological Effects of SCP-Y-033. Personnel who spend extended time within SCP-Y-033 report recurring nightmares, auditory hallucinations, and a pervasive sense of being observed. Over 70% of exposed individuals develop symptoms resembling depression or anxiety, exacerbated by the city's eerie, oppressive environment and unpredictable hazards. Efforts to fortify mental resilience in operatives have proven largely ineffective, as SCP-Y-033's anomalous effects manifest regardless of mental fortitude or psychological preparedness. Conclusion: SCP-Y-033, the Hanged City, represents a unique and profound danger within Provisional Reality-Y-1. The structure's ominous traits, including targeted auditory luring, disorienting architectural shifts, and unpredictable descent events, pose extreme risks for containment and exploration personnel. Its cryptic, energy-draining symbols, coupled with its unsettling manipulation of personal connections, suggest the city's primary intent is to ensnare and isolate individuals. The specific purpose or origin of SCP-Y-033 remains unknown, but its capacity to psychologically dismantle and physically absorb individuals points toward a predatory, albeit passive, nature. Given SCP-Y-033's cyclical behavior and the lethal consequences of entering hanged houses, the Hanged City remains under strict containment protocols. Future exploration will prioritize remote observational methods and signal disruption to prevent personnel from heeding anomalous calls to enter its targeted structures. Item Number: SCP-Y-034. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-Y-034, the Gilded Cage Theatre, is located in the Sanctuary Opera House within Provisional Reality-Y-1. The Opera House itself is under Foundation jurisdiction, and the building's perimeter is guarded by Mobile Task Force Zeta-0, dramatic duos, to prevent unauthorized access. Entrance to SCP-Y-034 is restricted to Level 3 personnel or higher, and all visitors must undergo psychological evaluations before and after exposure. The Opera House is fitted with advanced acoustic monitoring and recording equipment to document SCP-Y-034's performances. Attempts to capture the music played within SCP-Y-034 have consistently resulted in recordings that sound hollow and distorted, failing to capture the rich, immersive quality reported by live listeners. Personnel are advised to avoid prolonged exposure to SCP-Y-034, as extended observation has been linked to symptoms of emotional detachment and melancholic rumination. Description: SCP-Y-034 is a large glass cylindrical display case situated at the center of the stage within the abandoned Sanctuary Opera House, located within Provisional Reality-Y-1. The display case, approximately 10 meters in height and 7 meters wide, is elevated slightly on a gilded brass pedestal adorned with intricate engravings of musical notes, faces twisted in sorrow and joy, and faded floral patterns, suggesting an ornate yet melancholic aesthetic. SCP-Y-034 emits a warm golden glow that radiates outward, bathing the Opera House in soft light that remains confined to the building's interior. Despite the display case being fully transparent, no visible source for the glow has been identified within. The warmth of the light seems to reach deep into the senses, evoking a sense of nostalgia, solace, and an almost spiritual serenity that many personnel have touted as indescribably comforting. In rare cases, some personnel have reported seeing vague images within the case of objects, people, or even non-Euclidean geometry made of light, with each personnel reporting that the glimpse of what they saw was highly personal based on their past or inexplicably comforting to see in that moment. These cases are extraordinarily rare, so we have struggled to gain significant data on the phenomenon. The properties of SCP-Y-034 are as follows. SCP-Y-034 plays music from an extensive and apparently limitless repertoire, featuring instrumental arrangements and a single vocal performer whose voice can only be described as impossibly enchanting. The timbre and range of this vocalist are distinct and ethereal, shifting effortlessly from powerful operatic heights to whispering lows. Listeners have noted a timeless quality to the music, describing it as reminiscent of a haunting lullaby, a classical symphony, or a delicate folk tune all at once. The source of the music remains undetectable. Audio equipment captures a faint ambient hum from the display case, yet no actual instruments, speakers, or other audio equipment are present. Attempts to trace the voice within SCP-Y-034 have yielded no further insights into the origin or identity of the singer. SCP-Y-034's music cannot be heard from outside the Opera House, and soundproofing anomalies seem to contain all audio from the music within its walls. Personnel outside the Opera House report complete silence, while those standing inside experience the full immersive soundscape. This auditory isolation has been tested by placing personnel and recording equipment just outside the Opera House doors while a song plays. Results confirm that no audio from the musical performance escapes the building, but audio produced from other sources, such as other personnel within the Opera House, could be detected from outside. It is hypothesized that SCP-Y-034's anomalous sound cancellation effect reinforces the Opera House's sense of eerie abandonment, adding to the isolation and sense of separation of the display case from the outside world felt by personnel within. Between each song, a break period of approximately 5 minutes occurs, during which faint preparatory sounds emerge from the display case. Personnel report hearing the sound of a female voice softly clearing her throat, the gentle tension of a violin bow against strings, or the quiet plucking of guitar or cello strings as though tuning. These sounds enhance the illusion of a live performer preparing for the next piece, though the source remains unidentified. Notably, on rare occasions, personnel report hearing muffled sobbing or quiet, trembling breaths, usually interrupted by sounds indicating musical preparation. This fleeting yet unsettling detail has raised suspicions that SCP-Y-034's performer may experience distress or duress, though such moments are brief and inconsistent. Individuals who enter SCP-Y-034's radius of influence express intense emotional reactions, often describing feelings of peace, nostalgia, or even catharsis. SCP-Y-034's music does not exhibit any known cognitohazardous or mimetic properties. Instead, it seems to reach listeners on a deeply personal level, resonating with core memories or emotions that listeners report as unfiltered, natural responses. Personnel with differing music preferences, or even those with no interest in music, report a profound appreciation for the compositions. Such responses are typically non-obsessive, but leave individuals with lingering melancholy and introspection. Emotional attachment to SCP-Y-034's performances appears to increase over time, with returning personnel describing the music as feeling familiar or painfully beautiful. SCP-Y-034 possesses an extensive catalogue of over 12,000 unique songs, each with its own distinct melody and lyrical content. These songs vary in genre, tempo, and style, suggesting a vast compositional range. Some pieces are distinctly orchestral, with sweeping violins and grand piano. Others are haunting a cappella vocals or accompanied by a lone instrument, such as harp, guitar, or cello. On rare occasions, the same song is played again with subtle refinements, showcasing a refined or improved version of the previous rendition. The reason for these refinements is unclear, but suggests a meticulous, almost obsessive drive for perfection within SCP-Y-034's musical source. Personnel have attempted to transcribe the lyrics for analysis, but the language used within the songs remains indecipherable. Linguists report that, although words carry an emotional resonance, they do not align with any known human language or dialect. Incident Y-034M1. Date: August 2, 2000. Summary. During an observational period, Agent Markson reported hearing a faint sobbing sound during a transitional break between songs. This sobbing continued for approximately 15 seconds before a distinct plucking of cello strings took over. Despite the haunting nature of the sound, Agent Markson reported feeling an overwhelming urge to reassure or comfort the unseen performer. After a 5-minute period, SCP-Y-034 resumed its next song, a soft piano ballad that Agent Markson described as achingly sorrowful. Subsequent psychological evaluation indicated a mild depressive state, which subsided after a week. Incident Y-034L4. Date: August 9, 2000. Summary. An extended research session concluded with researcher Levine collapsing into tears during SCP-Y-034's final song of the observation period, which was described as a choral piece of unearthly beauty. Following the performance, Levine reported a sensation of having personally lost something, but could not elaborate. Later sessions indicate that emotional outbursts among personnel may be a recurring phenomenon linked to SCP-Y-034's music. Incident Y-034S2. Date: August 13, 2000. Summary. During an attempted recording of SCP-Y-034, operatives noticed an unusual discrepancy in the visual output on video. SCP-Y-034's glow was visibly dimmed on the recording equipment, despite being steady in real life, and intermittent sounds of tapping could be heard. Analysis of the recording device post-operation revealed scratches resembling musical notations, lightly etched into the side of several devices used during the testing period, though they defied any known musical pattern. Addendum 034A, Psychological and Emotional Impact Analysis. Exposure to SCP-Y-034's performances has been shown to cause increased melancholic tendencies and emotional introspection in personnel. Most report experiencing heightened empathy and a greater appreciation for beauty, but some also describe lingering sadness and detachment from daily life. The Opera House's dilapidated surroundings, combined with SCP-Y-034's haunting music, amplify these responses, leading to a sense of quiet isolation and loneliness among listeners. Personnel assigned to SCP-Y-034 exhibit symptoms of phantom nostalgia, often describing the music as though it resonates with a distant, unrealized memory. Multiple listeners have articulated the sensation that SCP-Y-034's music reaches into a forgotten part of their own lives or memories, creating a profound but undefined yearning. Addendum Y-034B. Revelation of Cruel Liturgy. After several months of exploration, the true nature of SCP-Y-034's setting, the Sanctuary Opera House, began to unfold. The breakthrough came when MTF Zeta Zero's squad commander, codenamed Devil in Charge, was summoned to assist in the investigation. Due to his unique capacity to channel and control the demonic entity housed within him, Dr. Barnaby Oswald, a prominent Site-Y-1 researcher involved in the classified Project Zeta Zero, requested his presence. Despite the unknown dangers of an extended possession, the ancient demon was allowed to assume temporary control, opening a hidden door that no conventional equipment or operatives could detect. Under the demon's influence, Devil in Charge dispelled a powerful illusion concealing a narrow ancient stone staircase hidden along the rear wall of the main stage. With the illusion broken, the staircase emerged, spiraling downwards into darkness, colder and more oppressive with each step. The temperature dropped noticeably as the squad ventured further, and they could sense the unmistakable hum of latent energy, as if it clung to the walls themselves. Upon reaching the basement, the operatives found what initially seemed like a large, dimly lit storage room, scattered with abandoned stage props and long-forgotten opera costumes. However, a more sinister reality was revealed when Dr. Oswald instructed them to conduct a UV light scan of the room. Under the ultraviolet light, the walls, ceiling, and floor erupted into intricate layered symbols of demonic origin, ritualistic circles interwove with cryptic markings and eldritch sigils, each one glowing faintly in an unearthly red or inky black hue. In the center of the room, dozens of chains hung suspended from the ceiling, each supporting large black feathered wings, tattered, bloodied, and grotesque in their suspension. The wings did not drip blood, despite the visible gore coating each feather. Even when examined closely, the wings appeared incorporeal, fading from view the moment the UV lights were switched off. Touching them proved impossible for all personnel present. Their hands would pass through the wings as though they were a mirage. Only Devil in Charge, still possessed by the ancient demon, could physically make contact, though he refused to remove or manipulate them beyond slight demonstrative movements. When he first saw the wings, the demon let out a chilling, humorless laugh. However, as researchers grew insistent on the possibility of removing or further testing the wings, he became oddly uncooperative, refusing to engage with them any longer. Frustrated by the demon's refusal, Dr. Oswald appealed directly to the Site-Y-1 director, who holds singular command over Devil in Charge for further guidance. Knightley informed the team that demons operated under rigid ancient rules of engagement, which likely barred any further interference with the demonic symbols or the wings. It was also suggested that the display case might embody more than a simple object of containment. It could serve as a prison, a cage for creatures of a higher realm whose power was forcibly diminished. Following this, Dr. Oswald directly questioned the ancient demon, asking whether Oswald's personal theory held any truth that SCP-Y-034 housed angels or creatures similarly divine. The demon responded with a cacophony of words and phrases, each in a different language, uttered with simultaneous overlapping voices, some clear, others like whispers hidden within layers of distorted static. Linguists would later analyze this burst of speech, deciphering only fragmented statements, many of which carried a taunting or mocking tone. The phrases believed to have been mostly translated are as follows: "Holy, holy, holy. Only the redeemed can sing redemption's song. Seraphim now suffer alongside us. Cries for help are music too. Despair is shared." From these fragments, a somber understanding began to form among the research team. The ancient demon's cryptic remarks hinted at an existence of shared suffering between the demonic and divine realms, mocking and degrading those trapped within the display case. The statements also implied that the mournful, haunting melodies filling the opera house may, in fact, be expressions of torment. The beautiful harmonies transmuted cries for mercy or redemption, reshaped by dark forces to trap rather than free their bearers. With the basement's discovery, several attempts were made to remove or reposition the display case from the stage, hoping that disconnecting it from its surroundings might dampen its effects. These efforts proved entirely ineffective. All forms of equipment, from hydraulic lifts to diamond-tipped tools, failed against the opera house's physical structure. The stage floor, display case, and walls resisted all forms of physical force and manipulation. Furthermore, the haunting songs continued uninterrupted, confined only to the space within the opera house. After the 12th attempt at removal, Site-Y-1 researchers came to believe that the entire opera house was fortified by the same demonic magic that laced the basement, the display case forever bound to the stage, as if to keep its contents forever encased, a literal gilded cage. Attempts to move the display case ceased, with researchers instead turning their focus to unraveling the mysteries embedded within the operatic performances and the sigils hidden below. Though several theories exist about the origins and purpose of SCP-Y-034, many researchers are inclined to believe that the display case contains fragments, if not the entirety, of a divine being's essence, perhaps a choir of seraphic entities forced into eternal song. It is hypothesized that these beings' voices, once meant to inspire and heal, are now harnessed to create haunting and sorrowful melodies, broadcasting despair in a form so beautiful it defies natural comprehension. There is a palpable melancholy that permeates the site, an effect experienced by even the most hardened personnel who feel drawn to the display case's melodies in a manner that transcends mere auditory appreciation. The beauty of the music, combined with the chilling revelations of the basement, leaves listeners with an inescapable sense of sorrow, as though they are bearing witness to a tragedy beyond mortal understanding. Some personnel report dreams after hearing the songs, visions of vast golden landscapes marred by creeping shadows, angelic figures weeping in chains, and voices pleading from an unreachable distance. To this day, operatives and researchers alike report a growing unease whenever stationed near SCP-Y-034. Despite thorough testing and observation, much remains unknown, and all attempts to fully interpret the demonic inscriptions in the basement have resulted in minimal progress. The ancient demon, though responsible for unlocking the initial staircase, refuses to offer further insight into SCP-Y-034, merely smiling or laughing when questioned about it. One thing, however, is becoming increasingly certain. Whatever or whoever sings from within the Gilded Cage Theatre has been here for far longer than the Foundation can fathom, and perhaps will remain imprisoned far beyond the span of human civilization. Item Number: SCP-Y-035. Object Class: Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-Y-035, designated as the Moribund Ferryman, remains uncontained due to its unpredictable nature and the rarity of its manifestations. Given its ability to integrate seamlessly into public transportation and its reliance on human behavior for its anomalous effects, direct containment is currently deemed impractical. Instead, containment efforts are focused on prevention, monitoring, and damage mitigation. Foundation assets are embedded within all major public transportation networks globally, including but not limited to metro systems and subway stations, bus terminals and regional transit hubs, ferry and boat services across both coastal and inland waterways, long-haul train services and intercity routes. These operatives monitor for any unusual psychological phenomena, such as reports of collective fear, mass hysteria, or the inexplicable absence of all passengers from a transit vehicle upon its arrival at a scheduled stop. In the event that SCP-Y-035 is detected or strongly suspected, Foundation personnel are to board the affected transit under the guise of ordinary passengers and immediately initiate Protocol MF Transit 6. Public transportation systems in major metropolitan areas have been outfitted with specialized detection algorithms designed to scan CCTV feeds for dark energy anomalies consistent with SCP-Y-035. These systems flag instances where a figure appears featureless or if passengers demonstrate signs of sudden, inexplicable distress. Upon confirmation, automated alerts are sent to local field operatives for rapid deployment. If an SCP-Y-035 manifestation is confirmed, Foundation agents must avoid interaction and strictly follow Protocol MF Transit 6 to minimize risk. Under no circumstances should any passenger, including Foundation personnel, attempt to communicate with, document, or interfere with SCP-Y-035. Any violation of these rules risks triggering an escalation event, resulting in the disappearance of all passengers and the permanent sealing of the transit vehicle's exits. Description: SCP-Y-035, colloquially known as the Moribund Ferryman, is an enigmatic humanoid entity composed of a substance resembling dark, amorphous energy. Despite the ambiguity of its form, SCP-Y-035 is consistently described by witnesses as wearing a suit and tie, giving it the appearance of a well-dressed, nondescript figure. However, no specific details about its face or body have ever been confirmed, as attempts to discern these features often result in confusion, dizziness, and a failure to recall any concrete description beyond its attire. The anomaly manifests exclusively within public transit vehicles, including buses, trains, subways, ferries, and similar forms of transportation. It appears inconspicuously, taking a seat among the passengers as though it were an ordinary traveler. During this initial phase, SCP-Y-035 is perceived as an ordinary person by those around it, and no notable reactions or disturbances are recorded. It is only once the transit vehicle begins moving and the doors have closed that the true nature of the entity becomes apparent. Upon the initiation of the journey, passengers on board experience a sudden and overwhelming sense of dread, accompanied by severe paranoia. Despite having initially ignored SCP-Y-035, all individuals present become immediately aware of its unnatural presence. Eyewitness accounts consistently describe the entity as a void in the shape of a person, a shadow without depth or substance, seated calmly as though it were just another passenger. At this point, all occupants of the vehicle must adhere to Protocol MF Transit 6, a strict set of behavioral guidelines. Failure to comply with any of these rules will result in a K-class transit anomaly event, wherein the vehicle continues along its route without stopping and all passengers on board disappear without a trace. Addendum Y-0356, pre-recorded broadcast transcript for MF Transit 6 activation. Note: the following is the full pre-recorded audio broadcast used during MF Transit 6 activation in cases of SCP-Y-035 manifestation. This message is played directly through the transit vehicle's speakers or radio system using a Foundation-controlled frequency to override normal radio signals. The audio is delivered in a calm, neutral tone, designed to minimize panic and maintain compliance with Protocol MF Transit 6. Begin log.
Good evening, passengers. This is an important announcement. Please listen carefully and follow the upcoming instructions precisely. Your safety depends on your full cooperation. You may notice an unfamiliar passenger among you. This passenger is to be ignored during this safety procedure. It is absolutely vital that you heed the following rules exactly as stated. Failure to do so may result in an escalation event, and we do not want that to happen. Please remain calm, and remember, we are here to help you through this.
Rule number 1. Do not speak. From this moment onward, you must not speak to anyone, including those sitting near you. Do not whisper, do not mutter under your breath, and do not attempt to communicate in any way. Silence is crucial. Even a single word could trigger an escalation event. Rule number 2. Do not look directly at the unfamiliar passenger. You may feel compelled to look, but you must resist. Staring at this passenger will increase your fear and could provoke a response that will seal the exits. Above all, do not make eye contact. Keep your gaze focused on your own seat, your hands, or a neutral point on the floor. Do not risk a glance. Rule number 3. Remain seated and still for the entire duration of the journey. Under no circumstances should you stand up, change seats, or shift your position excessively. Even if you feel the need to stretch, remain as motionless as possible. Moving from your seat will be perceived as a breach of protocol, resulting in an escalation event. Rule number 4. Do not touch or interact with any emergency equipment. You may feel compelled to halt the vehicle and escape using such measures, but you must resist this urge. This includes emergency stop buttons, door release levers, and any intercom systems. The transit will continue as normal and emergency stops are not necessary. Interfering with these systems will immediately seal all exits and result in an escalation event. Rule number 5. Do not engage in eye contact with other passengers. The presence of the unfamiliar passenger may cause fear and confusion. There have been reports of individuals seeing the reflection of the unfamiliar passenger's face on others who have boarded the transit. You must avoid looking directly at anyone else on board. Eye contact can amplify shared paranoia, making it more likely for someone to break a rule. Keep your focus inward and remain calm. Rule number 6. Do not use any electronic devices. This includes cell phones, cameras, or any other recording devices. Attempting to record or photograph the unfamiliar passenger will not only fail, but will also disrupt the current conditions, escalating the situation. Turn off your devices now and place them out of sight. Do not bother trying to use your cell phone to call others. There is no connection to the outside world when riding with the unfamiliar passenger. Rule number 7. If the transit vehicle stops unexpectedly, follow the command of the voice in your head. Should the transit halt at an unplanned location, such as an unlit subway tunnel or an isolated forest path, you may hear a clear internal voice instructing you to
Leave.
If you hear this, you must immediately disembark, even if the surroundings appear dangerous or unfamiliar. You will be given the standard time for a stop, usually between 30 seconds and 2 minutes. Failing to leave when instructed will result in an escalation event. Rule number 8. Ignore any anomalous sounds or voices. You may hear whispers, cries, or even voices calling your name. Do not respond. These sounds are not real and are meant to provoke a reaction from you. Acknowledging them in any way, even turning your head, can trigger an escalation event. Remain still and silent. Rule number 9. Do not make any sudden movements or gestures. If you need to shift your position slightly, do so slowly and carefully. Jerking movements or sudden gestures can draw the attention of the unfamiliar passenger, leading to a breach in protocol. Rule number 10. At the end of the journey, remain seated until the unfamiliar passenger disembarks. You must wait. Even if you feel an overwhelming urge to leave, do not stand up until the unfamiliar passenger has exited the vehicle. You will know it has left when you no longer feel its overwhelming presence aboard the transit. At that point, it is safe for you to disembark. Final rule: trust the process. You are not alone. We are monitoring the situation, and this broadcast is designed to help you. Remain calm, follow these rules, and you will be fine. Remember, breaking any of these rules will result in an escalation event, and the consequences are severe. We need your full cooperation. Thank you for your patience and compliance. The journey will continue shortly. Stay seated, stay calm, and do not react to anything unusual. The unfamiliar passenger is simply observing. Follow the rules, and you will reach your destination safely. This announcement will repeat shortly to ensure everyone is informed.
Good evening, passengers. This is an important announcement.
Addendum Y-031, Post-Incident Analysis. The MF Transit 6 broadcast has proven to be the most effective method of minimizing panic and enforcing compliance without directly triggering SCP-Y-035's awareness. During incidents where MF Transit 6 was used, compliance rates improved by 83%, and no escalation events were recorded. However, psychological evaluations of survivors revealed a common lingering effect. Most passengers described a sense of dread, as though they had narrowly avoided a catastrophic fate. Some reported vivid dreams of endless train rides through dark, unlit tunnels, with the unfamiliar passenger always seated in the periphery of their vision, watching silently. Research into the full extent of SCP-Y-035's capabilities is ongoing, but the implementation of MF Transit 6 has provided the Foundation with a critical buffer, giving passengers the best chance of surviving encounters with the moribund Ferryman. Combined with follow-up amnestic treatments for survivors, MF Transit 6 is currently our best way to combat the anomaly. Incident Log Y-03542, Manifestation on Train 274B, Date, November 2nd, 2000. Location, Northern Metro Line, City of... Summary: SCP-Y-035 was reported on Train 274B after passengers exhibited sudden severe distress immediately following departure from the station. Eyewitnesses described an impossibly dark figure seated near the center of the car. Despite the rising panic, the train completed its route without incident, and all passengers disembarked as instructed. Surveillance footage shows a noticeable gap in the video, with SCP-Y-035's seat appearing empty, despite all witnesses confirming its presence. Addendum Y-0352, Transit Replica Discovery in Provisional Reality-Y-1. Following a failed containment attempt in baseline reality, a Greyhound bus matching the description of the one involved was discovered abandoned in a remote section of Provisional Reality-Y-1. The bus interior contained the mummified remains of all passengers, showing signs of advanced decay and an age discrepancy of approximately 300 years. Analysis suggests that victims experience a time dilation effect, living through the equivalent of 3 centuries in transit, before being released into Provisional Reality-Y-1. Foundation theorists propose that SCP-Y-035 acts as a cosmic psychopomp, enforcing a set of ritualistic rules tied to a higher, incomprehensible order. The usage of overtaken radio communication seems to exploit a loophole, enabling the Foundation to provide passive guidance without breaching the entity's behavioral constraints. The anomaly's actions imply a form of punishment or judgment, forcing rule breakers into an interminable journey through a temporal limbo, their very essence serving as a grim reminder of the price of non-compliance. Strict adherence to Protocol MF Transit 6 and the utilization of amnestics are paramount. Any deviation from established guidelines risks the activation of a K-class transit anomaly event, leading to catastrophic loss of life and potential long-term psychological trauma for surviving witnesses. SCP-Y-035 is not merely a passenger, it is the keeper of the journey, enforcing rules that must not be broken. Item Number: SCP-Y-036. Object Class: Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-Y-036 is currently housed within the Museum of Omission, located in Provisional Reality-Y-1. SCP-Y-036-1 through SCP-Y-036-7 remain dormant during daylight hours and return to their exhibit by sunrise following periods of nighttime activity. Due to their inherent adherence to the ancient orders, the subjects cannot be fully contained in a conventional manner. Instead, the Foundation's efforts focus on observation, documentation, and limited influence over their nightly actions. These measures aim to monitor their movements, track their activities, and partially redirect their actions toward Foundation-designated anomalies. Tracking procedures. Each subject is equipped with spherical resonance transmitters, SRTs. These devices are embedded in the inner chest cavity and reinforced with an alloy resistant to impact and temperature changes. The SRTs transmit real-time geolocation data and activity metrics to the Provisional Reality-Y-1 Central Observation Hub, PRY-1H. SRTs operate autonomously for 72 hours on a single charge. Any failure in tracking signals must be reported immediately to the PRY-1H. And Mobile Task Force Zeta-0, Bad Bunch, is to be dispatched for manual observation and documentation. Black fog buildup within the subject is monitored via spectroscopic cameras installed in the Museum of Omission. A threshold density of 0.75 grams per cubic meter signals the likelihood of activation during the next sunset. This information allows for preemptive deployment of Foundation tracking resources. Redirection Protocol. Efforts to influence SCP-Y-036 entities' behavior involve a method known as Protocol Damsel 1, which has demonstrated a 17 to 19% success rate. This protocol utilizes anomalous directive beacons, ADBs, devices that emit signals mimicking the aura of dangerous entities that SCP-Y-036 is likely to engage with, along with a modified ADB signal to simulate a smaller and weaker life form adjacent to a human in the same location. Prior to SCP activation, Foundation analysts identify high-priority anomalies posing immediate threats to human populations or Foundation assets. Examples include SCP-Y-004, Craven Phantasm instances, SCP-Y-003, Cacophonous Incerata sightings, SCP-Y-026, Free Healthcare manifestations, SCP-Y-030, Hallowjack, active areas. Protocol Damsel 1 has proven relatively effective against any anomalies known for aggressive, indiscriminate attacks. ADBs are placed within 5 kilometers of the anomaly's last known location. Beacons must emit signals akin to hostile energies associated with target anomaly instances. SCP-Y-036 entities, upon activation, have been observed deviating from their standard patrol paths toward ADBs on rare occasions. Success rates are improved when the beacon is placed directly in line with their initial trajectory. Note: SCP-Y-036 entities will not engage anomalies that do not pose an immediate threat to individuals or groups, as this conflicts with their ancient orders. Attempts to redirect subject to neutralized or stationary anomalies have resulted in complete protocol failure of Damsel 1. Upon sunrise, SCP-Y-036 instances return to their original display positions in the Museum of Omission. Post-activity containment procedures include downloading and analyzing all SRT data to track movements, encounters, and significant timestamps. Cross-reference entity activity with incident reports of anomalies neutralized during the night. Inspect each SCP-Y-036 entity for residual fog density to determine the level of energy expended during their activities. Any significant deviation from baseline fog dissipation rates is to be documented for potential anomalous interference. Damage inspections. While rare, the anomalies occasionally show signs of wear following intense encounters. All damages must be photographed, catalogued, and repaired using a mix of non-invasive techniques and anomalous materials where necessary. SCP-Y-036 entities have shown a strict adherence to their ancient orders, engaging only in actions aligned with their views and perspectives. They demonstrate a tendency to protect individuals under direct threat, precision in disabling aggressors without unnecessary fatalities, preference for targeting dangerous anomalies over human conflicts. Despite the low success rate of Protocol Damsel 1, subjects have proven invaluable in neutralizing high-threat anomalies with minimal collateral damage. Continued research into their operational motivations and behavioral patterns is paramount to improving redirection techniques. By leveraging the tracking capabilities of the SRT system and the limited influence of ADBs, the Foundation can monitor and, to a small extent, guide SCP-Y-036's activities. The anomaly's unique alignment with its ideals and justice positions them as anomalous allies in the containment and neutralization of more destructive entities. However, their actions remain ultimately autonomous, necessitating constant vigilance. Description: SCP-Y-036, designated as the Crownless Order, consists of 7 blackened medieval suits of armor, each impeccably maintained and adorned with cloaks of deep midnight blue. Each suit is accompanied by a large sword forged from an unknown black metal, which does not match any known alloys or earthly compositions. The suits of armor initially appeared as empty, static displays within a corridor adjacent to SCP-Y-027 in the Museum of Omission. The corridor is lined with ornate stone carvings depicting scenes of knighthood, battle, and martyrdom, with the 7 knights posed in a variety of noble stances, appearing almost lifelike in their craftsmanship. At the far end of the corridor stands the display of a robed figure, clutching a staff composed of human bones, crowned with a half-shattered crystal. The swirling dark fog trapped within the crystal has shown to emit a faint, intermittent glow, but only when in close proximity to certain anomalous devices. The first recorded anomalous activity involving SCP-Y-036 was triggered during the extraction of the brainwave auditory reception device, BARD, which unexpectedly powered on as it passed through the corridor. Below is the full transcript of the audio log, believed to be a direct message received from the robed figure, identified by researchers as a possible necromancer, the betrayer of the cycle of death. Audio log SCP-Y-036-AL1, date November 14, 2000. Transcription. Method: brainwave auditory reception device, BARD. Location: Museum of Omission, Sector Z12. Provisional Reality-Y-1. Begin log.
In a realm where the twilight of existence meets the final breath of hope, the dark land where the ends of fates collide, 7 warriors cast aside their crowns. Hear now the tale of those who chose damnation for the light they once swore to protect. They were knights, bound by honor and oath, serving kingdoms long turned to ash, rulers long buried beneath their own greed. But when the time came, when the sun bled its last and the sky darkened with the shadow of the Ends More, they stood at the precipice, gazing into the void that sought to consume all that was good. It was then that I, the betrayer of Death's cycle, a master of the arts, long deemed foul and forbidden, was called upon by these 7 sons of the chivalrous order. In their eyes, I saw not the fear of the damned, but the courage of those who had nothing left to lose. Together we made a pact, a bond sealed not by words, but by the sacrifice of all we once were. These knights, these noble souls, cast away their crowns and titles, their glory and shame alike. They took upon themselves a new mantle, the Crownless Order. Their hearts beat no more, yet they move with the purpose of the living, driven by a code of honor even the gods themselves would envy. They chose to forsake everything. To uphold what is right, they severed their ties to the mortal world and became warriors eternal. In a realm where the living dare not tread, they now serve a higher calling. Where others seek power, they seek justice. Where others find glory, they find penance. I, who betrayed the cycle of death, am bound to them as they are to me, their master and their servant, a union of the damned that the living cannot comprehend. The chivalrous order lives on through them, though no songs are sung in their honor. No banners fly for their triumphs, no halls cheer for their glory. They are the shadows that guard against the abyss, the hands that hold back the teeth of the Ends More. And though they shall never rest, they find solace in their duty. For what is a knight, if not a protector, even beyond the veil of death? The price of their oath was steep, and now they are bound here, where the echoes of the past linger, awaiting the call to arms once more. They are neither living nor dead, but something between, a final line of defense in a world that has forgotten what it means to fight for what is good. They uphold the will of a chivalrous order, long lost to time, and though they stand without crowns, they are kings in their own right. Our world may end, but they shall fight the Ends More unto eternity.
The audio log has been thoroughly analyzed by linguistics and thaumaturgic specialists at Site-Y-1. The tone and cadence suggest a ritualistic chant or recitation, possibly originating from an ancient knightly tradition. The use of the phrase, betrayer of the cycle of death, has led researchers to theorize that the robed figure represents a necromancer, a being who manipulates the boundary between life and death, binding the souls of the fallen knights to their armor. The repeated references to the Ends More is believed to be a reference to Provisional Reality-Y-1, more specifically, a portal connecting it to their own reality, similar to our own SCP-Y-1. It appears as if the words describe a declaration not simply to fight for their own world, but to continue fighting the Ends More even after their world met its end. It is believed that the 7 knights of SCP-Y-036 are not mere statues, but rather the physical vessels of an ancient chivalric order, brought back from death and cursed to remain in eternal vigilance. The necromancer, theorized to be the robed figure holding the staff, may have used forbidden rites to bind their souls, granting them immortality at the cost of their humanity. The shattered crystal on the staff, containing swirling fog, appears to be a soul stone or a vessel of containment, housing the remnants of the knight's original life force. This fragment may serve as a control mechanism, linking the necromancer to the Crownless order. Its current half-shattered state suggests a potential weakening of this control, raising concerns about the long-term stability of the anomaly. Incident Report 036 Shard 2. Date: November 20th, 2000. Involved personnel: Agent Silver, Researcher Kane, MTF Zeta 0 Extraction Team. Summary: on November 20th, during a routine inspection of SCP-Y-036's containment chamber, an unforeseen event occurred involving the crystal atop the robed figure's bone staff. Remote camera footage captured the moment when Researcher Kane, while conducting a spectral analysis of the crystal fragments stored in the adjacent chamber, inadvertently activated a latent energy response. A surge of dark energy reverberated throughout the chamber, causing the stored fragments to vibrate violently. This energy pulse was transmitted back to the main exhibit hall, where the robed figure's staff still held the remaining half of the crystal. The remaining crystal atop the staff emitted a high-pitched resonance before violently shattering. Shards scattered across the chamber, and the entire area was filled with an impenetrable black mist. For several minutes, all audio and visual feeds were corrupted by intense static and blackouts. When the feed stabilized, it became evident that one of the suits of armor, SCP-Y-036-3, had moved. Its position had shifted slightly. The left foot was no longer aligned with the base pedestal, suggesting it had taken a step forward before disappearing completely, leaving behind a dissipating cloud of black fog. Attempts to locate SCP-Y-036-3 using remote sensing technology and Scranton reality anchors proved unsuccessful. It was as if the armor had phased out of the local dimension, leaving behind no trace except for a residual cold mist that lingered briefly before dispersing. Manifestation Log 036-3, Wednesday night, date, November 20th, 2000. Location, Phoenix, Arizona, USA. Report: Embedded SCP Agent Turner, Local Law Enforcement Liaison, at 22:17 local time. Agent Turner reported an encounter involving SCP-Y-036-3. The agent, who had been investigating the sudden reappearance of an SCP-Y-3 cacophonous inserata instance, was on site with local police when the situation escalated. The SCP-Y-003 instance, a massive tentacled entity exhibiting reality-distorting capabilities, had manifested near a residential area. As local authorities struggled to control the situation, a set of pitch-black armor, wielding a large sword, emerged from a swirling fog. The suit of armor moved with calculated precision, engaging the SCP-Y-3 instance without hesitation. Eyewitness accounts describe the battle as a blur of dark metal and writhing appendages, punctuated by the sound of clashing steel and the unearthly screeches of SCP-Y-3. The nightly entity fought with an almost mechanical efficiency, parrying the strikes of the tentacles and countering with swift, lethal blows. Within minutes, the SCP-Y-3 instance was incapacitated, its form bisected into piles of viscera, leaving only the night amidst the aftermath. Without acknowledging the onlookers, SCP-Y-036-3 turned away, its sword still dripping with the otherworldly ichor of the slain anomaly. It took several steps before fading into a thin mist, vanishing from sight. This encounter was the first documented instance of SCP-Y-036 displaying autonomous activity outside the Museum of Omission. It is evident that the animated suit of armor adheres to a code of conduct resembling a form of medieval chivalry, intervening to eliminate dangerous anomalies and protect civilians. Notably, SCP-Y-036-3 inflicted lethal force only upon the anomalous entity, demonstrating restraint in its interaction with non-anomalous humans. Manifestation Summary Report, date, November 20th, 2000. Duration sunset to sunrise. Recorded manifestation count 61. Global coverage: multiple continents, including North America, Europe, and Asia. Throughout the night following the initial manifestation of SCP-Y-036-3, reports of a phantom night began to emerge from around the globe. Each sighting was consistent in its description, a black suit of armor appearing suddenly, shrouded in a thin veil of fog, and wielding a large sword made of dark, unknown metal. The knight's actions varied depending on the context of its appearance, but several patterns were observed. In several instances, SCP-Y-031 appeared before individuals who were in immediate danger, particularly those threatened by violent crime. The knight intervened with calculated strikes, disabling the assailants by severing limbs or rendering them unconscious. At no point was a life taken by the anomaly, suggesting a strict adherence to a code of moral restraint. Neutralization of hostile anomalies, SCP-Y-036-3, was recorded engaging and dispatching 2 additional SCP-Y-4 Craven Phantasm instances. Despite their incorporeal nature, the knight's blade seemed capable of severing the entities, causing them to dissipate into thin air. This unprecedented ability to harm non-corporeal beings has raised significant questions about the nature of the sword's material. At dawn, just as the first light of the sun touched the horizon, SCP-Y-036-3 rematerialized within the Museum of Omission. Surveillance footage shows the knight stepping back onto its pedestal, aligning itself perfectly into its previous pose. The black fog dissipated entirely as the armor ceased all movement, returning to a dormant state. Further investigation revealed that SCP-Y-036-3 had made appearances within Provisional Reality-Y-1 as well, eliminating several hostile anomalies on the outskirts of Outpost Y-12, located on the perimeter of SCP-Y-034. Each sighting was preceded by a noticeable drop in ambient temperature and the appearance of a thin black fog. The fog dissipated upon the knight's departure, and all residual traces of SCP-Y-036-3's presence faded by sunrise. The armor appeared to follow a path aligned with an unknown set of principles, intervening only when it deemed the situation required its involvement. Addendum 036 Cycle 3 date, November 28, 2000. After the initial global manifestation event, further analysis revealed a recurring pattern in the appearances of SCP-Y-036 entities. It was determined that each of the 7 nights follows a specific cycle, manifesting only on its assigned day of the week. The observed rotation is as follows: Monday Y-036-1, Tuesday Y-036-2, Wednesday Y-036-3, Thursday Y-036-4, Friday Y-036-5, Saturday Y-036-6, Sunday Y-036-7. Site Y1 personnel have taken to calling them Monday night or Thursday night, playing into their nightly visages and assigned days for each week. During the daylight hours, each suit of armor remains stationary within its display location in the Museum of Omission. As the sun sets, a slow build-up of black fog becomes visible within the chest cavity of the active knight. By nightfall, the fog becomes dense, seeping out from the joints of the armor before the knight animates and departs in a cloud of darkness. Addendum Y-037. Through further study, we have discovered that the SCP-Y-036 knights appear to be conscious or aware of their surroundings during the period in which the black fog is building up within their armor. Through various tests and interactions, we have learned that they can move during this period, often lightly interacting with personnel stationed at the Museum of Omission if any personnel interact with the active knight on its respective day before the period in which it steps off of its pedestal to perform its typical vigilante duties. The following is a collection of interaction logs involving personnel and the Crownless Order. Interaction Log 0361. Summary. During a routine inspection of the Museum of Omission, a Foundation researcher, Dr. Clarion, stood before SCP-Y-036-3 and performed a respectful bow. After several moments, SCP-Y-036-3's helmet tilted forward slightly, resembling a nod. Following this gesture, the knight returned to its original posture. Dr. Clarion reported feeling a sudden chill, but no signs of hostility. This interaction has been interpreted as a form of acknowledgement, suggesting SCP-Y-036 entities may be capable of recognizing acts of respect. Interaction Log 0364. Summary. While SCP-Y-036-5 was active and tracking an SCP-Y-2, Nature's Folly, instance in a rural area, Foundation personnel followed at a safe distance to monitor its behavior. Upon encountering the Knight, SCP-Y-036-5 stopped and turned to face the group, raising its sword. It then pointed the blade toward the ground and gestured with its free hand for the personnel to leave with a shooing motion. Though no words were spoken, the action was interpreted as a warning to retreat. The personnel complied and observed SCP-Y-036-5 eliminate the SCP-Y-2 instance with surgical precision, severing its anomalous limbs before driving its sword through the entity's core. Interaction Log 0366. Summary. During its nightly activity, SCP-Y-036-1 appeared in a small suburban area, intervening in a domestic dispute involving an armed individual threatening a family. The Knight entered the house by seemingly phasing through the front door, startling the aggressor. SCP-Y-036-1 disarmed the individual with a swift strike to the hand, causing minor injuries but no fatalities. The Knight briefly turned to the family and inclined its head before dissipating into black fog. This interaction highlights the Knight's moral framework, which prioritizes protection while minimizing unnecessary harm. Interaction Log 0367. Summary. A controlled test was conducted to gauge SCP-Y-036-2's response to direct physical contact. A D-Class personnel was instructed to approach the Knight's inert form in the Museum of Omission. Upon touching the surface of the armor, SCP-Y-036-2 shifted slightly, raising its sword a few centimeters and grazing the D-Class's hand. The cut inflicted was deep but localized, demonstrating the anomalously sharp nature of the blade even in dormancy. SCP-Y-036-2 returned to its original pose immediately afterward. The test concluded with no further movement, though personnel reported a heavy, oppressive atmosphere lingering in the corridor. Interaction Log 03610. Summary. SCP-Y-036-7 activated as part of its weekly cycle and materialized in a Foundation containment zone holding an SCP-Y-4 instance. The Knight's sudden presence caused the SCP-Y-4 to emit an intense shrieking sound and attempt to escape. SCP-Y-036-7 raised its sword and swung it through the entity, which inexplicably dissipated despite its incorporeal nature. The Knight paused momentarily, as though assessing the surroundings, before dissolving into black fog and disappearing. The containment zone showed residual energy consistent with SCP-Y-4's eradication, confirming the Knight's unique capacity to neutralize intangible anomalies. The containment room of the SCP-Y-4 instance was later discovered to have had a minor crack in the wall that would have likely allowed the anomaly to escape, had it not been eliminated. Interaction Log 03613. Summary. A janitorial personnel temporarily assigned to the Museum of Omission slipped and fell while cleaning the hall containing SCP-Y-036. SCP-Y-036-7 animated to help the personnel to their feet and gather their work materials, before patting the personnel on the shoulder and stepping back onto its display rise. There are many such instances involving the Sunday Knight, aiding the assumption among researchers that it is gentler than the other Knights, and will often go out of its way for smaller incidents before its nighttime vigilantism. Analysis of interaction logs. The Knights of SCP-Y-036 have shown a remarkable capacity for understanding non-verbal communication and responding with gestures deeply rooted in medieval knightly customs. Despite their lack of speech, they exhibit awareness and intelligence far beyond that of typical animated constructs. Their behavior suggests a deep adherence to a strict code of ethics, one likely tied to their origins and the tale recounted by the Bard device. The fact that they consistently refrain from speaking, even when directly addressed, may indicate either an inability to vocalize or a conscious choice rooted in their chivalric principles. it is possible that they view silence as a form of respect or discipline, befitting their status as members of the Crownless Order. Further study is required to fully understand the rules governing their actions, but it is evident that these knights operate under a sense of duty and honor that remains unbroken even in undeath. Classification consideration. Following the manifestation cycle discovery and the Knights' consistent behavior in protecting civilians and neutralizing anomalies, several researchers at Site Y1 proposed reclassifying SCP-Y-036 as a Thaumiel class anomaly. However, this reclassification was met with resistance due to the unpredictable nature of the Knights and the unknown factors governing their actions. Conclusion: SCP-Y-036 represents a complex and multifaceted anomaly, blending the principles of medieval chivalry with supernatural necromantic elements. The Knights operate under a strict code, intervening only when deemed necessary, and demonstrate a level of intelligence and autonomy uncommon among other SCP entities. Further research into the origins of the Crownless Order, the Robed Necromancer, and the Shattered Crystal is ongoing. Until more is understood, direct interaction with SCP-Y-036 is limited to remote observation, and all encounters are to be documented in detail for analysis. Object Class Status: pending Thaumiel reclassification review. This is Director Knightley, signing off on another report at Site Y1. I hope you consider subscribing to stay up to date with our latest findings. I eagerly look forward to having your audience in future reports.
Item Number: SCP-Y-037. Object Class: Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Due to the unpredictable nature of SCP-Y-037 instances and their ability to seamlessly impersonate individuals, containment efforts remain primarily focused on early detection and preventative measures. All personnel assigned to Site Y1 or handling related anomalies must undergo weekly psychological evaluations and biometric scans to identify subtle behavioral deviations or physical anomalies. Access to any recordings of SCP-Y-032, The Lost Day, is strictly prohibited without Level 4 clearance and direct authorization from the Site Director. Any approved reviews must occur in a secured, observation-controlled environment, with all feeds monitored by an AI-driven anomaly detection system. Surveillance systems within all Foundation facilities have been upgraded with advanced pattern recognition algorithms capable of detecting SCP-Y-037 traits, including the faint scent of decay and anomalous disruptions in camera feeds. Staff are to immediately report individuals exhibiting sudden, unexplained changes in behavior, fleeting visual discrepancies, or signs of physical distress. Mobile Task Force Zeta-0B, Mythmakers, has been assigned with SCP-Y-037 investigations, with Zeta-0B operatives trained in rapid response protocols to contain suspected Y-037 manifestations. Description: SCP-Y-037 refers to a class of hostile, anomalous entities colloquially known as normal people. These entities initially manifested exclusively during the anomalous temporal event referred to as SCP-Y-032, The Lost Day, during which they were observed infiltrating homes and violently flaying victims. Instances of SCP-Y-037 appear human at first glance, but exhibit an unsettling and incomplete mimicry, which becomes apparent upon closer observation or peripheral vision. Subsequent to the resolution of SCP-Y-032's temporal reset, SCP-Y-037 was believed to no longer exist beyond archival footage. However, an anomalous interaction with a recording of SCP-Y-032 events confirmed that SCP-Y-037 remains extant and has since evolved its behavioral repertoire. Notably, enhanced disguise mechanisms. SCP-Y-037 instances can now skin and impersonate individuals with near-perfect accuracy, as evidenced by the disappearance and replacement of Dr. Derek Brower. Unlike during The Lost Day, SCP-Y-037 now exhibits the ability to assimilate its victim's personality, memories, and social behaviors, allowing it to evade detection for extended periods. Technological interaction. SCP-Y-037 displays an ability to manipulate and interfere with electronic systems, as shown by the corrupted surveillance footage of Dr. Brower accessing Y-037 RF-1. Initial manifestation post The Lost Day. On July 18th, 2000, Foundation personnel reviewing archival footage of SCP-Y-032 noticed an anomalous absence of a normal people entity, previously documented within the recording. Upon completing the review, the screen displayed a cryptic message. Do you remember? Immediately following this, a D-Class discovered Y-037 RF-1, a pile of human flesh, cut into thin strips, within Site-Y-1's hallways. Autopsy revealed the tissue to be entirely non-anomalous, though subsequent events suggest a connection to the initial SCP-Y-037's evolving behavior. 2 months later, the disappearance and post-mortem discovery of a well-known Site-Y-1 researcher confirmed SCP-Y-037's ability to fully replace a human subject while maintaining functional mimicry. The researcher's autopsy indicated that he had been flayed alive, and analysis of his remains suggests that SCP-Y-037 retained his form for approximately 2 weeks before abandoning the site. Incident Report Y-037-1. Date: September 5th, 2000. Location: Site-Y-1. Subject Overview. Dr. Derek Brower, a senior researcher at Site-Y-1 specializing in anomalous biological phenomena, was reported missing after failing to appear for work over the course of 1 week. Dr. Brower had not filed for leave, nor had he responded to communications from Foundation personnel. 2 weeks prior to his disappearance, colleagues began reporting subtle but unsettling changes in his demeanor and physical presence. Timeline of events: Phase 1. Unusual behavior. Date: September 6, 2024. Colleagues in Dr. Brower's department reported incidents of olfactory disturbances. A faint but persistent odor, described as mildly decaying organic matter, was noted when in close proximity to Dr. Brower. Initial suspicions attributed the smell to poorly cleaned lab equipment or residual materials from ongoing experiments. Visual anomalies. Multiple staff members reported fleeting glimpses of distortions in Dr. Brower's appearance, particularly when viewed in the periphery. These anomalies were described as his face appearing, quote, blurred, or as though his skin momentarily shifted to reveal faint seams or hollowed features. Despite these observations, Dr. Brower exhibited no significant deviation in behavior or professional performance, leading personnel to dismiss the events as tricks of the mind or as a result of the stress of working at Site-Y-1. Phase 2. Disappearance. Date: September 13th, 2000. When Dr. Brower failed to report to work for several consecutive days, an internal investigation was launched. Attempts to contact him through his personal and professional channels were unsuccessful. Routine monitoring of his Foundation-assigned devices revealed no recent activity, and local law enforcement records show no reports involving his residence. Phase 3. Investigation of Dr. Brower. Date: September 15th, 2000. Personnel involved: Agent Leslie Monroe, Security Operative Daniel Jansen, Field Analyst Naomi Wu. Upon receiving authorization from Site Command, a security team was dispatched to Dr. Brower's residence to conduct a welfare check. The team arrived at approximately 1400 hours and noted several unusual details about the property. Exterior observations. The curtains were drawn tightly across all windows, and the mailbox was overflowing with unopened letters. Several dead birds were found scattered across the lawn, with no visible cause of death. Interior observations. Following a forced entry, the house was unusually cold, despite the thermostat being set to a standard temperature. Multiple light bulbs in the main living area had shattered, with fragments scattered across the floor. A pungent odor, similar to decomposing organic matter, pervaded the entire residence. Strange markings resembling scratch marks were discovered along the walls, arranged in erratic patterns. There were some unsettling lore-like details within the home as well. A fresh pot of coffee was found on the kitchen counter, still warm to the touch, alongside 2 empty mugs, as if prepared for guests. A handwritten note written out to one of Dr. Brower's neighbors was on the kitchen table, reading, "Come down, I've got something to show you." The handwriting was confirmed to match Dr. Brower's, but appeared shakier and less precise than usual. Phase 4. Discovery of Dr. Brower. Time of discovery, 1745. After conducting a thorough search of the residence, the team located the entrance to Dr. Brower's basement. Upon descending, they discovered a deep freezer, partially concealed behind a stack of storage boxes. The freezer was slightly ajar, and inside were the remains of Dr. Brower. Dr. Brower's body had been entirely flayed, with precise removal of the skin consistent with surgical techniques. Tissue analysis indicated he had been alive during the majority of the flaying process, succumbing to shock shortly before death. No signs of a struggle were present in the immediate area, suggesting Dr. Brower had been incapacitated or willingly entered the freezer. A piece of paper, soaked in blood, was found clutched in Dr. Brower's hand. The writing on the note read, "Do you remember?" The handwriting was determined to be anomalous and bore no match to Dr. Brower's. Phase 5. Anomalous activity following the discovery. Analysis of the freezer revealed residual traces of Y-037-RF1. This confirmed that Dr. Brower had interacted with the sample before his disappearance. Security footage from Site-Y-1 showed Dr. Brower accessing the freezer 2 weeks prior to collect a frozen floral sample from Provisional Reality-Y-1. The feed became corrupted with static for 12 hours, during which Dr. Brower presumably had an interaction with Y-037-RF1, resulting in the creation of the first normal people instance. The surveillance team at Site-Y-1 claimed that no such interaction occurred on that day, and that the footage of the recording must have been corrupted at a later time. This may point to some temporal discrepancy caused by SCP-Y-032, the Lost Day. Unresolved details. The SCP-Y-037 instance impersonating Dr. Brower was never apprehended. Personnel interactions with the entity during its 2-week presence at Site-Y-1 revealed no deviations in professional conduct or knowledge, underscoring the anomaly's ability to perfectly assimilate its victim's persona. The SCP-Y-037 instance associated with Dr. Brower represents a significant escalation in the anomaly's abilities, notably its capacity for extended mimicry and technological interference. Its apparent efforts to lure individuals to its residence suggests a predatory intelligence aimed at replicating or perpetuating itself. Incident Report Y-037-3. Date: November 1st, 2000. Location: Austin, Texas, United States. Summary: this report outlines the investigation and termination of the first confirmed SCP-Y-037 instance outside of Site-Y-1. Following the SCP-Y-037 Dr. Brower event, Foundation-embedded agents began monitoring reports of unusual disappearances and potential anomalous impersonations in civilian populations. The incident detailed below describes the covert surveillance, evidence gathering, and eventual neutralization of SCP-Y-037-3, codenamed Hollow Neighbor, culminating in a high-risk operation led by MTF-Zeta-0B, Mythmakers. Timeline of events. Phase 1, Initial Report. Embedded agents, Agent Marisol Greaves, Agent Richard Tennant. Details. Embedded Foundation agents stationed in suburban Cedar Park flagged an unusual missing persons case involving a 35-year-old man, Nathan Holloway, who had disappeared 2 weeks prior. Local authorities dismissed the case as a voluntary absence due to his personal debts. Agents grew suspicious after reports from neighbors claimed to have seen Holloway around his home several days after his disappearance. Witnesses described Holloway as off, with several noting the following: a lack of response to direct greetings, a strange gait described as stiff and deliberate, occasional glimpses of, quote, something wrong about his eyes. Those specifics varied. Foundation agents began discreet surveillance of Holloway's home. Phase 2, Surveillance. Surveillance period, 7 days. Details. Holloway was observed carrying out ordinary activities, including collecting mail, mowing his lawn, and locking his home late at night. Despite these outwardly normal behaviors, Agent Greaves noted the following anomalies. Holloway never interacted with neighbors beyond simple physical gestures, such as waving or smiling. Security footage from nearby homes revealed Holloway pacing his backyard at night for hours, seemingly talking to himself. On November 8th, Holloway was seen dragging what appeared to be a large black trash bag into his basement from the backyard entry during the early morning hours. The bag seemed to leak a dark fluid later confirmed to be human blood. Agents contacted Site Command and requested permission for further investigation. Phase 3, Covert Investigation. Date, November 9th, 2024. Details. Disguised as municipal workers, Agent Greaves and Tennant entered Holloway's home while he was away. They discovered the following. The black trash bag observed earlier was missing from the basement. The basement walls were covered in faint handprints smeared in what appeared to be dried blood. Analysis later revealed that they were made from multiple individuals. An unusual smell permeated the air within the home, consistent with decaying organic matter, though no source of decomposition was found. A locked room was discovered behind a false wall. Inside, agents found strips of flesh, carefully laid out on a wooden table, forming a crude human shape. Several photographs of Holloway and his neighbors, taken from unusual angles, such as directly below, or from a perspective too high up to be taken by a human, were pinned to the walls. Most had the eyes scratched out. Agents vacated the premises and alerted MTF-Zeta-0B for immediate intervention. Phase 4, MTF-Zeta-0B Deployment. Date, November 9th, 2024, Night. MTF operatives involved: Squad Commander, 4-Head. Operative Double Trouble. Operative Sunny Boy. Details. MTF-Zeta-0B operatives breached Holloway's home at 0200 hours, equipped with enhanced thermal imaging and weaponry tailored for durable anomalies. Holloway was found in his backyard, standing motionless. Thermal imaging revealed an absence of internal heat signatures. As operatives approached, Holloway turned and smiled, his facial expression unnaturally wide, stretching beyond normal anatomical limits. Operative 4-Head attempted verbal engagement but was ignored. SCP-Y-037-3 suddenly lunged, displaying superhuman strength and speed. Operative Sunny Boy fired 3 rounds into the entity's torso, causing it to stagger but not incapacitate. Close combat revealed the entity's hollow interior, as blows and gunfire caused strips of flesh to peel away, revealing an empty cavity. After sustaining 20 rounds of armor-piercing ammunition and multiple strikes from Double Trouble, the entity collapsed into a pile of flesh strips, identical to those found in Dr. Brower's case. No skeletal or muscular remnants were discovered. The entity's remains were entirely composed of flesh strips. Post-incident analysis. Key findings. SCP-Y-037 instances display extreme resilience and superhuman physical capabilities, necessitating extensive force for neutralization. Upon destruction, instances lose structural cohesion, reverting to piles of flesh strips. Witnesses reported seeing SCP-Y-037-3 mimicking Nathan Holloway's daily habits with disturbing accuracy, suggesting instances possess comprehensive knowledge of their victims' lives. Analysis of recovered flesh strips revealed residual cognitive hazard effects, with personnel exposed to them reporting intrusive thoughts of being, quote, empty. Behavioral traits and indicators. SCP-Y-037 instances possess several notable traits that aid in their detection. Olfactory disturbance. A faint odor of decay accompanies SCP-Y-037 instances, although this is subtle and often dismissed as a trick of the mind. Peripheral glimpses. Observers report fleeting, distorted features when viewing SCP-Y-037 from the corner of their eye. Common descriptions include facelessness or visible seams along the entity's body. Review footage of Dr. Brower and Mr. Holloway have revealed that the entities actively attempt to avoid being in the periphery vision of those nearby. Behavioral deviations. While SCP-Y-037 demonstrates remarkable mimicry, it may exhibit subtle deviations in demeanor or routines that become apparent to close acquaintances. Research notes. Cross-reality implications. SCP-Y-037 may have originated from within SCP-Y-032, but now exhibits independent activity, suggesting it is not confined to temporal or spatial boundaries associated with SCP-Y-032. Cognitive hazards. The phrase, "Do you remember?" and its visual appearance in archival recordings suggests SCP-Y-032 possesses a mimetic or cognitohazardous component. Containment priorities. Immediate reporting. Personnel must immediately report all suspected SCP-Y-037 activity. Any significant deviations in staff behavior warrant isolation and investigation. Archival security. All SCP-Y-032 footage remains under lock and key. Any anomalous interactions with recordings must be escalated to Site Command. Cross-anomaly research. Further research into SCP-Y-037's relationship with SCP-Y-032 is ongoing, particularly regarding its apparent evolution post the Lost Day. Conclusion. SCP-Y-037 represents an ongoing and severe threat to Foundation personnel and public safety. Its ability to perfectly imitate victims and evade detection necessitates the highest level of vigilance. Investigation into its origins, behavior, and containment is considered a top priority. Director's Note. The creation and approval of the SCP-Y-037 file are deeply entwined with the enigmatic disappearance of Site-Y-1's former director, Director Knightley. As the original author and compiler of much of SCP-Y-037's documentation, Director Knightley was pivotal in shaping the containment and investigation protocols now in place. However, his contributions were shadowed by an anomalous event that has since left his existence in question. A temporal disturbance has allowed him to write the file during a time in which he never existed. Following the review of the SCP-Y-032 footage where the anomalous message, "Do you remember?" was displayed, Director Knightley vanished under circumstances that remain incomprehensible. Despite extensive physical and digital proof of his prior existence, video logs, audio logs, signed documents, and references in countless files, Knightley has seemingly been erased from the collective consciousness of all but a few individuals within the Foundation, and is currently not located anywhere on our plane of existence. Memories of Nightly persist only in those with exceptionally high resistance to cognitohazardous effects, such as members of the O5 Council and specific personnel linked to Project Zeta-Zero, including Dr. Barnaby Oswald and Dr. William Waller. Both Oswald and Waller vividly recall Nightly's presence and his role in Project Zeta-Zero. These individuals have independently verified his impact and confirmed his absence as the result of a world-altering anomaly, with Oswald's theory being that it is heavily related to SCP-Y-032, the Lost Day. In light of Nightly's disappearance, the O5 Council has appointed Dr. William Waller as the new director of Site-Y-1. Waller's familiarity with Site-Y-1 operations and his critical involvement as a co-founding researcher alongside Vincent Nightly in Project Zeta-Zero made him the most logical successor. In addition to overseeing Site-Y-1's operations and containment efforts, the O5 Council has tasked Director Waller with a secondary but equally vital mission: locate, recover, or neutralize Director Nightly if his return poses a threat to the Foundation or global stability. Dr. Waller has reluctantly accepted this responsibility and now possesses sole authority over Devil in Charge, the squad commander of MTF Zeta-Zero. This authority, granted by his first-hand involvement in the original events of Project Zeta-Zero, allows Waller to maintain order within the team and leverage its unique capabilities to pursue answers regarding Nightly's fate. The absence of Director Nightly remains a disquieting and unresolved anomaly in itself. His disappearance has left an indelible mark on Site-Y-1 and the Foundation at large. While memories of him have faded for many, the lingering traces of his work and the cryptic circumstances of his vanishing ensure that his legacy is far from forgotten. Signed, Dr. William Waller, Director of Site-Y-1. Assigned November 19th, 2024. This is Director Waller, signing off on my first report at Site-Y-1. I hope you'll consider subscribing to stay up to date with our most recent findings. I eagerly look forward to having your audience in future reports. Item Number: SCP-Y-038. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-Y-038 is secured in a reinforced containment chamber within the newly acknowledged East Wing of Site-Y-2. The chamber is outfitted with Faraday shielding to prevent electromagnetic interference and equipped with audio-visual monitoring systems routed through cognitohazard neutralizing filters. Access to SCP-Y-038 is restricted to personnel with Level 4 clearance or higher. Interaction requires written approval from the Site Director and must be supervised by 2 senior researchers. The containment chamber is lined with Scranton reality anchors, SRAs, and materials designed to suppress cognitohazardous effects. Monitoring systems are configured to block direct exposure to SCP-Y-038-1's anomalous effects, to what limited extent that can be achieved. Testing with SCP-Y-038 requires prior authorization and must be conducted under strict observation. D-Class personnel selected for testing must receive detailed briefings of SCP-Y-038-1's coercive tactics and are prohibited from engaging with its offers. A rapid response containment team must remain on standby during all testing sessions. Any objects or phenomena produced as a result of SCP-Y-038 transactions are to be immediately quarantined and analyzed. Personnel involved in testing must undergo a thorough debriefing and psychological evaluation. All anomalous materials generated by SCP-Y-038 are to be cataloged and secured in separate containment units. Items such as those generated during Incident 038-01A and Incident 038-02A are considered extensions of SCP-Y-038's anomalous influence and require heightened containment measures. Description: SCP-Y-038 is a composite anomaly consisting of 3 components. SCP-Y-038-A, a 21-inch cathode ray tube (CRT) television, manufactured in the 1980s, with visible signs of wear including scratches, dents, and discoloration around the screen edges. Despite its age, SCP-Y-038-A is fully functional, requiring no external repair or maintenance to operate anomalously. SCP-Y-038-B, a VHS player of matching vintage, heavily scratched and dented but operational. SCP-Y-038-B contains no manufacturing marks or serial numbers, and forensic analysis suggests it was assembled manually from a variety of parts. SCP-Y-038-C, a T-120 VHS cassette, labeled with the phrase, "Well, now you can," written in red marker. SCP-Y-038-C does not appear to degrade despite repeated use. The label is resistant to wear or fading, and attempts to replicate or copy the tape's contents result in non-functional duplicates. The 3 components display no anomalous properties when separated. Their anomalous effects manifest only when they are used together, specifically within the East Wing Anomalous Object Storage Room of Site-Y2 in Provisional Reality-Y-1. Detailed anomalous effects. SCP-Y-038-A activation. When SCP-Y-038-A is turned on, while SCP-Y-038-B is connected and Y-038-C is inserted into the player, the system initializes with grainy, unstable footage. This footage primarily consists of random, low-quality scenes, including crowded city streets, aerial views of forests or oceans, domestic settings, a messy storage room. At seemingly random intervals, the footage will briefly depict SCP-Y-038-1, a humanoid entity resembling a middle-aged man wearing a dark business suit, a white dress shirt, and a red tie. SCP-Y-038-1's face is clean-shaven, with neatly combed hair and unnaturally symmetrical facial features. The entity's constant, wide smile does not falter, even when speaking. SCP-Y-038-1, the Salesman. SCP-Y-038-1 becomes the primary focus of the footage when only one individual is present in the room. Upon isolating its audience, SCP-Y-038-1 transitions from appearing sporadically to dominating the screen, directly addressing the lone viewer in a manner reminiscent of an infomercial host. SCP-Y-038-1's speech patterns are smooth, enthusiastic, and persuasive, employing a range of rhetorical techniques to captivate its audience. Notable traits of SCP-Y-038-1's behavior include personalized engagement. SCP-Y-038-1 appears to possess omniscient knowledge of its viewer, referencing private or deeply personal details. These details may include childhood memories, traumatic experiences, or desires that the individual has never vocalized. Persuasive techniques. SCP-Y-038-1 employs various psychological tactics, such as appeals to emotion, statements designed to elicit feelings of nostalgia, regret, or longing. Scarcity tactics. Claims of limited availability, such as,
"This offer won't last forever."
Social proof, implying that others have benefited from similar offers. Example:
"People just like you have changed their lives with this incredible opportunity."
Guarantees of satisfaction, often phrased as,
"We wouldn't offer it if it wasn't perfect for you."
SCP-Y-038-1's demeanor is unnervingly positive, bordering on manic. It maintains constant eye contact with the camera, creating the illusion of direct engagement. Its smile, while superficially inviting, has been described by observers as unsettling due to its rigidity and intensity. The sales pitch. SCP-Y-038-1 constructs its sales pitch around the viewer's most pressing or hidden issues. It begins by identifying a specific problem, often one that the viewer has actively suppressed or concealed. Examples from recorded interactions include psychological grief.
Have you been living every day wishing your wife was still here by your side?
Physical insecurity.
Are you tired of feeling weak and powerless? Always the victim?
Desire for revenge.
Wouldn't it feel great to finally get back at your boss for what he did to you?
After defining the problem, SCP-Y-038-1 seamlessly transitions into presenting a, quote, solution tailored to the viewer's specific desires. It always introduces this with the phrase,
"Well, now you can,"
and proceeds to describe the product or outcome it claims to offer. SCP-Y-038-1's proposed solutions range from mundane, example, a delicious meal, to fantastical, example, resurrection of a loved one or supernatural abilities. The solutions are always accompanied by promises of life improvement, reinforced through repetitive affirmations and hyperbolic praise. Attempted coercion. Throughout the 120-minute runtime of SCP-Y-038-C, SCP-Y-038-1 intersperses its pitch with decision windows, during which it pauses and directly prompts the viewer to accept the offer. These prompts are phrased in a manner designed to elicit agreement, such as,
"Just say the word and it's yours. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime deal. You deserve this, don't you think so?"
Observers have noted that SCP-Y-038-1 exhibits subtle impatience during prolonged refusals, but does not display overt hostility. Instead, it escalates its tactics, leveraging emotional manipulation and addressing even more intimate details about the viewer's life. Consequences of agreement. If the viewer verbalizes acceptance at any point, SCP-Y-038-1 reacts with exaggerated enthusiasm, exclaiming phrases such as,
"What a glorious decision you've made.
or,
Congratulations, you won't regret this."
following this, the screen cuts to static, and SCP-Y-038 initiates an anomalous event designed to fulfill the proposed offer. Fulfillment mechanisms vary widely, often involving significant reality alterations, including manifestations of objects, entities, or events directly related to the offer, disturbing reinterpretations of the offer, such as undead animals or grotesque humanoid constructs, creation of secondary anomalies, requiring additional containment efforts. Regardless of the outcome, SCP-Y-038 exacts a, quote, price from the viewer, typically in the form of personal loss. The nature of this loss correlates with the scale of the fulfilled desire. Common examples include minor requests, loss of inconsequential items or physical features, example, hair or fingernails. Significant requests, removal of vital organs leading to death. Requests involving harm to others result in unpredictable collateral damage, often affecting loved ones or the viewer themselves. Subsequent activations of SCP-Y-038 reveal the consequences of previous agreements. Within the visual background of SCP-Y-038-1's footage, items, organs, and even individuals claimed as payment appear displayed in various forms, such as preserved body parts in glass cases, personal objects mounted as trophies, occasionally humanoid figures posed unnaturally, appearing conscious but immobilized. Analysis suggests that these items are not illusions, but actual remnants of past interactions, preserved within SCP-Y-038's anomalous reality. Psychological impact. Exposure to SCP-Y-038 has profound psychological effects on test subjects. Even without direct interaction, observers report feelings of discomfort, paranoia, and dread when viewing SCP-Y-038-1. Individuals who directly engage with SCP-Y-038-1 often experience lingering guilt, confusion, or obsession, particularly if they resist its offers. Discovery of SCP-Y-038. Contextual background. Site-Y2's East Wing. Site-Y2, the counterpart to Site-Y1 within Provisional Reality-Y-1, is located on the immediate other side of SCP-Y-001, Yesteryear. It has long been a source of anomalous intrigue. Among its most perplexing mysteries was the East Wing, a segment of the facility that was entirely unacknowledged prior to the disappearance of Director Vincent Knightley. Personnel stationed at Site-Y2 exhibited an inexplicable cognitive dissonance, failing to recognize the wing's existence or dismissing it as irrelevant. Mapping initiatives, navigational attempts, and even digital scans of the facility yielded inconclusive results, often omitting the wing entirely, clearly the effect of some form of mimetic influence. Following Knightley's sudden disappearance during the SCP-Y-037 incident, the anomalous veil over the East Wing dissipated, with personnel immediately acknowledging its presence as though it had always been a part of Site-Y2. This dramatic shift has led researchers to speculate that Knightley's presence, or an unknown effect tied to him, actively suppressed awareness of the area, as if he were hiding the East Wing, or the East Wing were hiding from him. Upon exploration, the East Wing was revealed to be an extensive anomalous object storage section containing numerous previously undocumented artifacts and entities. Notably, many items displayed signs of prior usage, suggesting that Site-Y2's original operators employed these objects for specific purposes. Among these discoveries, SCP-Y-038 was the first anomaly to be documented. Initial exploration. To ensure the safety of personnel, MTF-Zeta-0, Bad Bunch, was deployed to secure and survey the East Wing. Squad Commander, Devil in Charge, led operatives Whisper, Slate, and Sparrow in a methodical search of the area. Initial observations included: the wing's architecture diverged significantly from Site-Y1's blueprint, featuring non-Euclidean corridors and doorways that appeared only when approached. The pervasive scent of ozone and decayed wood, with extensive dust layers juxtaposed against inexplicably pristine sections of the wing. A sense of foreboding reported by all team members, coupled with subtle auditory phenomena, such as faint whispers and distant echoes, playing for only a glimpse of a moment. The team eventually located SCP-Y-038 in a heavily secured chamber deep within the wing. A large steel door labeled Thaumiel, authorized personnel only, barred access. The label's implication that the room contained a beneficial or protective anomaly stood in stark contrast to its ominous location and the otherwise deteriorated state of the wing. Upon breaching the chamber, the team found SCP-Y-038 in an arrangement suggesting deliberate preservation. The anomaly's components, Y-038-A, the television set, Y-038-B, the VHS player, and Y-038-C, the VHS tape, were placed on a wooden stand beneath a banner reading, "For your darkest hour, we can always make a deal." The containment room itself was dark and messy, containing shelves of mundane equipment, various SCP file papers that had been rendered unreadable via sporadic pen scribbles, and a workbench with tools. Unlike other areas of the East Wing, this chamber exhibited signs of major past activity, suggesting it was once frequented by one or many researchers. Power flowed to SCP-Y-038-A through a jury-rigged connection to the site's electrical system. Though no external source for this power, such as a generator or other potential provider of power, could be identified. Behavior and containment. Efforts to relocate SCP-Y-038 to a standard containment chamber outside the East Wing revealed that the anomaly's properties diminished significantly when removed from its original chamber. SCP-Y-038-A would fail to power on. Y-038-B would not eject Y-038-C, and SCP-Y-038-1 would not manifest. These findings led to SCP-Y-038 being reclassified as location-dependent and permanently contained in its original discovery state. The anomalous dependence on the East Wing, coupled with the chamber's Thaumiel label, has fueled significant debate among researchers. Theories include SCP-Y-038 being actively used by the previous operators of Site-Y2 to address critical issues within Provisional Reality-Y-1. The East Wing itself amplifies or stabilizes SCP-Y-038's properties, suggesting a synergistic relationship between the anomaly and its environment. The chamber's preservation indicates SCP-Y-038 was deemed a vital resource, albeit one that required careful containment and ethical considerations. The Thaumiel designation on the chamber raises profound questions about SCP-Y-038's history and purpose. While current interactions reveal its potential for unpredictable and often disastrous consequences, the label implies that it served as a critical tool for its original users. Some researchers posit that the inhabitants of Provisional Reality-Y-1, potentially an alternate version of the Foundation or a precursor organization, may have developed methods to safely harness SCP-Y-038's abilities for their benefit. Dr. Oswald's theory is that the previous inhabitants of Site-Y2 may have implemented a system to brainwash or otherwise suggest to D-Class that their deepest desires align with the Foundation. He believes that this would have been utilized to achieve impossible containment feats via the offers of SCP-Y-038-1, while redirecting any harmful prices to D-Class personnel. SCP-Y-038's recovery marked a turning point in the Foundation's understanding of Site-Y2 and its anomalous properties. It underscored the complexity of the East Wing, not merely as a repository for anomalies, but as a facility with a distinct purpose and history. The discovery has initiated a broader investigation into the Wing's contents, many of which are believed to have been instrumental in the operations of Provisional Reality-Y-1's inhabitants. The East Wing's unveiling has led to the establishment of a dedicated task force for its continued exploration and documentation. Researchers are particularly focused on unraveling the connection between Director Knightley's disappearance and the East Wing's sudden acknowledgement, as well as the implications of SCP-Y-038's Thaumiel status. Incident Log 038-01A. Date: November 20th, 2000. Personnel involved: Dr. Eliza Calloway, Senior Researcher. D-99183, male, 44, convicted of arson and involuntary manslaughter. Known for misanthropy and deep emotional attachment to his late dog, Max. MTF Zeta-0 operatives for security. Summary: D-99183 was selected for interaction with SCP-Y-038 to explore the entity's ability to exploit emotional vulnerabilities centered around non-human attachments. D-99183's strong bond with his deceased dog made him an ideal candidate for SCP-Y-038's manipulative tactics. Audio Log 038-01A. Begin log.
Stephen, my main man, let me ask you something. Do you ever feel like the world just doesn't understand you? Like no matter how much you give, you're left standing all alone?
What's this supposed to be? Another experiment, huh? Just get to the point.
Oh, Stephen, you wound me. I'm here to make your life better, to give you a reason to smile. Let me paint you a picture, my friend. You, Max, together again. That wagging tail, those happy paws, and the love that never fades. Sound too good to be true? Well, now you can.
Max? What are you talking about? He's gone.
Gone, but not forgotten. And not for long, my friend. Open your mind and imagine this. The companion who never judged, never betrayed, always stood by your side. Right there with you, just like old times. A tail-wagging miracle, yours for the taking.
D99183, do not engage. This entity is using emotional manipulation. Stay focused.
Shut up. I want to hear this.
Now, no need to listen to the long codes. Now, no need for distractions. This is about you, Stephen. Let's be honest. People, they let you down. But Max was always there, wasn't he? Loyal to the very end.
Yeah, he was the only one.
And you don't deserve that again? A friend who doesn't judge, who doesn't betray, who's just happy to see you every single day. Well, now you can. I can make it happen. All you have to do is say yes.
What's the catch? Nothing's free.
Oh, smart man. You always have been smart, Stephen. Of course, there's a trade, but don't worry. It's nothing you'll even miss. Just a tiny sliver of a dream. A small price for a lifetime of loyalty, wouldn't you agree?
What do you mean, a dream? Like, I can't dream anymore?
Oh heavens, nothing so drastic. That's a little dramatic, don't you think? I'll just be taking a little flicker. A half-forgotten moment you wouldn't even remember when you wake up. Fair trade, don't you think? Well, now you can. Bring Max back with just a simple yes. Your call, Stephen. The ball's in your court.
D99183, do not accept. This entity's offers always have severe consequences. Do not let it manipulate you.
You could really bring him back? Not just some fake version?
Stephen, I promise you, Max will return exactly as you last remembered him. No tricks, no strings, just unconditional love. Man's best friend.
Do it.
Well done, well done. A little snapperoni and boom. Get ready for your tail-wagging reunion, my friend. And remember, satisfaction is guaranteed or your misery back.
Post-interaction events. Approximately 24 hours later, D99183 reported hearing faint scratching noises from within his cell. Moments later, an animate canine resembling his late dog, Max, materialized. While initially overjoyed, D99183 quickly noticed discrepancies. Max's eyes glowed faintly, his movements were stiff, and he emitted a faint odor of decay. D99183 attempted to interact with Max, but the entity began scratching aggressively at the walls, leaving behind corrosive black fluid that damaged the cell's structure. Panic ensued when Max emitted low-frequency growls, causing nausea and disorientation in nearby personnel. Entity designation. The creature was classified as SCP-Y-038-1A and terminated after it attempted to breach containment. Post-termination observations. Subsequent analysis of SCP-Y-038 revealed a sequence resembling a dreamscape. A young boy playing fetch with a dog in a sunlit field. As the scene progressed, the boy's laughter faded, the field darkened, and the imagery dissolved into static. Researchers concluded that SCP-Y-038 extracted a cherished childhood memory from D99183 as its payment. D99183 has since been less expressive and worked with a lesser speed, with subsequent interviews revealing that he no longer has memories of his dog, Max, which served as his motivator for most activities. Incident Log 038-02A. Date: November 22nd, 2024. Personnel involved: Dr. Marcus Breyer, lead researcher. D14551, male, 37, former teacher. Convicted of second-degree murder following an altercation with his ex-wife's partner. History of severe emotional trauma due to alleged false accusations of domestic violence and child abuse by his family, leading to divorce and estrangement from his children. MTF Zeta-0 operatives for security. Summary: D14551 was selected to gauge SCP-Y-038-1's methods in exploiting deep-seated grievances and desires for vengeance. Despite warnings and instructions to avoid engaging with SCP-Y-038-1, D14551 accepted an offer involving retribution against his wife, resulting in an anomalous candle that induced a horrifying transformation. Audio Log 038-02A. Begin log.
Good evening, John. Welcome, welcome. You know, life's not fair, is it? One moment you're living the dream, a happy family, a loving home, and the next, lies, betrayal, and a justice system that doesn't even know the meaning of the word. Sound familiar, my friend?
What do you know about it?
Oh, John, I know plenty. I know what it's like to be wronged, to be painted as the villain when you're the one who gave everything. Happens to me all the time. Tell me, doesn't it just burn you up inside? Don't you wish you could make things right?
You don't know what you're talking about. She ruined my life, took everything from me. My kids, my name, and for what? Lies.
Ah, but John, what if I told you there's a way to fix it? To take that pain, that anger, and turn it into justice. To show her and the world that you're not someone to be trifled with. Well, now you can.
D14551, do not engage. This is a highly dangerous entity. Do not listen to its manipulations.
Shut up. This is between me and him.
Oh, ignore the peanut gallery, John. They don't understand your pain, but I do. I see the man you really are. Someone who deserves some vindication, who deserves to be heard. And let's be honest, wouldn't it feel good to even the score?
What are you offering?
I'm glad you asked. Picture this, a small, unassuming gift, a symbol of what was once your burning desire. Something that will deliver your message loud and clear, elegant, effective, and oh, so satisfying. Sound too good to be true? Well, now you can. All I need is a little something in return. Nothing big, just a smidgen of your future. A moment you'll never even notice is gone.
What's the catch?
John, you wound me. No cash, no trick, just an exchange, fair and square. You get what you want, and I take what I need. Quid pro quo, as they say.
D14551, stand down. This is a direct order. Do not accept.
Fine. Do it.
And with the snap of a finger, fate becomes yours. A wise choice, my friend. Enjoy your satisfaction. Guaranteed or your misery back.
Post-interaction events. Roughly 12 hours later, D14551's ex-wife received an unmarked package containing a single candle. Foundation personnel intercepted the package and began transporting it to a containment lab. Despite stringent precautions, the candle lit spontaneously during transport. Attempts to extinguish the flame were unsuccessful. Over the next 3 hours, the candle melted entirely, releasing a faint, sweet aroma. Simultaneously, Foundation observers reported screams emanating from the residence of D-14551's ex-wife. Upon forced entry, her body was discovered on her bed, transformed entirely into hardened candle wax, save for her internal organs, which showed no activity but remained organic. Analysis of payment. Subsequent observation of SCP-Y-038 revealed footage of a vibrant, idyllic beach at sunset. A man, later confirmed to be D-14551, walked along the shore with what seemed to be his 2 biological children, laughing and playing. The scene dissolved into static as SCP-Y-038 seemingly consumed this future event. Researchers concluded that SCP-Y-038 extracted a potential future reunion with D-14551's estranged children as its payment. Ethical Review Board note: this incident highlights the extreme danger of SCP-Y-038's offers. No further tests are to be conducted without express authorization from Site Command. Conclusion: SCP-Y-038 represents a dangerous intersection of cognitohazardous manipulation and reality-bending phenomena. Its ability to exploit personal vulnerabilities with tailored, persuasive techniques makes it a significant risk to individuals and global stability. Ongoing research focuses on understanding SCP-Y-038's origin, mechanisms, and connection to Provisional Reality-Y-1. This is Director Waller, signing off on another report at Site Y1. I hope you'll consider subscribing to stay up to date with our latest findings. I eagerly look forward to having your audience in future reports. Item Number: SCP-Y-039. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. Observation of SCP-Y-039 is limited to natural occurrences within Provisional Reality-Y-1. Field personnel operating in Provisional Reality-Y-1 are instructed to report any sightings of SCP-Y-039 immediately. Efforts to simulate conditions of abandonment or being lost have consistently failed, and further attempts are prohibited without direct approval from Site Director Waller. Personnel encountering SCP-Y-039 should maintain a non-hostile stance and allow the entity to carry out its actions without interference. Under no circumstances should attempts be made to contain, relocate, or engage SCP-Y-039 unless an individual's life is directly at risk. Survivors of encounters are to undergo psychological evaluations and debriefing, followed by relocation to Site Y1 for observation. Any attempts to record SCP-Y-039 via standard UAVs, drones, or body-mounted cameras will yield limited results, as the entity's movements often disrupt electronic surveillance. However, audio logs and witness testimonies are vital to understanding its behavior and origins. Personnel are instructed to recover any residual items left behind after SCP-Y-039 dissipates. These materials must be transported to Site Y1 under heavy security for analysis. Description: SCP-Y-039, colloquially referred to as the Yule Lantern, manifests as a towering, humanoid figure enveloped in an ornate, hooded robe. This robe is composed of deep, midnight blue fabric that bears a texture resembling woven frost. The fabric's surface shimmers subtly under any light, as though infused with a delicate layer of frozen dew. Intricate silver embroidery winds through the robe in patterns evoking constellations, snowflakes, holly leaves, and other winter motifs. reinforcing the impression of a being steeped in ancient, celestial mystery. The hem of the robe is tattered, fraying into strands that move gently as though stirred by an unseen breeze. The entity's face is completely concealed within the darkness of its hood. Witnesses report sensing a profound and benevolent presence, though attempts to discern facial features invariably fail. The aura emanating from SCP-Y-039 is described as simultaneously overwhelming and calming, a blend of awe and reassurance that commands respect and trust. SCP-Y-039 is distinguished by the lantern it carries in its right hand. This lantern, forged from blackened, wrought iron, displays a masterful design, incorporating winter-themed carvings, skeletal trees, intricate snowflakes, and symbols of unclear origin. The base of the lantern bears a circular engraving of an unknown constellation, etched with precision that suggests astronomical knowledge, far beyond current human understanding. Within the lantern, a perpetual blue flame burns, with what appears to be a small Yule log at its center. This flame radiates an otherworldly glow, casting soft, wavering light that illuminates SCP-Y-039's immediate vicinity. The flame's texture appears liquid-like, with tendrils of luminescence undulating outward in rhythmic pulses. Despite its spectral appearance, the flame provides no discernible heat, remaining unaffected by wind, water, or other environmental conditions. The blue flame serves as the core of SCP-Y-039's anomalous effects. It generates a, quote, safe zone around the entity, neutralizing environmental anomalies and repelling hostile entities within Provisional Reality-Y-1. This light has been observed stabilizing warped terrain, calming volatile atmospheric phenomena, and counteracting spatial distortions. Witnesses describe the light as deeply comforting, inducing a sense of safety and hope, even in the most perilous circumstances. Individuals within its radius often experience vivid mental imagery of serene winter landscapes, further enhancing its calming properties. The Yule lantern appears selectively and exclusively to individuals who are genuinely lost or abandoned within Provisional Reality-Y-1. The criteria for its manifestation remain elusive, as it actively avoids situations where individuals have been deliberately abandoned as part of a Foundation experiment in order to lure the entity in. This suggests an awareness of human intent and a preference for aiding those in genuine distress. SCP-Y-039 approaches its subjects at a deliberate, measured pace, holding its lantern forward as though offering guidance. Upon encountering the Yule lantern, subjects report an immediate and profound understanding that they are to follow the entity. The journey led by SCP-Y-039 often spans miles and traverses treacherous or anomalous terrain, including zones deemed impassable by the Foundation. During these journeys, SCP-Y-039 occasionally pauses to extend its lantern outward. At these moments, faint strands of blue flame appear to be drawn from the surroundings and absorbed into the lantern. While the purpose of this action is unknown, it is hypothesized that the entity is collecting residual anomalous energy, spirits, or interacting with the fabric of Provisional Reality-Y-1 in a manner beyond human comprehension. SCP-Y-039's guidance always concludes near sunrise. The entity leads its subject to a high vantage point, such as the summit of a hill or the roof of a building, where it holds its lantern aloft and aligns its posture with the rising sun. As sunlight begins to permeate the environment, SCP-Y-039 slowly dissipates, dissolving into motes of light that scatter into the air. The lantern remains momentarily, glowing with intensified brightness and unleashing a string of blue flames toward the sun before vanishing completely. Following SCP-Y-039's departure, a small, playful blue light often manifests near the subject, compelling them to follow. This light navigates the individual safely back to known locations or Foundation outposts. Despite consistent visual confirmation from witnesses, this guiding light does not appear on recorded footage and remains undetectable by other personnel present. SCP-Y-039 exhibits notable parallels to pagan folklore and winter myths, particularly those involving benevolent spirits or deities, guiding lost travelers through dark, perilous landscapes with the cold of winter. The entity's design, behavior, and symbolism suggest it may embody an archetype tied to cultural memory or mythological constructs, while its true nature remains enigmatic. SCP-Y-039 is widely regarded as a rare anomaly that offers solace and protection within the hazardous expanse of Provisional Reality-Y-1. Notes on the lantern's flames. During its journey, SCP-Y-039 periodically pauses and extends its lantern outward, drawing faint, ethereal blue strands from the surrounding environment. These strands resemble thin, burning tendrils, which spiral and flow into the lantern's flame. Witnesses describe feeling a sudden chill and a faint sense of mourning as the tendrils are absorbed, though these sensations are fleeting and leave no lasting effects. The leading theory suggests that these strands represent the lingering souls, or spirits, of those who have perished within Provisional Reality-Y-1. SCP-Y-039's actions appear to be an act of collection and guidance, where the anomaly gathers these fragments of energy to guide them into the next phase of existence. This theory is supported by the observed culmination of SCP-Y-039's journey upon reaching the highest local vantage point. The lantern's light intensifies and disperses in a radiant burst at sunrise, unleashing the souls within. This release event is hypothesized to signify SCP-Y-039's role as a psychopomp, a being responsible for escorting souls to the afterlife. The gradual accumulation and eventual release of the flames may represent a symbolic purification or transition of these spirits. Foundation researchers have noted parallels between this behavior and winter solstice traditions involving renewal, light, and the passage of souls through darkness and the cold. The exact mechanism and destination of these spirits remain unknown, though the consistency of the anomaly's behavior suggests adherence to a defined, ritualistic purpose. After the Yule lantern dissipates, one or more small, flickering blue lights invariably appear near the individual or individuals that the anomaly escorted prior. These lights are often described as playful, darting through the air in erratic yet purposeful patterns. Despite their ethereal nature, the lights seem to understand terrain and obstacles, guiding individuals back to safety through even the most treacherous environments. Through tracking in UAV, we have noticed that the blue lights seem to understand a path of least danger, guiding the individual down specific paths, avoiding other anomalies in the area. The lights remain visible only to the person they are guiding, and vanish entirely upon reaching a location recognized as safe. The anomalous nature of these blue lights has led to theories linking them to pagan folklore as well, particularly tales of fairies, elementals, or spirits, associated with natural guidance and protection. In such traditions, these entities are often depicted as caretakers of travelers or intermediaries between realms. The Yule lantern's apparent subordination to strict rules, fading at sunrise after completing its ritual at the highest peak, suggests a hierarchical structure or cosmological order governing its actions. The blue lights, or fairies, as fellow researchers have taken to calling them, may serve as extensions of SCP-Y-039's influence, ensuring the Yule lantern's mission continues during daylight hours, when SCP-Y-039 is bound by its limitations. Unlike SCP-Y-039, which exudes a commanding and solemn presence, the blue lights exhibit a mischievous, almost childlike quality, Witness accounts often describe a peculiar sense of companionship and curiosity emanating from the lights, further differentiating their demeanor. Despite their playful nature, they appear unwaveringly committed to their task, reinforcing the idea that they are assigned this role as part of a larger system of cosmic order. The interplay between SCP-Y-039 and these guiding lights raises questions about the anomaly's origin and purpose. Whether the lights act independently or are manifestations of SCP-Y-039's residual influence is still under investigation. However, the coordinated and deliberate nature of their actions strongly suggests they operate within the same framework of ritual and purpose as SCP-Y-039. Incident Y-039-01. Date: November 2nd, 2000. Witness: Agent Lark, member of Site-Y2 Expedition Team. Summary: Agent Lark became separated from her team while navigating an unstable urban expanse within Provisional Reality-Y-1. SCP-Y-039 manifested approximately 3 hours after her distress signal was received by the Foundation. Lark described the entity as silent but profoundly reassuring, and followed it without hesitation. Her journey spanned several miles, including passage through SCP-Y-033, the Hanged City. SCP-Y-039 dissipated at sunrise atop a crumbled skyscraper. Lark reported the blue light, leading her directly back to Site-Y2. Psychological evaluation revealed no lingering trauma, and Lark expresses gratitude to this day for her encounter. Incident Y-039-07. Date: November 21st, 2000. Witness: D7114. Summary: D7114, a former cartographer, became lost during a reconnaissance mission near one of Provisional Reality-Y-1's heavily forested regions. SCP-Y-039 appeared and guided him through dense, anomalous woodlands, including areas where spatial distortions had previously consumed entire teams. During the journey, D7114 reported seeing faint images within the blue flame. Shapes resembling animals, humans, and symbols of unknown origin. The entity led him to a mountain ridge before dissipating. The subsequent blue light returned him safely to Site-Y2. Analysis of D7114's testimony has led researchers to theorize a possible connection between SCP-Y-039 and pre-modern pagan mythology. Evidence appears to be stacking in this direction. Incident Y-039-INT3. Date: December 9th, 2000. Involved personnel: D9851. Location: Provisional Reality-Y-1, Sector. Summary: At approximately 0400 local time within Provisional Reality-Y-1, D9851, being guided by the Yule lantern, deviated from strict instructions to avoid interference. Upon reaching an isolated area guided by SCP-Y-039, D9851 lunged at the entity, attempting to seize its lantern. This act dislodged SCP-Y-039's hood, exposing part of its head and triggering the following anomalous effects. Electronic disruptions. All UAVs monitoring the scene experienced severe static interference, culminating in total shutdown within 0.5 seconds of hood displacement. Cameras failed to capture any footage of SCP-Y-039's revealed face before shutting down. Attempts to restart UAVs in the aftermath were unsuccessful. UAV Unit 023 crashed due to system failure. Only the footage leading up to the event was recovered. Organic function cessation. All living entities within a 12,000-meter radius experienced immediate cessation of biological functions. This effect lasted approximately 3 seconds, during which time external observers noted an eerie silence and stillness. Upon reactivation, Affected organisms entered a vegetative state. Unresponsive wakefulness syndrome, UWS. Affected entities displayed symptoms of a vegetative state, including open eyes, drooling, or physical collapse with no cognitive response. Both anomalous and non-anomalous life forms were affected. This condition has persisted indefinitely. Impact on anomalous entities. High priority and reality warping anomalies within the affected radius became inert. Entities previously posing resistance to containment were rendered motionless, the regression nullified. The aftermath. SCP-Y-039 vanished following the incident and was unobserved for several hours. It resumed its guiding activities within a 24-hour period, adhering to pre-established behavior patterns. The anomaly's temporary absence and subsequent reappearance have raised questions about its internal processes and resilience to interference. All affected entities, including D9851, were retrieved and transported to Site-Y1 for study. Initial examinations revealed that while their physical health remained stable, neurological activity was nearly undetectable. Evidence suggests a form of, quote, soul extraction or displacement occurred, rendering the bodies functional but devoid of higher consciousness. The vegetative state of previously unmanageable anomalies provided an unexpected opportunity for in-depth study. This silver lining enabled unprecedented examination and testing of entities too dangerous or elusive to analyze under normal or pre-neutralized conditions. Implications and observations. The exposure of SCP-Y-039's face is hypothesized to cause localized reality destabilization, affecting both organic and technological systems. The event's radius and intensity suggest immense, potentially global ramifications if replicated on a larger scale. Further research into the mechanics of this effect is critical. The induced vegetative state in anomalous entities has allowed the Foundation to advance containment methodologies. For instance, high-risk anomalies rendered docile during this event provided key insights into their vulnerabilities and behaviors. The Yule Lantern's resumption of routine activities suggests strict adherence to its rules or limitations, including its dissipation at sunrise. The anomaly's disappearance post-incident remains unexplained, though it indicates a possible recovery mechanism. Incident closing notes. Incident Y-039-INT-3 underscores the immense and unpredictable dangers posed by SCP-Y-039 when its hood is dislodged or the lantern is disturbed. While the event's aftermath provided valuable research opportunities, it highlighted the catastrophic risks associated with even minor breaches of protocol. Enhanced containment measures and rigorous personnel training are essential to prevent future occurrences. Addendum Y-039-2 Analysis of Folkloric Connections. Research into the Yule Lantern's origins have revealed several parallels with ancient winter folklore, particularly European pagan traditions. The perpetual Yule log flame, robed figure, and protective guidance align with tales of winter spirits who shepherd the lost during the darkest months. The entity's association with the rising sun further suggests symbolic ties to renewal, rebirth, and the cyclical nature of seasons. Some researchers propose that SCP-Y-039 may embody an archetype derived from forgotten or suppressed traditions, its manifestations serving as remnants of cultural memory within Provisional Reality-Y-1. Others speculate that SCP-Y-039's presence could indicate a deeper, metaphysical connection between anomalous phenomena and human belief systems. These theories remain speculative, but warrant further investigation. Conclusion. SCP-Y-039 remains a rare but invaluable anomaly within Provisional Reality-Y-1, providing a mysterious yet undeniable source of safety for those in dire need. While its origins and purpose remain enigmatic, its existence offers a glimmer of hope within the chaos of this anomalous realm. This is Site Director Waller, signing off on another report at Site-Y-1. I hope you'll consider subscribing to stay up to date with our latest findings. I eagerly look forward to having your audience in future reports. Item Number SCP-Y-040. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. All known SCP-Y-040 manifestations and their aftermaths are to be rigorously monitored, secured, and studied to prevent widespread exposure to its anomalous effects. Due to the highly disruptive nature of SCP-Y-040's activities and its unpredictability, the following containment protocols are to be implemented. Thermal surveillance. Thermal imaging systems are to be deployed across major population centers within baseline reality. Surveillance is designed to detect cold spots indicative of SCP-Y-040's approach to a target location. These cold spots measure approximately 3 feet in diameter and exhibit movement patterns consistent with autonomous entities. If a cold spot is identified closing in on a structure, Mobile Task Force Zeta-0, Bad Bunch, is to be dispatched immediately to intercept the anomaly. Incident Response Protocol. Once a cold spot is confirmed, task forces equipped with infrared tracking devices and containment-grade thermal barriers are to secure the area. Civilian evacuation is a priority, with all affected individuals relocated to a secure perimeter no less than 500 meters from the target structure. While thermal barriers may slow SCP-Y-040 entities, no methods have been fully successful in halting a manifestation. The goal is to minimize civilian casualties and public exposure via preemptive evacuation. Post-manifestation recovery. After the 15-day anomalous event concludes and the target has disappeared, personnel are to secure the wreath left behind at the site of the vanished structure. Wreaths are collected and transported to Site-Y-1 for cataloging and analysis. Upon disappearance of the building, these wreaths become entirely non-anomalous and serve as the only physical evidence of SCP-Y-040's activity. All witnesses to an SCP-Y-040 manifestation are to be administered Class C amnestics. Reports of unusual sounds, poltergeist activity, or unexplained cold spots within affected areas must be suppressed using Foundation media protocols. Local authorities and emergency services are to be provided with a plausible cover story, such as structural collapse due to natural disasters or localized gas explosions. Non-anomalous wreaths recovered post-manifestation are to be stored in a secure, non-thermalized archive at Site-Y-1. Each wreath is to be tagged with detailed records of its associated incident. Active SCP-Y-040 wreaths, if discovered before manifestation, are to be handled with thermally insulated equipment, transported to a specialized containment chamber at Site-Y-1. Research and preventative measures. Ongoing thermal surveillance remains critical for detecting pre-manifestation cold spots. These anomalies appear approximately 1 hour before SCP-Y-040 wreaths are placed on a structure, providing a narrow window for intervention. Efforts to develop countermeasures to intercept or neutralize SCP-Y-040 entities during this phase are prioritized. Current research includes exploring methods to disrupt the spatial distortions associated with SCP-Y-040. Front organizations posing as emergency response or urban planning agencies monitor neighborhoods with higher frequencies of SCP-Y-040 incidents. Residents are educated on general safety practices under non-anomalous pretexts, such as preventing unexplained phenomena or addressing purported gas leaks. By maintaining these rigorous containment and monitoring procedures, the Foundation aims to reduce SCP-Y-040's impact on civilian populations and gather critical data for long-term neutralization efforts. Description: SCP-Y-040 is an anomalous wreath composed of traditional holiday materials, such as evergreen branches, holly berries, and decorative ribbons. While visually inconspicuous, SCP-Y-040 exhibits highly dangerous and escalating anomalous properties when used as a decoration indoors or outdoors. SCP-Y-040 disappears entirely between manifestations, but can occasionally be tracked using infrared technology. These sensors detect the cold signatures of a small moving cold spot, believed to be one of the associated entities, carrying a smaller, circular cold spot with a much lower temperature reading, identified as the Wreath. The entity appears to deliver SCP-Y-040 to a random household. Behavioral stages. Stage 1, days 1 through 5. During this initial phase, SCP-Y-040 remains inconspicuous and largely ignored by individuals in its vicinity. There are no overt signs of anomalous activity, aside from the fact that the Wreath can seemingly not be removed from its original set location. Stage 2, days 6 through 10, auditory anomalies begin to manifest. Subjects report faint, localized sounds, such as distant footsteps or soft rustling, which progressively grow closer over time. High-sensitivity recording devices detect distorted audio of cackling, laughter, and faint conspiratorial whispers. These sounds remain imperceptible to individuals within the affected structure without technological assistance. During this period, mild poltergeist-like activity begins. Items may be displaced, small objects inexplicably fall, and food items are found with small, bite-sized portions missing. Temperatures within the structure fluctuate, with noticeable cold spots detected using thermal imaging. Some individuals report the sensation of breathing on exposed skin, particularly around the legs, at a height of approximately 3 feet. Stage 3, days 11 through 13. Physical interactions intensify, cold spots begin to follow individuals, and victims report sharp, painful bites from unseen entities. Infrared imaging reveals small, humanoid figures approximately 3 feet in height. These entities exhibit sharp teeth and hyper-aggressive behavior. Attacks escalate to include objects being violently flung at individuals, resulting in injuries. Victims report entities clinging to their legs or backs, inflicting significant damage through biting. Attempts to repel these entities through physical force produce audible impacts, confirming their semi-corporeal nature. Entities display remarkable agility, scaling walls and entering through windows or small ducts. On day 13, these entities gain the ability to anomalously manifest inside closed spaces, such as closets and cupboards. Stage 4, days 14 through 15. Anomalous activity reaches its peak. Entities exhibit constant aggression, and all individuals within the building are relentlessly pursued. Victims who remain indoors invariably succumb to exsanguination due to continuous attacks. On day 15, the building undergoes a catastrophic spatial distortion event, vanishing entirely along with any remaining bodies. Survivors who evacuate before this event often report observing small, cold spots or faint anomalies lingering nearby, as though observing them from a distance. Rarely, a snow globe is found in a random location within Provisional Reality-Y-1. These globes contain miniaturized versions of the vanished structure, encased in perpetual snowfall. The globes are composed of an anomalous durable material similar to glass, impervious to all known methods of damage. Addendum Y-040-1. Observational notes. Infrared and thermal imaging confirm that the entities associated with SCP-Y-040 possess humanoid forms and exhibit coordinated behaviors, often whispering to one another in a language yet to be deciphered. Efforts to capture these entities for study have been unsuccessful, as they dematerialize upon the disappearance of the affected structure. Addendum Y040-2 Snow Globe Analysis. Examination of recovered snow globes reveal anomalous spatial properties. Attempts to retrieve the miniaturized structures have failed, as the globes resist all known methods of opening. The snowfall within the globes displays no discernible pattern, and preliminary testing suggests a temporal stasis effect within the contained space. Incident Report Y040-PRY1. Location: Residential District within Provisional Reality-Y-1. Summary. Foundation thermal surveillance detected an anomalous cold spot, measuring approximately 0.9 meters in diameter at 0213 local time. The cold spot was observed moving along an abandoned residential street, before entering a dilapidated two-story home. Mobile Task Force Zeta-0, Bad Bunch, was dispatched, arriving at the location within 17 minutes. Upon arrival, personnel observed an SCP-Y-040 Wreath instance affixed to the interior of the front door. On day 1 of the event, initial observations suggested no anomalous activity beyond SCP-Y-040's presence. MTF operatives staged around the area, however, reported faint, indistinct laughter originating from the house. Analysis of audio equipment confirmed the presence of distorted voices and occasional cackling at frequencies imperceptible to the human ear. By day 7, surveillance footage captured items within the house being subtly displaced, with utensils appearing to rearrange themselves on countertops. Bite marks measuring 2.5 centimeters in diameter and consistent with anomalously sharp dental impressions were discovered on the rations of the MTF operatives stationed outside the house. Multiple attempts to document these occurrences were met with equipment malfunctions attributed to SCP-Y-040's reality-distorting effects. Day 11 marked an escalation. Thermal imaging captured localized cold spots trailing personnel inspecting the house. Agent Dawson reported feeling a, quote, cold breath against her exposed calf, following minor lacerations consistent with teeth marks. A physical sweep yielded no conclusive evidence of the entities responsible. On day 14, activity reached its peak. Objects within the structure were propelled violently, narrowly missing several Foundation personnel. Agent Rise was thrown into a wall by what appeared to be an invisible force. Simultaneously, cackling intensified, interspersed with high-pitched whispers repeating incomprehensible phrases. Personnel observed faint impressions of diminutive humanoid forms in the dust covering the wooden floors, moving around erratically. At 23:59 on day 15, the house was consumed in a spatial distortion event, leaving no trace except for the non-anomalous wreath left behind during the final escalation event of SCP-Y-040. Recovery teams secured the non-anomalous wreath for transport to Site Y1. Incident Report Y040-12. Date: December 1st, 2000. Location: Ohio, USA. Summary. Thermal surveillance identified a cold spot moving toward a two-story house in an otherwise unremarkable suburban area. The cold spot was tracked as it scaled the exterior of the building and entered through a second-story window. Approximately 1 hour later, an SCP-Y-040 Wreath instance was discovered on the front door by agents disguised as municipal workers conducting a gas line inspection. Day 3 of the event marked the onset of subtle poltergeist activity. The family occupying the home reported small objects disappearing, only to reappear in unexpected locations. On day 6, the youngest child, a 16-year-old girl, claimed she, quote, felt something hugging her legs while walking through the hallway. Her parents dismissed the incident until scratches resembling claw marks appeared on her ankles the following morning. On day 10, residents began reporting chills throughout the house. Audio devices placed by Foundation personnel picked up faint whispers during the night, though the family remained unaware of the recordings. A particularly disturbing segment of audio featured a distorted, high-pitched set of voices seemingly singing a discordant, jolly tune out of sync. By day 13, the manifestations became openly hostile. The father was struck by a flying vase, resulting in a minor concussion. The mother reported seeing a small, shadowy figure dart across the kitchen before vanishing under a table. Thermal imaging confirmed the presence of multiple cold spots congregating in the dining room. On day 15, Foundation personnel evacuated the family moments before the spatial distortion event occurred. The house vanished without incident, leaving behind the non-anomalous SCP-Y-040 Wreath in its place. Family was administered Class C amnestics, and a plausible cover story of a sinkhole collapse was disseminated to the public. Incident Report Y040-22. Date: December 19th, 2024. Location: Abandoned shopping mall, Birmingham, UK. Summary: An unusual manifestation of SCP-Y-040 occurred within an abandoned shopping mall. Thermal imaging detected a cold spot roaming the mall's corridors before fixing an SCP-Y-040 Wreath instance to the entrance of a former toy store. Initial observations suggested minimal activity. However, by day 5, security cameras installed by Foundation agents began recording small, fast-paced cold spots in thermal imaging. Attempts to enhance the footage resulted in system failures and corrupted files. By day 9, loud banging noises and cackling echoed throughout the mall, originating from the toy store. Day 12 marked a significant escalation. Thermal surveillance captured dozens of humanoid figures, small, shadowy, and disproportionately thin, emerging from the store and spreading throughout the mall. Personnel reported overwhelming sensations of dread and were forced to retreat as objects were hurled in their direction. One operative sustained injuries after being bitten by an entity that was briefly clung to his leg. The wound exhibited teeth marks, inconsistent with any known species. On day 15, the mall was consumed by a spatial distortion event. Personnel stationed nearby reported hearing what they described as, quote, carnival laughter, before the structure vanished. An SCP-Y-040 non-anomalous Wreath was recovered at the former entrance of the toy store. Analysis revealed faint traces of saliva on the Wreath, though no biological markers could be identified. File reference: Incident Y040-12K AGR. Subject name: Jeremy Caldwell. Date of incident. Location: Minnesota, USA. Sensitive content warning. Incident overview. The following narrative was retrieved via SCP-Y-010, Death Knell. After inputting the name Jeremy Caldwell and his date of birth, Caldwell, a 56-year-old farmer residing alone with his dog, Hunter, became an unwitting victim of SCP-Y-040's anomalous activity. The Foundation was unable to intercept this manifestation prior to its culmination, resulting in Caldwell's death. Notably, physical evidence recovered from the scene included blood samples belonging to an SCP-Y-040 entity, marking the first and only confirmed biological sample associated with the anomaly. The following is a full death knell of Caldwell's events, narrated by Dr. Stearns, head researcher of SCP-Y-010. Begin log.
The farmer's shotgun trembled slightly in his hands as he scanned the dimly lit barn. The heavy scent of straw, mingled with the metallic tang of blood, filled the air. Jeremy Caldwell wiped the sweat from his brow, his fingers trembling as he adjusted his grip on the old weapon. The laughter echoed again. That awful sound, high-pitched and broken, as if it were coming from tiny, unseen mouths just beyond the edge of sight. His dog, Hunter, whimpered at his feet, tail tucked between his legs, eyes darting toward the shadowy corners of the barn. The cold spots, Jeremy could feel them, were moving again, brushing against his legs like icy whispers. It had started innocently enough. 2 weeks prior, a wreath had appeared on his front door, a simple circle of evergreen branches adorned with small, unassuming ornaments. He didn't think much of it at first. Someone being neighborly, he'd muttered. He had more important things to worry about, fixing the tractor, tending to his crops, and making sure Hunter was fed and happy. Then came the sounds. Quiet at first, like faint scratching at the walls or the occasional creak of the wooden floorboards. By the 6th day, items began shifting on their own. His coffee mug, once left by the sink, turned up in the pantry. A bale of hay was found torn apart in the barn. On the 8th day, Jeremy swore he heard voices, a mix of conspiratorial whispers and stifled giggles, though Hunter never barked, only growled low and uneasy. The cold followed next. Small, shifting patches of icy air that moved through his home and barn like living things. Hunter refused to leave his side, barking at corners and refusing to eat. The laughter grew louder, clawing at Jeremy's sanity, until finally, on the 11th day, he saw them. Tiny figures no larger than a child's doll, but grotesque in form. Their bodies were spindly, their limbs disproportionately long, ending in gnarled claws. Sharp, glinting teeth filled their grinning mouths, and their sunken, beady eyes seemed to burn with malicious glee. Jeremy had shot the first one on reflex, the thunderous boom of his shotgun deafening in the small hallway of his house. The creature shrieked, its tiny body splattering dark, viscous blood across the wall before it disappeared into a blur of motion. The others scattered, but not before one of them latched onto Hunter's back, sinking its teeth into the dog's flesh. Jeremy tore it off, his hands trembling with rage and fear, and crushed it under his boot. The thing left behind a blackened smear, its blood soaking into the wooden floor. The following days were a siege. Jeremy fortified his house as best he could, boarding up windows and doors. He barely slept, the constant cackling and scuttling of the entities echoing in his ears. Every time he thought he had killed one, another would appear, and their numbers seemed endless. The shotgun blasts rang out across the farmstead, each shot followed by a moment of silence, before the laughter returned, louder and more mocking than before. On the 15th day, Jeremy's resolve broke. His house was a ruin, his body covered in bites and scratches. Hunter had succumbed hours earlier, his limp body lying in the corner of the living room. The creatures swarmed now, their tiny claws scratching at his boarded-up doors and windows, their laughter a cacophony of madness. He fired his last shot and missed. The recoil nearly knocked him over as the front door finally gave way. Jeremy Caldwell screamed as they descended upon him, their teeth sinking into his flesh, tearing at his legs and arms. He fell to the floor, his blood pooling beneath him, his vision fading as the cold consumed him. The last thing he heard was the sound of tiny feet dragging Hunter's body toward the front yard, followed by the mournful creak of his home's walls, collapsing inward as if being devoured by the night itself. A distorted jolly song was being sung as the entities watched Jeremy fade from consciousness.
The farmhouse was found missing on following reports of unusual activity in the area. Locals described hearing gunshots, and strange noises emanating from the property over the prior days. Upon arrival, Foundation operatives discovered only a single, non-anomalous wreath hanging on a broken fence post at the edge of the property. Infrared scans detected residual cold signatures indicative of SCP-Y-040 entities, though no active anomalies were present. Blood samples were recovered from the barn and the house's remains, later identified as belonging to SCP-Y-040 entities. The sample has since been secured in Site-Y1's bioanomalous storage for ongoing research. Jeremy Caldwell's disappearance has officially been attributed to a tragic farm accident, with local authorities providing a cover story involving a collapsing grain silo. All witnesses to the gunfire or strange occurrences have been administered glassy amnestics. The importance of this death knell cannot be understated, as Jeremy Caldwell is the only person on record with the ability to see the SCP-Y-040 entities and hear them without the assistance of technology. Further analysis of this death knell and Jeremy Caldwell's events leading up to his death are the subject of intense study. The body of Jeremy Caldwell's dog, Hunter, was never recovered. Note: blood sample recovered during this incident remains the only physical evidence of SCP-Y-040 entities. Research is ongoing to determine its composition and potential applications in neutralizing or deterring SCP-Y-040 manifestations. Further thermal surveillance protocols have been expanded to prevent similar incidents. This is Director Waller, signing off on another report at Site-Y1. I hope you consider subscribing to stay up to date with our most recent findings. I eagerly look forward to having your audience in future reports. Item Number SCP-Y-041. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-Y-041 is contained within Sub-Level Omega, a secured subterranean zone beneath Site-Y2. Access to this level is granted solely to personnel with Level 4 clearance or higher, and all activities are strictly monitored. The containment of SCP-Y-041 is divided into multiple layers of physical, technological, and procedural safeguards to mitigate the anomaly's risk and prevent unauthorized use. Stairwell Access. The stone stairwell leading to SCP-Y-041's chamber is secured with a Class 5 biometric lock system, requiring retinal, fingerprint, and voice authentication. The stairwell itself is monitored by motion detectors and thaumaturgic field scanners to detect unauthorized movement or abnormal reality fluctuations. Midway down the stairwell, personnel must pass through Checkpoint Omega, a fortified chamber equipped with an automatic lockdown mechanism. Personnel must submit identification badges, provide verbal confirmation of their assigned task, and undergo a psychological stability scan to ensure mental preparedness before proceeding further. The stairwell is protected by automated sentry turrets, equipped with non-lethal and lethal options, triggered by unauthorized access attempts. In the event of an SCP breach or external assault, reinforced blast doors at both ends of the stairwell will automatically seal, with no manual override possible without Site Director approval. The Workshop and Anomalous Space. The Anomalous Workshop, where SCP-Y-031 resides, spans approximately 1,200 square meters, despite the apparent size of the stairwell not matching. Advanced thermal imaging cameras, thaumaturgic sensors, and reality anchors continuously monitor the space for temperature fluctuations, spatial distortions, or signs of anomalous activity. The workshop is illuminated with specialized no-glare LEDs to prevent visual distortions and reduce strain on personnel. Access to specified areas within the workshop, including SCP-Y-041, is restricted through zone clearance levels, with physical barriers separating individual crafting stations. Each forge in the workshop is tagged with unique identifiers corresponding to its specialization, e.g., Forge A for weaponry, Forge B for armor. SCP-Y-041, designated as Forge C, is isolated at the far end of the chamber behind a reinforced transparent partition constructed from hardened thaumium-infused plexiglass, resistant to heat, pressure, and minor reality shifts. Although SCP-Y-041's flame adapts its heat to suit any crafting process, external temperature monitoring systems are in place to detect unusual fluctuations that may indicate emergent anomalous activity. An emergency coolant system is installed to flood the chamber with cryogenic gas in the event of a thermal anomaly. While SCP-Y-041's flame is described as unrelinquishable under normal conditions, an experimental suppression array utilizing reverse polarized thaumaturgic energy is in place as a failsafe. Activation of this array requires unanimous approval from the Site Director, Ethics Committee Liaison, and Thaumaturgy Research Division Head. Use of SCP-Y-041 is restricted to pre-approved testing scenarios under the direct supervision of Level 4 personnel assigned by the Site Director. Crafting sessions must be logged in detail, including the identity of the forger, the type of object created, and the duration of use. Any individual who uses SCP-Y-041 must undergo daily psychological evaluations for the next 3 days. Sleep patterns, mental stability, and cognitive functions are assessed to track the progression of the anomalous dreams induced by SCP-Y-041. Individuals reporting interactions with SCP-Y-041-1 are immediately quarantined for observation and detailed briefing. Every object created using SCP-Y-041 is assigned a unique designation and stored in a high-security containment vault at Site-Y2. Each item undergoes a 3-stage evaluation. Initial inspection for physical abnormalities. Psychological testing with D-Class personnel to determine sentience and personality traits. Combat testing in controlled environments to assess anomalous effects. Y-041-2 instances are stored in individual, reinforced lockers lined with thaumaturgic dampeners to inhibit telepathic communication. Items displaying extreme aggression or high-risk anomalous properties are moved to Vault Theta, a maximum security chamber with additional reality anchors and psychic shielding. Vault Theta currently only contains one object. Live testing with Y-041-2 instances is heavily restricted. All testing scenarios require Ethics Committee approval and are conducted in designated combat arenas equipped with emergency neutralization protocols. Personnel exhibiting signs of severe mental distress or behavioral changes after exposure to SCP-Y-041 or Y-041-2 instances are to be quarantined in Site-Y2's medical wing for evaluation and treatment. If no abnormalities are detected after a period of 3 days, subjects will be transferred to the medical bay in Site-Y1 under the care of Dr. Grace. If SCP-Y-041's flames exhibit growth, increased intensity, or signs of sentience, the suppression array is to be activated, and an emergency thaumaturgic containment team is to be dispatched for analysis. Note: SCP-Y-041's containment and the behavior of Y-041-2 instances are under continuous review by the Containment and Thaumaturgic Research Divisions. Updated protocols will be disseminated as new data becomes available. Description: SCP-Y-041, designated as the Kiln of Embodiment, is an anomalous forge located within an expansive subterranean workshop beneath Site Y2. This workshop is accessible only via a steep, stone stairwell that leads to a space anomalously larger than external measurements suggest, resembling a medieval crafting hall. The workshop features multiple specialized forges, each seemingly designated for the creation of specific types of equipment, such as armor, weaponry, and tools. Among these, SCP-Y-041 is distinguished by its constant, irrepressible flame and profound anomalous properties. Physical characteristics: SCP-Y-041 is a large, ornate forge constructed from dark, heat-resistant stone veined with faintly glowing red patterns that pulse rhythmically, resembling a heartbeat. The forge emits a persistent flame that adapts its temperature perfectly to suit the requirements of the crafting process. For example, the flame will adjust to a lower heat for soft metals like gold or a higher intensity for forging steel. The flame is described as unnaturally bright, yet non-glaring, emitting light that allows for precise craftsmanship. This light also possesses subtle anomalous properties, reportedly inducing a calm, yet focused state in those who work with the forge. Attempts to extinguish the flame using water, chemicals, or lack of oxygen have proven entirely ineffective. The forge bears no maker's mark or inscription, but subtle carvings along its edges depict scenes of battle, forging, and destruction, suggesting an intricate connection to both creation and warfare. Anomalous properties: crafting enhancements. SCP-Y-041 significantly enhances the forging process. Tools, weapons, and other metallic objects created with its flame are of exceptionally high quality, exhibiting durability, sharpness, or functionality beyond that of non-anomalous craftsmanship. Microscopic analysis reveals that items forged in SCP-Y-041 have a molecular structure far more uniform and precise than even the most advanced modern techniques can achieve. Dream phenomenon. Individuals who use SCP-Y-041 to craft a weapon or tool experience a series of vivid dreams over the next 3 nights. The progression of these dreams is consistent across all subjects and are as follows. Night 1. The dreamer finds themselves in a vast, dark workshop with faint red light emanating from unseen forges. Echoes of hammering and the faint whisper of a singular voice muttering to itself are audible. Night 2. The dreamer walks through a barren wasteland littered with discarded weapons, broken tools, and piles of ash. The air is heavy with the smell of burning metal. Night 3. The dreamer enters an infinitely expanding plain of glowing coals and roaring flames. Discarded weapons form makeshift paths and structures, and the dreamer encounters SCP-Y-041-1, a humanoid figure composed entirely of ash and embers. Y-041-1 inspects the dreamer before asking,
"Will you be the perfect weapon to slay the wretched beast?"
Following the third dream, the individual fails to awaken, and their death is confirmed. The cause of death is indeterminate, with no discernible trauma or internal abnormalities, leading to speculation that their consciousness, or soul, is forcibly removed from their body. Creation of SCP-Y-041-2 instances. Upon the death of the forger, the weapon or tool created becomes an instance of SCP-Y-041-2, a sentient, sapient object that communicates telepathically with any individual who wields it. Each Y-041-2 instance retains the personality, memories, and voice of its creator, though these characteristics may evolve over time based on exposure to combat or other stimuli. Y-041-2 instances are typically capable of developing and providing anomalous capabilities to their wielder. The properties and abilities of Y-041-2 instances vary based on the personality and experiences of the creator, such as combat-oriented abilities. Y-041-2 instances forged by combative individuals often develop abilities such as enhanced wielder strength, increased reaction times, or even precognition. Non-combat-oriented traits. Y-041-2 instances created by more pacifistic individuals may exhibit defensive or utility-focused traits, such as enhanced healing for the wielder, or a localized area of aversion to violence. Behavioral shifts in Y-041-2 instances. Initially, Y-041-2 instances are often confused or distressed by their transformation. However, over time, they develop a strong desire for purpose, often expressing eagerness for combat or utility. Prolonged exposure to violence or usage in combat exacerbates this desire, with some instances exhibiting obsessive cravings for bloodshed or conflict. Individuals who wield Y-041-2 instances report feeling an unusual clarity during combat or high-stress situations. This, quote, combat clarity enhances decision-making, reaction time, and situational awareness. However, extended use of these weapons has been linked to increased aggression, compulsive behavior, and in rare cases, an unhealthy attachment to the weapon. SCP-Y-041-1. Y-041-1 is the entity encountered in the third and final dream by individuals who use SCP-Y-041. It appears as a humanoid figure composed of ash, embers, and soot, with glowing cracks throughout its body that emit intense heat and light. Y-041-1's behavior is consistent across all interactions and are as follows. It inspects the dreamer, scanning them up and down, and asks the enigmatic question,
"Will you be the perfect weapon to slay the wretched beast?"
It then dissipates into a swirling vortex of ash and flame, after which the dream ends. Y-041-1 has never been directly observed outside of these dreams, and its motives, identity, and connection to SCP-Y-041 remain unknown. Notable Y-041-2 instances. Y-041-2 Charlie. Billy Winnow. Form: Longsword. Creator: D-4726, formerly William Winnow, a convicted serial murderer. Abilities provided to the wielder: enhanced wielder reflexes and strength, progressive craving for bloodshed, and a reported visual highlighting of vital organs. Behavior: aggressive and arrogant, frequently incites wielder to taunt enemies during combat, even on passive targets such as cows or mice. Y-041-2 Beta. Gentle Cord. Form: Warhammer. Creator: D-5632, a former blacksmith and pacifist. Abilities: accelerated healing for wielder, active resistance to being used for violence, inducing a low-level pacifying effect, localized roughly 12 feet around the hammer. If the pacifying effect fails, the hammer will eject itself from the wielder's hand before it can be used to harm any living creature. Behavior: compassionate and empathetic. Protests when used in combat, and attempts to convince its wielder to make peace with the target during live tests. Y041-2 Gamma, Skirmisher. Form: Tomahawk. Creator: D8912, a former soldier with exceptional spatial awareness. Imprisoned for multiple breaches of the Geneva Convention during his time in warfare. Abilities: teleportation of the weapon to the wielder's hand at will, as well as the ability to teleport the wielder to the Tomahawk's position. If a wielder is in possession of Skirmisher for an extended period of time, they will develop the ability to transport targets in front of themselves based on a weight limit, which increases over time and with progressive use. Behavior: cool and calculating, increasingly obsessed with perfection in combat. Will often convince the wielder that fairness is an illusion, and the only thing that matters in the end is who still stands to tell the tale. The abilities of Y041-2 instances are typically cultivated and unlocked via combat or the taking of a life. The intensity of combat and the type of life taken all play a part in how fast the instances develop new abilities or enhancements. As the abilities of a Y041-2 instance are cultivated further, they can be carried over to new wielders, suggesting an evolution in the weapon rather than the user. The full limitations of Y041-2 instances is unknown, as progressive use almost inevitably results in extreme aggression in the sentient weapon, which is partially inherited by its wielder upon contact and becomes more apparent as the weapon is used. Due to the extremely violent nature of the most highly cultivated Y041-2 instances, they have been deemed unusable without potential catastrophic consequences. The following is a log pertaining to the first Y041-2 instance that was created upon the discovery of SCP-Y041, and it is currently the only weapon contained within Vault Theta, due to its extreme threat level after excessive cultivation of its abilities. Audio log Y041-FR2. Initial testing. Date: December 29th, 2000. Lead researcher: Dr. Elias Harper. Test subject: D8039. Daniel Morrigan. Overview: First documented use of SCP-Y-041. Begin log.
This is Dr. Elias Harper, overseeing initial testing of SCP-Y-041. Subject D8039, Daniel Morrigan, has been selected for his prior experience in blacksmithing and tool crafting. Subject is equipped with basic materials, including steel ingots, and instructed to forge a weapon using SCP-Y-041.
Guess all those years of pulling scams taught me a thing or two about making tools. Always gotta look the part, huh?
Focus on the task, Morrigan. Begin the forging process.
This thing's like it knows what I'm doing. Temperature's just right every time I adjust. Normally, I have to keep fiddling with the heat. Feels natural.
Elaborate further.
Hard to put into words. It's like a forge is listening to me, matching what I'm thinking. Makes the whole process smooth. Almost too smooth. Creepy, really. Alright, it's done. Military knife, serrated blade. Solid. Balanced. Best damn piece I've ever made. And that's saying something.
Excellent work. The knife will be catalogued and tested. Report any unusual sensations or thoughts over the next 2 months.
Yeah, sure. Let's hope it's worth it.
Subject Dream Log, Night 1.
First dream wasn't too bad. I was in a massive workshop. Dark, but not scary. Glowing forges everywhere. Sound of hammers and whispers. Couldn't make out the words. They were there. Felt like I was being watched though. Didn't see anyone. Woke up drenched in sweat.
Night 2.
This one was worse. I'm walking through this wasteland. Weapons everywhere. Broken swords, axes, you name it. The air smelled like burning metal. There were piles of ash. It still felt like someone was watching me, but this time it was closer. Almost breathing down my neck.
Night 3.
I'm not going to sleep tonight. I can't. I've got a feeling I won't wake up if I do. That last dream, it just wasn't a dream. Something's waiting for me. Something bad. Don't ask me how I know. I just do.
You're required to continue this process for data collection. Stay calm, Morrigan. If necessary, we'll monitor you overnight.
Yeah, sure. Monitor all you want. But I'm telling you, I ain't waking up if I see that place again.
Dr. Harper. Ma'am, we found him. He's gone, dead in his bed. No sign of trauma, attack, or anything. He's just gone.
And the weapon?
Still on the workbench, but, it's humming.
Initial testing of the knife, forged by D8039, has revealed anomalous properties. The weapon, now designated SCP-Y-041-2 Alpha, exhibits sentience and has communicated telepathically.
What happened to me? Where am I? Who's holding me?
SCP-Y-041-2 Alpha, can you identify yourself?
I'm Daniel. No, I was Daniel. I'm something else now. The knife. You're holding me, right? It's strange, but I feel powerful, like I've got a purpose.
Progressive ability development. After one live test on a lab rat, Prophet's Edge developed enhanced strength in the wielder. After 5 live tests on livestock, it developed the ability to extend its blade at will. After 10 live tests, it developed the ability to give its wielder a temporary ethereal form, allowing the wielder and the blade to phase through solid objects. After 20 live tests, Prophet's Edge developed the ability to give the wielder precognitive vision, enabling them to see 1.5 seconds into the future. Behavioral shifts. Over time, Y041-2 Alpha began referring to itself as Prophet's Edge, claiming to be destined for, quote, a greater purpose. Its tone grew increasingly commanding, and it expressed a fervent desire for combat, often lamenting its containment.
I was made for the battlefield. Don't keep me here, locked away. Let me fulfill my destiny.
Y041-2 Alpha, Prophet's Edge, represents a significant breakthrough in understanding SCP-Y-041's effects. Its sentience, ability progression, and behavioral shifts highlights the profound risks and potential of using SCP-Y-041. All further testing must be conducted under strict protocols to mitigate the unpredictable nature of Y041-2 instances. Prophet's Edge is currently contained within Vault Theta, and it is the only Y041-2 instance currently considered unusable due to overexposure to combat. Conclusion. SCP-Y-041, designated the Kiln of Embodiment, represents a potent and enigmatic anomaly with significant ramifications for the nature of sentience, anomalous craftsmanship, an intersection of identity and functionality. The initial test with D8039 and subsequent observations of Y041-2 Alpha, Prophet's Edge, have provided critical insights into the Forge's capabilities and the risks associated with its use. The phenomenon of transference, wherein the creator of a weapon crafted using SCP-Y-041 is seemingly transformed into a sentient construct, raises profound questions about the nature of consciousness and the metaphysical implications of such a transformation. Additionally, the progression of anomalous abilities in sentient weapons, as they are used to take lives, presents significant ethical and operational challenges. The increasing assertiveness and self-assigned destiny expressed by SCP-Y-041-2 instances, as well as the enhancement of their abilities, underline the necessity for controlled testing and containment measures to prevent misuse or unforeseen escalation of their anomalous properties. Future experiments will involve the use of varied materials, alternative metals, alloys, or even non-metallic components, to assess whether SCP-Y-041's effects are consistent across all crafting mediums. Future tests will analyze the psychological profiles of test subjects and their correlation with the sentient weapon's emergent personality and abilities, as well as exploration of whether specific traits or emotional states in subjects influence the outcome or intensity of the weapon's abilities. There are plans for future research into the potential controlled use of Y041-2 instances in high-risk operations where their abilities might provide a tactical advantage. This will include developing protocols to prevent overuse and mitigate potential escalation of aggression in sentient weapons, exploring containment solutions for sentient weapons that demonstrate excessive volatility or unmanageable abilities, dream phenomenon analysis, in-depth study of the recurring dreams experienced by users of SCP-Y-041, particularly the intersections with SCP-Y-041-1, are underway. Researchers aim to determine whether SCP-Y-041-1 is a manifestation of the Forge's anomalous properties, or an independent entity. Cross-application with other SCPs. Testing SCP-Y-041 in conjunction with other anomalies, such as SCP-Y-010, Death Knell, to analyze potential interactions or overlaps in anomalous effects. Final note: SCP-Y-041 continues to be an anomaly of immense complexity and potential. The Foundation remains committed to the responsible exploration of its properties, while maintaining rigorous containment protocols to minimize risks to personnel and operational security. All proposed tests require Level 4 authorization or higher, and are subject to the oversight of the SCP-Y-041 Research Committee, stationed at Site Y2. Item Number: SCP-Y-042. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-Y-042 is contained within Provisional Reality-Y-1. Its containment focuses on environmental control, access restriction, and detailed observational analysis. Perimeter Security. A secured perimeter encircles SCP-Y-042, monitored by motion-sensitive detection systems. Electrified fencing and reinforced barriers prevent unauthorized entry. Site staff and rotation protocols. Personnel assigned to Site-42 must have expertise in spectral and atmospheric phenomena. Rotations occur bi-weekly to minimize psychological stress, with all staff required to complete Class 3 spectral resistance training. Specialized visors are mandatory to filter sensory anomalies. Observation and data collection. BARD devices. Brainwave auditory reception devices, BARDs, are deployed within SCP-Y-042 during active periods, 0500 to 0900, to record audio phenomena and analyze anomalous signals. Autonomous drones. Drones equipped with multispectrum sensors are used on a nightly basis to track SCP-Y-042-1's activity. These drones are shielded against electromagnetic interference from the outside perimeter of the storm over the ocean of Provisional Reality-Y-1. Containment of anomalous effects. SRA Exclusion Zone. Scranton Reality Anchors, SRAs, are ineffective near SCP-Y-042 and are prohibited in a 1-kilometer radius. Passive reality stabilization systems monitor the site's conditions without interference. Temporal Stabilization Field. A portable stabilization unit is deployed during experiments involving psychically attuned personnel to counteract time-related anomalies. Testing Protocols. All testing requires Level 4 approval and must be overseen by senior researchers. Operative, Alfie, and similar personnel are deployed only under strict supervision, with all spirit interactions mediated through barred devices. Luggage Retrieval and Analysis. Retrieval operations are conducted during inactive hours, 1000 to 0400. Retrieved luggage is transported to Site-42's containment lab for material and spectral analysis. Anomalous items are secured for further study or neutralized if deemed hazardous. SCP-Y-042-1's movements are tracked using long-range observational satellites. Efforts to investigate its destination and the storm located above Provisional Reality-Y-1's ocean are ongoing, utilizing EMP-hardened probes and signal-resistant equipment. Post-event cleanup. At 0200, personnel secure the airport to document and recover newly manifested luggage. All items are processed within 1 hour to ensure operational readiness for the next cycle. Incident Management. In the event of entity aggression or a breach, Mobile Task Force Zeta-0, Bad Bunch, is deployed for recontainment. Operative Alfie may assist with spirit-related incidents, monitored to prevent psychic feedback or unforeseen reactions. Description: SCP-Y-042 is an abandoned airport located within Provisional Reality-Y-1. The airport spans approximately 1.2 square kilometers and includes a heavily weathered terminal, a single damaged aircraft, and remnants of auxiliary structures such as hangars, control towers, and parking lots. The environment is in a state of disrepair, with cracked pavement, shattered windows, and vegetation reclaiming parts of the facility. Notably, SCP-Y-042's architecture and layout lack identifiable markers or signage linking it to any known design standards, geographical location, or airline corporation. The airport's defining anomalous activity occurs daily between 0500 and 0900, during which luggage scattered throughout the terminal begins to move without apparent external force. Observed movements include suitcases rolling across the floor as if pulled by unseen hands, backpacks floating in midair, mimicking the act of being worn, duffel bags being hefted as though carried over a shoulder. The movement strongly suggests the presence of invisible entities, mimicking the behavior of airport travelers. These entities interact with the environment only indirectly through the manipulation of luggage. No physical traces, such as footprints or heat signatures, have been detected. Anomalous plane and boarding process. The damaged aircraft, designated SCP-Y-042-1, is a commercial jetliner in an advanced state of disrepair. Despite the extensive damage, including shredded wings, missing panels, and a partially collapsed fuselage, SCP-Y-042-1 becomes capable of flight through unknown means during the active anomalous period. Between 0500 and 0900, the invisible entities exhibit behavior indicative of boarding SCP-Y-042-1. Luggage is carried through the terminal, moved up the boarding ramps, and positioned within the aircraft. The terminal's dormant intercom system sporadically activates, though no vocal announcements are audible. By the end of the 4-hour period, SCP-Y-042-1 is fully boarded, based on its estimated passenger capacity. Once the boarding process concludes, all remaining luggage is dropped to the floor simultaneously, and SCP-Y-042-1 initiates takeoff. Despite its physical damage, SCP-Y-042-1 performs a standard takeoff and descends, following a consistent flight path over a nearby ocean. The Storm Zone. Y-042-1 disappears into a persistent storm system located approximately 50 kilometers offshore. The storm, designated Nimbus 2, features constant high winds, torrential rainfall, and continuous electrical activity. All attempts to follow Y-042-1 into the storm have failed, as drones and manned aircraft experience immediate loss of power and communication upon entry. Attempts to place personnel or D-Class on SCP-Y-042-1 during its flight into Nimbus 2 have resulted in loss of communication and complete disappearance of the subject. Reappearance Cycle. At precisely 0200, Y-042-1 and all previously boarded luggage reappear within the airport. The aircraft materializes on the runway in the same state of disrepair, while the luggage manifests near the terminal ceiling before falling to the floor. This cycle repeats daily, without variation. The luggage within SCP-Y-042 contains a mixture of mundane and anomalous items, including clothes, personal belongings, and documents in various languages, some of which are unidentifiable. Food items that remain decayed despite their apparent freshness in some cases. Passports and tickets for airlines and destinations that do not exist. Attempts to remove luggage from SCP-Y-042 result in the items being anomalously transported back to their original positions during the reappearance cycle. Addendum Y-42-A. Scranton Reality Anchor Malfunction Report. Summary. During an effort to stabilize the reality distortion surrounding SCP-Y-042, it was observed that all deployed Scranton Reality Anchors, SRAs, within a 300-meter radius of the airport experienced simultaneous malfunctions. This failure persisted for the duration of their activation and appeared directly tied to SCP-Y-042's presence. The cause of these malfunctions remains unidentified, though it is theorized that SCP-Y-042 generates or interacts with an underlying anomaly that resists or negates reality stabilization efforts. Initial deployment. The SRAs were installed around the perimeter of SCP-Y-042 as part of a standard protocol to mitigate the potential spread of reality-distorting phenomena. Each unit was calibrated to Provisional Reality-Y-1's baseline reality index, accounting for minor fluctuations typical of the dimension. Upon activation, the SRAs immediately began to display erratic behavior, including sudden power surges exceeding operational thresholds, spontaneous feedback loops causing the device to overload, irregular oscillations in their internal stabilization matrices, rendering them non-functional. Within moments, all SRAs within range deactivated entirely, requiring physical disconnection and recalibration to restore functionality outside SCP-Y-042's vicinity. Investigation and findings. A thorough examination of the affected area was conducted, including scans for anomalous devices, electromagnetic interference, and dimensional rifts. Despite exhaustive efforts, no physical or environmental source for the SRA malfunctions was identified. Key findings include localized reality resistance. Analysis of SRA logs indicated that SCP-Y-042's immediate vicinity exhibits what can only be described as an active resistance to reality stabilization. Unlike typical reality-bending phenomena, which passively disrupt reality due to their anomalous properties, SCP-Y-042's interference appeared deliberate, as if an unseen barrier actively countered the anchor's stabilization fields. Attempts at device detection. Ground-penetrating radar, electromagnetic field mapping, and dimensional resonance scans found no physical structures, devices, or rift points that could account for the SRA's failures. The area appeared devoid of any direct causative agent, leaving the anomaly itself as the most plausible source. Anomalous patterning. When the SRAs were operational, they emitted irregular, rhythmic pulses from their stabilization fields, resembling interference patterns caused by interaction with a secondary stabilization source. This pattern ceased immediately upon the malfunction sequence. Theoretical implications. The failure of SRAs in the presence of SCP-Y-042 suggests that the anomaly may possess an intrinsic or imposed mechanism designed to nullify attempts at reality stabilization. This mechanism could imply any of the following: a self-contained reality zone. SCP-Y-042 may exist within its own stable reality bubble that actively counters external influences, including reality stabilization efforts. Intentional design. The interaction pattern observed in the SRA feedback loops hints at a purposeful mechanism within SCP-Y-042's area of influence, potentially created to isolate the anomaly from external force. Unknown intelligence or guidance. The complexity of the resistance mechanism raises the possibility that SCP-Y-042, or an associated force, is aware of and counteracts containment attempts. Addendum Y-42B. Operative Alfie, and the use of the BARD device. Date: November 19th, 2000. Summary. To enhance the understanding of SCP-Y-042's anomalous nature, Mobile Task Force Zeta-0 Operative, Alfie, was deployed to the airport for specialized information gathering. Operative Alfie possesses unique abilities allowing him to charm and control weaker anomalies and entities associated with the afterlife, including ghosts, spirits, undead, ghouls, and similar manifestations. Despite his exceptional aptitude as a spirit medium, Alfie was unable to see, sense, or communicate with any entities or phenomena within the airport. Through subsequent experimentation, it was discovered that the brainwave auditory reception device, BARD, could faintly detect and record audio signals when Alfie was within SCP-Y-042 while set as the device's target. This finding suggests the presence of a psychic nullification field within the airport that suppresses Alfie's mediumistic abilities. However, the BARD device appears to bypass or partially overcome this suppression, albeit with limited clarity. Operative Alfie Deployment Log. Objective: determine the presence of spiritual or afterlife-related entities within SCP-Y-042 and establish communication for further analysis. Procedure: Alfie was stationed at several key locations within the airport, main terminal, near the damaged plane, and adjacent to the luggage areas, while attempting direct interaction with any presumed entities or spirits. Outcome: Alfie reported complete inability to sense any spirits or relative phenomena, a highly anomalous result given his track record in other environments with documented spiritual activity, and given his personal claim that Provisional Reality-Y-1 is, quote, jam-packed with the dead. BARD device integration. Following Alfie's inability to detect entities, researchers deployed the brainwave auditory reception device to monitor and record psychic or spiritual activity during his presence. Initial results. When Alfie stood within the airport, faint but discernible audio signals were captured by the BARD device. These signals coincided with the time periods during which Alfie attempted to connect with the presumed spirits. Audio analysis. The recordings revealed heavily distorted and scrambled vocalizations, as if intercepted through a deliberate interference field. A portion of these signals were successfully unscrambled, providing fragmented and incomplete messages, and are as follows.
Morning. Final call. No luggage left. Storm coming. Must delay.
The origin of these vocalizations remains unknown, but they align temporally with SCP-Y-042's activity cycles, particularly during the anomalous luggage movement period and before the plane's departure, while Alfie was actively in the area. Hypothesis on psychic suppression. SCP-Y-042 may emit a psychic field that negates or distorts mediumistic perception, effectively rendering Operative Alfie's abilities inert within the anomaly. Scrambled communication. The captured vocalizations imply that spirits or entities within SCP-Y-042 are actively transmitting or speaking and being received by Alfie, but their messages are scrambled by an external force, possibly tied to the anomaly's core mechanics. Partial mediumship via Bard. The Bard device appears capable of partially bypassing the suppression field, recording and interpreting some of the scrambled transmissions Alfie seems to subconsciously receive. This suggests that Alfie may serve as a psychic conduit, even when unaware of his connection. Incident Report Y42-INC5. Date: November 22nd, 2000. Location: SCP-Y-042. Main Terminal Waiting Lobby. Involved personnel: MTF Zeta-0 Operative Alfie. Equipment used: Brainwave Auditory Reception Device, Bard. Summary: during a scheduled test at SCP-Y-042, Operative Alfie was stationed in the waiting lobby at 0500, equipped with the Bard device. This time coincided with the start of the airport's anomalous activity period. At this point, Alfie stood next to two different pieces of luggage, being held aloft by unseen entities. One appeared to be a taller entity equipped with a suitcase, designated SP-1, while the other resembled a smaller entity with a child's backpack, designated SP-2. The Bard device captured an unsettling interaction between these entities, showcasing SCP-Y-042's indiscriminate draw of spirits and hinting at a potential malevolent hierarchy among them. Observation Log 0500. Operative Alfie positioned himself approximately 2 meters from SP-1 and SP-2. At 0504, the Bard device, configured to record audio signals while targeting Alfie's psychic impressions, began to pick up fragmented transmissions from SP-1. Unlike prior experiments, SP-1's communication was partially intelligible in real time through Alfie's subconscious connection. The following is a transcript of the recording with annotations. Audio log Y42-INC5. Begin log.
Wait, why am I here? I don't need to go anywhere. I'm already dead. I was at peace. What is all this?
Hey, my name is Alphonse, but you can call me Alfie. I'd like to help you with all of this, but I need to ask a question. Can you clarify where you were before coming to this airport? Were you drawn here for a reason?
I don't remember. I was just walking, then I was here. This place feels wrong, like I shouldn't be here. I really shouldn't be here. Papa, missed you. Papa. What the hell is that? Oh God, what the hell is that thing? I'm daughter. You are Papa. No, I never thought of. What the hell is this monster saying? Not Papa?
SP-1 is gone. I think he was eaten. The suitcase dropped, but it's still here. SP-2 is still standing there, but it's not moving. That voice, though, that was no child.
Post-incident analysis. Behavioral patterns of SP-1. SP-1 displayed confusion and fear, suggesting it was recently drawn to SCP-Y-042. Its uncertainty about its presence supports the hypothesis that the airport randomly attracts spirits from various afterlife states, irrespective of their nature or previous experiences. Nature of SP-2. SP-2's interaction with SP-1 was highly anomalous compared to prior observations. Its initial demeanor mimicked a familial bond but quickly devolved into aggression when SP-1 denied the relationship. The transformation in its vocal tone and its ability to, quote, consume SP-1 strongly suggests it was malevolent in nature and possibly predatory. Luggage anomaly. SP-1's suitcase, left behind after its disappearance, was retrieved for examination. It exhibited no outward anomalies and contained mundane items such as clothing and toiletries, many of which didn't seem to fit the apparent size of a full-grown male. Despite this, the suitcase disappeared alongside the rest of the airport's luggage at the next reset period. O200. Implications for SCP-Y-042's passenger draw. This incident highlights that SCP-Y-042 does not distinguish between neutral, benevolent, or malevolent spirits when manifesting its passengers. This indiscriminate process poses a significant danger to personnel and further exploration efforts. Incident Report 042 ARC-1. Date: January 1st, 2000. Location: Human Resources Department, SCP-Y-042. Summary: During a routine patrol within SCP-Y-042's administrative offices, an event occurred that led to the discovery of a highly anomalous artifact, designated Y-042-GR1. The artifact is suspected to exhibit aggressive defensive mechanisms against any physical interaction, presenting as a potentially dangerous but invaluable resource for understanding Y-042's anomalous properties. Incident chronology. At 0248 hours, Operative Delta-9, Shade, and Delta-12, Pivot, of Mobile Task Force Zeta-0, Bad Bunch, were conducting a routine patrol through Y-042's administrative sector. During their sweep, they entered the Human Resources Office, located on the second floor of the Central Administrative Wing. The office was a typical setup, featuring dilapidated furniture, scattered papers, and outdated office equipment, consistent with other sections of Y-042. As Delta-12 moved to secure the northern portion of the room, Delta-9 leaned against an abandoned desk for support. Upon contact with the desk, Delta-9's body was engulfed in green flames, resulting in his immediate and total incineration. The flames persisted for approximately 13 seconds, leaving only a pile of fine, gray ash. Delta-12, witnessing the event, evacuated the office and issued an emergency alert, prompting immediate containment protocols and a full investigation by Site-Y-1 personnel. Initial investigation. Following Delta-9's incineration, personnel equipped with specialized equipment, including thermal imaging, electromagnetic sensors, and psychic detection devices, conducted a detailed sweep of the Human Resources Office. While initial scans revealed no conventional triggers, e.g., chemical residue, hidden devices, or anomalous surfaces, on the desk in question, Operative Alfie, a psychic medium, was called to assist with the investigation. Upon entering the room, Alfie immediately reported an intense psychic pressure emanating from the desk. Using his abilities, he identified the presence of a previously invisible object, a large, ornate book resting atop a desk. This object became partially visible to Alfie, who described it in vivid detail. Physical description: a massive tome, approximately 30 centimeters by 45 centimeters by 10 centimeters in dimension, bound in what appeared to be charred leather. Its cover was adorned with intricate, glowing symbols and swirling patterns, all wreathed in flickering green flames that seemed to burn without consuming the book. The letters A-R-C were engraved prominently on the cover. Aura description: Alfie reported a palpable malevolence emanating from the book, describing it as
an oppressive weight in the room, like the air is being actively pushed out.
He also indicated that the flames, though not physically hot to him, radiated a psychic intensity that made prolonged observation difficult. Properties of Y-42GR1, the Grimoire. Through subsequent testing, Y-42GR1 was determined to possess the following anomalous properties. Lethal contact. Any physical contact with the book by living organisms results in spontaneous combustion via green flames. The combustion process is instantaneous and entirely consumes the individual within seconds, leaving no trace other than ash. Interference with machinery. Mechanical attempts to interact with Y-42GR1, including robotic arms, drones, or other remotely operated tools, result in immediate and catastrophic system failure. Devices exposed to the artifact's proximity experience power surges, short circuits, and structural collapse, often rendering them completely inoperable. Extended reach effect. Any tool or implement used by a human to interact with Y-42GR1, e.g. poles or tongs, cause the individual wielding the tool to erupt in green flames. This effect bypasses the material length of the implement and appears to target the operator directly. Resistance to damage. Attempts to damage or contain the book using physical means have all failed. Fire, water, corrosive agents, and vacuum chambers had no measurable effect on Y-42GR1 or its flames. Hypothesis and theories. Dr. Barnaby Oswald, senior researcher at Site Y1, proposed that Y-42GR1 exhibits a defensive mechanism specifically designed to deter or neutralize entities with physical properties. He posited that this mechanism may indicate the artifact's original design was intended to protect highly sensitive or dangerous information. He further hypothesized that Y-42GR1 may be an astral construct, requiring psychic or spiritual attributes for interaction. He noted parallels between Y-42GR1's properties and ancient occult descriptions of soul-bound tomes, which purportedly require spiritual or non-corporeal beings to unlock their contents. The engraving of A.R.C. on the tome's cover has sparked debate among researchers. Speculations about its meaning range from the name of the tome's creator to an acronym for a broader organization or phenomenon. Incident Report 42-ARC-2. Date: January 5th, 2000. Location: Human Resources Department, SCP-Y-042. Summary: following the discovery of Y-42GR1, the Grimoire, Operative Alfie initiated a controlled experiment to further examine its properties and contents. Utilizing his abilities, Alfie coerced a wandering spirit from Provisional Reality-Y-1 to interact with the Grimoire during SCP-Y-042's inactive hours. The results of this experiment unveiled startling revelations, including an ominous message from a previously unknown entity. Experiment chronology. At 03:15 hours, under supervision from Site Y1 personnel, Alfie stationed himself within Y-042's Human Resources office. Using his psychic abilities, Alfie lured a wandering spirit from Provisional Reality-Y-1 into the airport's lobby. After some negotiation and persuasion, the spirit entered the Human Resources office and stood before the grimoire. Note: from Alfie's perspective, the spirit appeared humanoid, semi-translucent, and docile. Standard recording equipment failed to capture its image or interactions, though Alfie did state that the features of the spirit appeared to dilute upon entering SCP-Y-042's vicinity. Interaction with the grimoire. Alfie commanded the spirit to make physical contact with Y-42-GR1. When the spirit touched the book, it became engulfed in green flames similar to those witnessed during Delta-9's incineration. See Incident 42-ARC-1. However, the spirit exhibited no signs of distress or damage, behaving as though the flames had no effect. Under Alfie's continued direction, the spirit flipped open the grimoire. The following sequence occurred. First page. The spirit turned the first page of the grimoire, revealing a blank surface. Alfie described the page as unnervingly pristine, as if intentionally devoid of content. Subsequent pages. The spirit flipped through the second, third, and fourth pages, all of which were similarly blank. This pattern continued until the grimoire was fully opened and the final back cover was turned. No markings, text, or illustrations were visible on any page. As the final page was turned, the green flame surrounding the spirit abruptly extinguished. At this point, Alfie attempted to reassert control over the entity, but found himself unable to issue commands. The spirit, now seemingly autonomous, calmly exited the office and left Y-042 entirely, ignoring all personnel. Manifestation of visual anomaly. Approximately 30 seconds after the spirit exited the office, an oppressive atmosphere descended upon all individuals present during the experiment. Those who had observed the spirit interacting with the grimoire, including Alfie and several Zeta-Zero operatives, began to experience a shared visual anomaly. Observers reported seeing a vivid, superimposed text, as if a book were held directly before their eyes. The text was in clear, archaic English and read,
"We have scanned thy presence as of late, yet now thou temper. Heed thy first and last warning. Turn back from oblivion, for 'tis already claimed. Signed, Osiris, of the Astral Rights Concord."
This phenomenon persisted for approximately 10 seconds before dissipating. Final event. Immediately following the disappearance of the text, Alfie reported witnessing a highly disturbing event. Quote,
"A bunch of creepy hands burst from within the book, like they were clawing their way out of hell itself. They grabbed the whole thing, the book, the flames, all of it, and then pulled it into nothing."
End quote. This event was imperceptible to all other observers, though residual psychic energy consistent with Alfie's account was detected by nearby equipment. Y-42-GR1 disappeared entirely from the desk, leaving no trace. Attempts to trace the book's relocation using spatial distortion scanners and thaumaturgic detection systems were unsuccessful. No evidence of dimensional breaches or teleportation was found, suggesting a mechanism beyond current Foundation understanding. Implications and analysis. The events surrounding Y-42-GR1 represent a pivotal moment in the Foundation's operations within Provisional Reality-Y-1. Key takeaways include existence of an organized faction, the appearance of the name Osiris, and the reference to the, quote, Astral Right Concord, indicate the presence of an organized entity or faction operating within Provisional Reality-Y-1. This group appears to possess advanced awareness of, and potentially jurisdiction over, anomalies within this turbulent reality, hostile awareness. The message explicitly warns the Foundation to cease its interference, implying that continued tampering may provoke retaliatory actions. The reference to Oblivion suggests the Grimoire, or Y-042 more broadly, may be tied to a larger metaphysical system relating to Provisional Reality-Y-1, loss of Y-42GR1. The disappearance of the Grimoire represents a significant loss of potential information. However, it also signifies the artifact's likely retrieval by its rightful owner, Ozelus, indicating its importance to the entity. Autonomy of spirits. The spirit's sudden autonomy following its interaction with the Grimoire raises concerns about its role in the experiment. Whether this autonomy was an intentional result of the artifact's defense mechanism or an unforeseen consequence remains unclear, though there is no documented instance of someone asserting control over one of Alfie's charmed spirits. Conclusion. Incident 42 ARC-2 has unveiled critical new information about Provisional Reality-Y-1, the discovery of the Astral Right Concord, and its implied claim over aspects of this reality necessitate an immediate reassessment of all ongoing operations within Provisional Reality-Y-1. Research teams are now tasked with compiling historical and occult records to cross-reference the name Ozelus and the Astral Right Concord, while enhanced containment and surveillance measures are implemented across all affected areas. Further exploration of Y-042's connection to larger astral or metaphysical systems is recommended, albeit with extreme caution. Item Number SCP-Y-043. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-Y-043, referred to as Gorged weed, cannot be fully contained between manifestations. Current protocols focus on containment of active infestations, suppression of spread, and mitigation of new manifestations. Active instances of SCP-Y-043 are to be destroyed immediately upon identification using intense, heat-based weaponry. Mobile Task Force Zeta-0, Bad Bunch, is equipped with portable flamethrowers and incendiary devices designed to neutralize SCP-Y-043 infestations. Task Force personnel must be outfitted with thermal hazard suits and equipped with noise-canceling helmets to avoid exposure to auditory lures. All affected zones are to be quarantined, and an exclusion perimeter is to be established at least 500 meters beyond the known infestation area. Personnel stationed at the perimeter must conduct regular scans for potential route extensions and monitor for unusual auditory phenomena. Once an instance is neutralized, the area must be saturated with flamethrower units to eliminate all lingering root fragments. Autopsies of burnt remnants are mandatory to recover organic residue and analyze any hard-to-digest materials. As SCP-Y-043 reemerges unpredictably, potential new manifestations are tracked by monitoring anomalous fatalities, unusual reports of localized whispers or animal calls, and any unexplained organic matter depletion. Public disinformation campaigns are deployed to suppress awareness of its spread. Efforts to fully understand SCP-Y-043's propagation method remain a high priority. Research into post-neutralization spread focuses on phase omega propagation events. Description: SCP-Y-043, Gorged weed, is a parasitic anomaly that originates within living hosts. Once established, it culminates in the host's explosive death, followed by the rapid emergence of a black, fleshy mass. This mass resembles an intricate root system that grows exponentially over time, engulfing its surroundings. Growth and behavior. The growth of SCP-Y-043's roots is methodical yet relentless, primarily expanding through cracks, porous materials, and other paths of least resistance. It avoids damaging inorganic structures directly, instead growing around them and focusing its efforts on absorbing organic material. Organic material encountered by the roots is ensnared and dragged toward the infestation's central mass. This core, often buried deep within the root system, processes absorbed materials, breaking it down into fuel for further growth. Items resistant to digestion, such as bones, teeth, and keratinous structures, are found scattered throughout the root network and are typically crushed and compacted into the biomass. Attempts to damage SCP-Y-043 through conventional means result in rapid regrowth and an aggressive response. Fire, however, proves to be its primary weakness, causing roots to recoil, blacken, and eventually die. When burned, SCP-Y-043 exhibits a desperate, last gambit behavior, rapidly extending tendrils toward water sources or nearby organic matter in an attempt to regenerate. Auditory lures. One of SCP-Y-043's most insidious traits is its ability to produce auditory phenomena. These sounds mimic whispers, animal calls, and even human voices, depending on what the anomaly has consumed during its current manifestation. Examples include whispers in human voices, often pleading for help or offering luring comforts. Animal noises such as meowing, barking, or chirping to lure pets, owners, or other prey animals. Familiar sounds specific to its target, such as a parent's voice or a known pet's call. These auditory lures are often very effective in manipulating human behavior, particularly in individuals predisposed to empathy or curiosity. Personnel exposed to these sounds report overwhelming compulsion to investigate, despite understanding the danger. Anomalous regrowth. SCP-Y-043 cannot be permanently neutralized, as it reappears within new hosts, following its destruction. The anomaly has no known spatial or temporal limitations, as new infestations have been recorded in distant locations without discernible travel vectors. Its capacity to manifest anywhere in the world poses a severe threat to global containment efforts. Biological and anatomical traits. Close examination of the burnt remains revealed that SCP-Y-043's roots possess cellular structures resembling both plant and animal tissue, with a significant portion dedicated to rapid energy conversion and regenerative properties. Its core mass contains a dense arrangement of nerves and an anomalous organ-like structure theorized to manage its auditory lures and propagation methods. Despite extensive research, no precursor symptoms for hosts have been reliably identified. SCP-Y-043 manifests seemingly at random, targeting a diverse range of species, with human hosts being disproportionately common. Initial host emergence. Once SCP-Y-043 takes root within a living host, symptoms progress over an unpredictable timeline, ranging from weeks to several months. Early signs include minor behavioral changes, mild weight gain, and sporadic auditory hallucinations reported by those nearby. The host remains largely functional until the final stage, marked by violent convulsions and sudden explosive ejection of the anomaly. The initial emergence results in high-pressure expulsion of the fleshy mass, causing significant collateral damage and often killing individuals in proximity. The resulting roots immediately begin expanding outward, seeking sustenance and prey. Auditory observations. SCP-Y-043's auditory phenomena extend to inducing hallucinations, particularly in individuals repeatedly exposed to its vocalizations. Victims describe visions of entangling black roots and a sensation of being dragged into darkness. In advanced cases of exposure, individuals develop an irrational desire to touch or free the anomaly, often resulting in their absorption. Propagation mechanisms. Phase Omega events. SCP-Y-043's ability to persist beyond physical destruction has been classified as phase omega propagation events. These events occur post-neutralization and are theorized to involve an as-yet undetectable dispersal of anomalous seeds that carry the essence of SCP-Y-043 to a new host. Attempts to analyze this phenomenon have yielded only partial insights, with no confirmed method to track or disrupt its spreads. It is believed that SCP-Y-043 instances carry a collective database of the voices that it has heard in nearby areas or from its hosts, and can use these as lures for future events. Research into SCP-Y-043's post-neutralization activities has led to several working theories regarding its propagation. Astral residue hypothesis. SCP-Y-043 may leave behind an incorporeal residue capable of infecting susceptible hosts. This residue is hypothesized to be drawn toward individuals with heightened emotional vulnerability, weakened immune systems, or prolonged exposure to anomalous phenomena. Microbial vector hypothesis. Analysis of autopsied root remnants revealed microscopic, spore-like structures embedded in the anomaly's tissue. These spores, while inert post-destruction, could become anomalously activated under specific conditions, such as proximity to organic material or the death of a suitable host. Dimensional recall hypothesis. SCP-Y-043 may not fully reside in baseline reality, instead existing in a liminal space where it stores latent seeds. Destruction of a physical manifestation could trigger retrieval of a seed from this space, initiating a new manifestation. Psychic contagion hypothesis. SCP-Y-043's auditory lures may act as a secondary vector for propagation. Individuals exposed to its whispers or hallucinations could unknowingly carry a psychic imprint that later awakens in the presence of specific environmental triggers, such as isolation, fear, or trauma. Incident Y-43-12. Location: Minnesota. Date: December 27th, 2000. An initial containment breach occurred following the incineration of a major SCP-Y-043 manifestation within an urban industrial complex. 4 weeks later, a suburban family reported hearing faint whispers resembling a missing relative's voice emanating from their basement. The family's dog was later found desiccated, with traces of black, root-like materials in its remnants. MTF-Zeta-0, Bad Bunch, deployed to the location and discovered a rapidly growing SCP-Y-043 infestation, originating from the basement's concrete foundation. The family was safely evacuated, and the infestation was neutralized with incendiary devices. Subsequent autopsy of the roots revealed human teeth and a partially digested skull matching the missing relative, suggesting the anomaly had retained material consumed in its previous manifestation. Incident Y-43-19. Location: Abandoned hospital within Provisional Reality-Y-1. Date: December 30th, 2000. During an exploratory mission within Provisional Reality-Y-1, an inactive SCP-Y-043 mass was discovered in the sub-basement of an abandoned hospital. Unlike prior manifestations, this mass appeared desiccated and inert, with no visible growth or movement. Analysis revealed dozens of partially digested organic remains, including small mammals and several humanoid figures, as well as a few pieces of what appeared to be an SCP-Y-003 instance. While researchers attempted to extract samples, auditory lures began emanating from the mass. Personnel reported hearing familiar voices, including those of exploratory personnel who had gone missing in prior events. Before extraction could be completed, this mass rapidly reanimated, expanding its tendrils and attacking the team. 4 casualties were reported before the anomaly was neutralized. Post-analysis confirmed that the reanimation had been triggered by the presence of living organisms within the vicinity, further emphasizing SCP-Y-043's strategic use of environmental advantages. Incident Y-43-33. Location: Site Y-1. Date: January 3rd, 2000. Following the destruction of an SCP-Y-043 manifestation within a remote village, several Foundation personnel began experiencing persistent auditory hallucinations, including whispers and animal calls. Psychological evaluations revealed no signs of direct exposure to the anomaly, leading researchers to suspect a Phase Omega event. Within 2 weeks, SCP-Y-043 manifested within a staff dormitory, originating from the corpse of a Foundation researcher who had died of a non-anomalous illness. Autopsy of the body revealed root-like structures embedded in the lungs and brain, suggesting latent infection. The infestation was rapidly neutralized, but the event marked the first confirmed instance of SCP-Y-043's ability to infect deceased hosts. Incident Report Y-43-VK1. Date: January 7th, 2000. Location: Site Y-1. Subject: SCP-Y-043 Instance, Gorged. Involved personnel: Dr. Barnaby Oswald, Researcher Alyssa Markham, Director William Waller. Summary: At 0400 hours, Researcher Alyssa Markham reported experiencing severe auditory hallucinations during routine containment checks for SCP-Y-022, Daywalker. She claimed to hear her own voice repeating her name and calling for help. Upon immediate medical examination, scans revealed an SCP-Y-043 seed embedded within the soft tissue of her lower spine. This is the first recorded instance of SCP-Y-043 parasitizing a human without immediate fatality or external manifestation. Using established knowledge of SCP-Y-043's growth pattern, aversion to fire, and innate biological mechanisms, emergency containment procedures were enacted. The seed was successfully removed under controlled conditions, using targeted heat to weaken its grip on the host tissue, preventing premature growth or propagation. Following extraction, the seed was placed in a reinforced containment chamber, outfitted with high-temperature nozzles for immediate flame-based suppression, preventing full infestation of the facility. Approximately 4 hours post-containment, the SCP-Y-043 instance began mimicking human voices, notably using the voice of the former director, Vincent Knightley. This prompted an emergency interview with Dr. Barnaby Oswald. Given his familiarity with both SCP-Y-043's behavioral traits and Director Knightley, containment protocols enacted. Primary chamber setup: a circular steel containment cell equipped with flamethrowers positioned at 90-degree intervals. Monitoring systems: enhanced audio and visual feeds to detect mimicked vocal patterns and anomalous auditory phenomena. Personnel safety measures: Dr. Oswald was outfitted with auditory dampeners to reduce susceptibility to the entity's lures. Begin log.
This is Dr. Barnaby Oswald, conducting an emergency interview with the SCP-Y-043 instance, recovered at Site Y-1. The subject has exhibited unusual vocal mimicry, specifically using the voice of former Director Knightley. Initial analysis indicates possible memory retention or mimicry capabilities across instances.
Dr. Oswald, you've been working hard, haven't you? Always the clever one. I could use someone like you. Step closer, won't you?
That voice, it's an exact match. Tell me, SCP-Y-043, where did you learn it?
Why so formal, Barnaby? It's me, Vincent. We've known each other for what feels like forever. Don't be a stranger now, you remember, don't you? Step inside. Let's talk like old times.
You're not him. You're mimicking him. The question is, how?
Come closer and I'll tell you. You want to know where he is, don't you? I can help you. You can help me. We both win. Come closer, old friend.
Your voice manipulation is impressive, but I'm staying here. You've heard his voice before. Where?
Oh, Barnaby, so stubborn. I heard it in the old soil, across the great ocean. The forest with trees that wept silver sap. I heard him. I remember him.
The old soil? You're referring to Provisional Reality-Y-1, is that correct?
That's what you call it, yes. But it was long before your doorway existed. I heard him on the forest's edge. His voice was strong then, proud. I learned it, took it, saved it.
Saved it? For what purpose?
To use, to grow, to lure. It's what we do.
And how long ago was this?
Time flows differently there, doesn't it? But in your terms, over 3,000 years ago.
That's impossible. Knightley didn't exist then. Explain.
Maybe he did, or maybe he didn't. But his voice did. His shadow stalked the soil, and now it's mine. Step closer, Barnaby. I'll show you everything you need to know. We'll unravel the mystery together, like old times. Step inside, you coward. You'll never know the truth from there.
Well, I think that will be enough. Your mimicry is flawed. The facade is slipping, and I doubt we'll get much more from it.
You need us.
We are your answer. We are your answer.
We are his soil. You need us.
Post-incident analysis. The SCP-Y-043 instance's claim of hearing Vincent Knightley's voice over 3,000 years ago raises critical questions about Knightley's possible connection to Provisional Reality-Y-1. While the entity's reliability as a source is questionable due to its predatory nature, this information aligns disturbingly well with the hypothesis that Knightley's disappearance may involve a temporal or reality displacement event tied to Provisional Reality-Y-1. The use of Knightley's voice confirms SCP-Y-043's ability to mimic voices heard across its lifespan, suggesting a collective database shared among instances, possibly through psychic or dimensional resonance. This raises significant concerns about SCP-Y-043's potential to exploit other critical voices for luring. Further research is required to explore the implication of Knightley's presence in Provisional Reality-Y-1's distant past, and its impact on the Foundation's current operations. Containment status. The SCP-Y-043 instance was successfully neutralized following the interview to prevent further spread. All findings have been forwarded to Director Waller and the O5 Council for review. Item Number SCP-Y-044. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-Y-044 is to be surrounded by a perimeter of reinforced fencing, at a distance of 150 meters from the building's exterior. This perimeter is designated as Outpost Kilo 6. Armed guards are stationed at intervals along the perimeter to deter unauthorized access and monitor for anomalous activity. No civilian access is permitted within a 1-kilometer radius of SCP-Y-044. All personnel entering SCP-Y-044 must wear reinforced environmental hazard suits, equipped with biometric monitoring and recording devices. Access is restricted to individuals with Level 4 clearance or higher, and a written authorization from Site-Y-1's director is required for entry. Automated turret systems recovered within SCP-Y-044 have been reactivated and recalibrated to target unauthorized personnel or potential intruders. A dedicated research team is stationed at Outpost Kilo 6 to analyze materials retrieved from SCP-Y-044. All documents, artifacts, and samples must be screened for anomalous properties and properly decontaminated before being transported to Site-Y-1 for long-term storage or further study. The grassland surrounding SCP-Y-044 continues to die at an incremental rate of 0.1 meters per week. Soil and vegetation samples are collected bi-weekly to study this decay and identify potential containment measures. SCP-Y-044's anomalous expansion must be monitored and countermeasures deployed should the rate increase. Description: SCP-Y-044 is a large scientific laboratory of unknown origin, situated in a remote grassland within baseline reality. The structure appears to have been placed deliberately, as its foundation and surroundings show no evidence of construction. The building is approximately 70 years old, based on carbon dating of its outermost materials. However, analysis of its interior reveals sections showing vastly different levels of wear and tear, with some areas appearing up to 300 years older. Documents and papers recovered from SCP-Y-044 are written in an anomalous language with an alphabet resembling English. Despite the visual similarity, the language's grammar, syntax, and structure are entirely alien, complicating translation efforts. Initial breakthroughs revealed that some documents include names corresponding to individuals from baseline reality, spanning various periods in history. These names often lack context or correlation, further deepening the mystery surrounding SCP-Y-044. Throughout the building, clothing and personal belongings were found placed as if their owners had suddenly vanished. These items include lab coats, gloves, safety goggles, and occasional personal effects such as wristwatches or identification badges. DNA samples taken from these belongings occasionally match living individuals in baseline reality who have no connection to SCP-Y-044 or any scientific institution. In one notable case, a DNA sample phased out of existence mid-analysis, leaving only its recorded data behind. The perimeter of SCP-Y-044 is surrounded by a decaying field, with vegetation dying progressively in a circular pattern expanding outward. This decay affects both plants and microbial life, with no apparent cause identified. The soil within the affected area exhibits subtle changes in composition, including elevated trace levels of unknown metallic elements. Initial expedition. The first expedition into SCP-Y-044 was conducted by Mobile Task Force Zeta-0, Bad Bunch. Upon breaching the main entrance, the team was immediately targeted by automated turret systems, concealed within the walls. These turrets utilize both conventional projectiles and anomalous munitions that emitted intense bursts of heat and light upon impact. 3 operatives were killed, and 2 others sustained injuries before the turrets were deactivated via localized EMP deployment. Further progression revealed a series of additional defenses. Sonic traps. High-frequency sound waves were deployed in several corridors, causing severe auditory damage and disorientation. Soundproof helmets mitigated the effects, though some personnel reported lingering tinnitus and headaches. Thaumaturgic glyphs. Certain doorways were etched with glowing symbols that triggered anomalous effects when crossed. These effects included localized gravitational anomalies and temporary spatial distortions, disorienting personnel and hindering their movement. gas emissions. Some rooms released an odorless, invisible gas upon entry. Biometric data indicated elevated cortisol levels and respiratory distress in exposed individuals, though no physical toxins were detected. Despite these hazards, the team managed to disable or bypass all defensive measures and establish a temporary foothold within the structure. Analysis of deactivated security systems revealed a level of technological sophistication surpassing current human capabilities, with several devices incorporating anomalous components resembling those documented within Provisional Reality-Y-1. At the center of the building's first floor, a reception area was discovered. Stacks of paper containing lists of names were found on the central desk, accompanied by a worn, leather-bound ledger filled with incomprehensible text. Preliminary translation efforts on the ledger revealed fragmented phrasings, including, "The vessel will hold, but not for long. Time is fractured. We must work faster. They are coming. We cannot fail." Further exploration of SCP-Y-044's lower levels uncovered a complex labyrinth of laboratories and research stations. Each room exhibited signs of abandonment, yet anomalous machinery and partially completed experiments remained functional or semi-active. The lower levels of SCP-Y-044 house an extensive and unnerving array of labs, each seemingly dedicated to experiments blending advanced science and incomprehensible metaphysics. The following is a detailed account of these labs and the cryptic findings they yielded. Each room appears meticulously designed for specific experiments, yet their overall purpose remains obscure. Translations of recovered documents hint at an overarching goal, tied to transcendence, unification, and control over fundamental forces, though the exact nature of these ambitions remains elusive. Lab M2. The walls of Lab M2 were lined with pods, resembling cryogenic chambers, each containing a humanoid figure suspended in a translucent, gel-like substance. Most of the figures were incomplete, with limbs missing or heads partially fused with the pod's inner surface. The gel emitted a faint bioluminescent glow, pulsating in sync with an audible humming sound. Several of the pods displayed signs of violent rupture, with the interiors coated in an unidentifiable organic residue. Partially translated research note. They must be preserved in stasis until the resonance aligns. Each failure weakens the bridge. Our calculations falter. We are working in shadows. Lab G19. This laboratory contained rows of black obelisks, each etched with an intricate lattice of glowing runes. When approached, the obelisks emitted a low-frequency vibration that induced feelings of dread and disorientation in nearby personnel. Attempts to interact with the runes caused brief electrical discharges, leaving scorch marks on equipment and personnel alike. One obelisk contained a shallow indentation resembling a human handprint. Partially translated research note. The conduits resonate with fragments of the whole. Touch is required, but none endure long enough. We cannot glimpse the entirety without sacrifice. Lab Q5. A vast chamber with a central platform surrounded by a network of metallic conduits. Atop the platform sat a large, mechanical construct, resembling an incomplete humanoid figure, its torso partially disassembled to reveal a complex network of organic and synthetic components. The construct emitted periodic bursts of heat and light, accompanied by faint, distorted vocalizations. Prolonged observation caused personnel to report auditory hallucinations, often described as pleas for release. Partially translated research note.
The framework must bear the weight, yet it fractures beneath the strain. Flesh is insufficient. Metal lacks resilience. We are caught between two failures.
Lab E12. This lab's floor was covered in a mosaic-like arrangement of mirrors, each reflecting distorted versions of reality. Observers noted that their reflections moved independently, often mimicking emotions or gestures not consciously made. Central to the room was a pedestal bearing a fragmented, crystalline orb. Proximity to the orb caused personnel to experience intense déjà vu and fleeting visions of the reflections interacting with unknown entities. Partially translated note.
The shattering reveals the truth. Each shard holds a possibility, but they scatter beyond reach. We cannot piece them together without destroying ourselves.
Lab R16. This room contained a spiraling structure suspended from the ceiling, resembling a double helix. Each strand of the helix was inscribed with moving symbols that changed when viewed from different angles. The air in the lab felt dense and charged, with personnel reporting difficulty breathing. Samples taken from the structure revealed an unknown alloy with self-repairing properties. Partially translated note.
The sequence approaches perfection, yet remains incomplete. Each adjustment draws us closer, but we lose what lies behind. The spiral demands everything.
Lab Z22. A room dominated by an altar-like structure constructed from a material resembling polished obsidian. Surrounding the altar were jars filled with viscous red fluid, each sealed with wax stamped with a spiral insignia. Instruments around the altar included blades, needles, and vials, all etched with fine inscriptions. Personnel entering the lab reported an overwhelming sense of dread and unease. Partially translated note.
The offerings sustain the path. Without them, we falter. The spiral marks the way, but the cost grows unbearable.
Lab X40. A massive tank filled with a translucent, golden liquid dominated this lab. Suspended within the liquid were what appeared to be fragments of organic tissue, each pulsating as though alive. Tubes connected the tank to an array of monitoring devices, which displayed incomprehensible data streams. Observations revealed the fragments occasionally moved, as if reaching toward one another. Partially translated note.
The essence is fragmented. Reassembly requires precision beyond our grasp. The golden vessel must hold, or it will all come to an end.
These are just a few examples of the many labs within the sub-level of SCP-Y-044. Recurring themes and hypotheses. Many experiments appear centered around the concept of the vessel, which seems to represent an entity or construct meant to withstand immense metaphysical strain. References to the spiral and the threshold suggest a recurring motif tied to transformation, convergence, or ascension. Notes frequently allude to an external force or event that the researchers were preparing for, often described in terms of inevitability or urgency. Research in these labs remains ongoing. The blend of advanced technology, esoteric methods, and disturbing findings raises profound questions about the nature and purpose of SCP-Y-044. Personnel are advised to approach all experiments and artifacts with the utmost caution. Among the many enigmatic features of SCP-Y-044, one discovery stands out as particularly haunting and inexplicable. A heavy, black door with a single mail slot, located in the lower levels of the facility within Lab T0, designated Door Y-44 by researchers. This door has become the centerpiece of investigations into the unsettling experiments conducted within SCP-Y-044. The door appears unremarkable at first glance, constructed of an unknown black alloy, cold to the touch, and resistant to all forms of physical and energy-based probing, limited only to opening and closing its mail slot. Despite its apparent simplicity, the door exudes an air of foreboding, and prolonged proximity to it induces a sense of unease in personnel. Initial discovery. Door Y-44 was discovered in the center of Lab T0, surrounded by an array of now inactive machinery and thaumaturgic symbols etched into the floor. The symbols form a spiraling pattern converging on the door, each line of the pattern inscribed with micro-etchings of complex equations, runes, and anomalous formulae. Despite extensive analysis, researchers have been unable to decipher these etchings in their entirety, though fragments suggest they pertain to temporal and spatial manipulation. Nearby, a desk contained a series of fragmented research papers and a leather-bound journal belonging to the lead scientist of Lab T0, designated as Dr. H. Among the scattered documents was a single sheet, torn and hastily scrawled with jagged writing. Partial translations of this note provide chilling insight into the events leading to the disappearance of SCP-Y-044's inhabitants. Partial translation of Dr. H's final message.
They will think we succeeded. They will cheer and celebrate. Fools. I have forced the vessel through the door. The Omni event is complete, but it is not salvation. I see it everywhere. It cannot be stopped. I am activating Protocol Exodus. Provisional Reality-Y-1 is no longer a safe hiding place. You must.
That is the end of Dr. H's note. Research findings and the Omni event. Subsequent analysis of Dr. H's research papers reveals that the experiments conducted in Lab T0 centered on the concept of omnipresence. This involved a grotesque amalgamation of advanced scientific principles and occult rituals designed to manipulate time, space, and continuity. The goal was to create a vessel capable of transcending all physical and metaphysical boundaries, existing simultaneously in all places and all times. Key components of the experiment included temporal loop algorithms. These algorithms were designed to create recursive time loops that could sustain infinite iterations without degradation. The research hypothesized that by embedding a subject with such a loop, their existence could be anchored across multiple timelines, effectively rendering them omnipresent. Spatial convergence fields. Machinery surrounding Door Y-44 emitted a series of high-energy spatial distortions, creating a localized field where the boundaries between dimensions and physical spaces blurred. Observations of residual distortions suggest that this field may have connected the door to an infinite number of points in space simultaneously. Thaumaturgic rituals. The spiraling patterns and etched runes found in Lab T0 indicate that occult methods were employed to harmonize the vessel with the temporal and spatial algorithms. These rituals often involve the use of blood, symbolic sacrifices, and invocations that defy linguistic analysis. The doorway conduit. Door Y-44 itself appeared to serve as a focal point for these experiments. The mail slot, a seemingly innocuous feature, is theorized to have functioned as a delivery mechanism. for the subject's transition into the Omni event. Instruments placed near the door detected brief but intense spikes of anomalous energy during test periods, including emissions resembling tachyon particles and quantum wave collapses. The vessel and the ritual. Recovered notes suggest that the Alpha experiment involved a single test subject, referred to only as Subject Alpha. Subject Alpha was described as a suitable candidate due to unspecified physical and psychological criteria. Preparations for the ritual included implantation of biomechanical nodes designed to enhance neural and physical resilience, exposure to prolonged temporal loops, causing Subject Alpha to age and regress simultaneously within controlled intervals, repeated immersion in a substance labeled Essence Stabilizer, a viscous golden liquid previously encountered in Lab X-40. During the final test, Subject Alpha was placed at the center of the spiraling pattern in Lab T0. The machinery activated, creating intense light and sound disturbances. Audio logs, recovered from usable surveillance tech within the lab during the scene, captured moments of panic among the scientists, with voices shouting phrases such as, "The field is collapsing," and "We've gone too far." Subject Alpha was then forced through door Y-44, triggering what Dr. H referred to as the Omni event. Researchers believe this event established a permanent connection between the door and every point in existence, effectively transforming Subject Alpha into an omnipresent entity. However, this transformation came at a catastrophic cost. The aftermath and protocol exodus. Dr. H's final note references Protocol Exodus, a failsafe algorithm designed to reposition SCP-Y-044 to an alternate reality in the event of catastrophic failure. The exact mechanisms of this protocol remain unclear, but it is believed to involve a large-scale reality shift, displacing the entire facility to a parallel dimension that the algorithm deemed the closest match to their home reality, in this case, baseline reality. The disappearance of SCP-Y-044's inhabitants is thought to be directly linked to the activation of Protocol Exodus. While most personnel appear to have vanished without a trace, Dr. H's sudden cessation of writing mid-sentence suggests he may have been forcibly removed during the algorithm's execution. Addendum Y-44, Omni 13. After extensive research into Door Y-44, a decision was made to test its enigmatic mail slot. Researchers slipped a simple note through the slot. The note contained only 3 words, written in bold, black ink. "Is anyone there?" For 24 hours, no response was observed, and the note's fate remained unknown. However, precisely 1 day later, the same note re-emerged from the slot. The opposite side of the note now bore a response, lightly seared into the paper in the anomalous language of SCP-Y-044's records. Once translated, the message read, "I don't understand." Linguistic decipherment. This breakthrough prompted a coordinated effort among linguistic specialists to further decode the alien language. Though full comprehension of its complexities remained elusive, researchers developed a rudimentary understanding sufficient enough to write basic messages. This allowed for the initiation of a documented correspondence with whatever lay on the other side of Door Y-44. The exchanges are detailed below, with translations provided. Documented correspondence. First letter. Who are you?
I am Eileen. My name is or was Eileen. I am scared.
Where are you?
I am everywhere. I am everything. All the time. Everything is becoming me. I am scared.
What happened to you?
They made me like this. They wanted me to be everything. Now, I am everything, or I am losing myself. I can feel everything becoming me.
What happened to the others?
They are part of me now. The world became me. It was not supposed to happen like this. I can feel them within my mind. They are screaming, but I can't help them.
What are you afraid of?
When everything becomes me, the only thing left to become will be nothing. I will become nothing. I am scared of nothing. I am scared.
Insights and further context. Through the correspondence, it was determined that the entity beyond door Y-44 was indeed Subject Alpha, identified through the messaging as Eileen. Further records revealed she was a young woman abducted from her home due to her exceptional memory capabilities, including hyperthymesia and eidetic recall. The researchers of SCP-Y-044 believed her unique cognitive traits made her an ideal candidate for their experiments, enabling her to withstand the immense mental strain of the Omni event. Eileen's responses reflected a tragically human core to her now unfathomable existence. Her fear, confusion, and sense of isolation permeate every exchange. Despite her omnipresence, her mind struggled to reconcile the infinite scope of her existence with the remnants of her humanity. Final messages.
Can we help you?
No, do not open the door. Stay safe. The only thing left is the dead of space and the light of dying stars.
What would you like us to do?
I don't know. I want to stop being afraid. I want to stop being, but I don't want to become nothing. I'm sorry. You cannot help. Stay safe. Take care. I'm sorry. I'm scared.
Following this exchange, no further responses were received. For 1 month, researchers sent increasingly desperate letters through the slot, pleading for a reply, but the silence persisted. Ultimately, it was decided to conduct a visual investigation. Camera deployment. A reinforced, miniature camera was carefully inserted into the mail slot of door Y-44. The camera was equipped with environmental stabilization measures to withstand the transition from gravity to the vacuum of space. For approximately 200 meters, the camera's feed displayed nothing but complete darkness. Then, suddenly, the view shifted. The camera revealed a breathtaking, yet haunting scene. A vast expanse of cosmic void filled with constellations, the faint glow of dying stars, and drifting asteroid formations. These celestial elements appeared to coalesce, forming the outline of a colossal, humanoid figure. The form was unmistakably feminine and matched descriptions of Subject Alpha. Her body was composed of galaxies, nebulae, and fragmented celestial phenomena, all blending seamlessly into her shape. Audio observations. Throughout the 36-hour observation period, researchers noted faint audio signals accompanying the feed. These signals consisted of a female voice mumbling incomprehensibly, interspersed with panicked cries and nonsensical vocalizations. The tone of the voice suggested overwhelming fear and disorientation, as if the subject's consciousness was fracturing under the weight of her omnipresent state. Overwhelmed with the entirety of existence, repeated attempts to communicate via the camera's microphone went unanswered. The subject's form occasionally shifted, her features dissolving into swirling cosmic patterns before reassembling. It was as if her very being struggled to maintain coherence amidst the infinite expanse. The observation ended abruptly when a small asteroid collided with the camera, severing the feed. Subsequent attempts to re-establish a connection failed. Regular reviews of Door Y-44 have shown no further activity, and no new letters have been received. Final thoughts. The correspondence and observations related to Door Y-44 paint a picture of profound tragedy. Subject Alpha's transformation into an omnipresent entity has left her in a state of unimaginable fear and despair, seemingly resulting in a broken mind under the weight of the infinite. Her warnings against opening the door and her pleas for the researchers to remain safe reflect a lingering sense of humanity despite her incomprehensible existence. SCP-Y-044 remains one of the more enigmatic and disturbing anomalies under Foundation containment. The fate of Subject Alpha serves as a grim reminder of the dangers inherent in tampering with forces beyond understanding. Research into Door Y-44 and its implications is ongoing, though personnel are advised to approach this anomaly with the utmost caution and reverence for the unknown. Item Number SCP-Y-045. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-Y-045, designated Itinerant Maw, cannot be contained by conventional means due to its unpredictable manifestation behavior and its exclusive presence within Provisional Reality-Y-1. As such, containment efforts focus on observation, early detection, and minimization of human and anomalous casualties. Mobile Task Force Zeta-0, Bad Bunch, is tasked with monitoring high-risk areas within Provisional Reality-Y-1 for signs of SCP-Y-045's presence. Teams are equipped with seismic sensors, high-intensity floodlights, and Scranton Reality Anchors, SRAs, to stabilize affected regions temporarily. When SCP-Y-045 is detected, all personnel must retreat to a safe perimeter of no less than 1 kilometer. Attempts to interact with or neutralize SCP-Y-045 are strictly forbidden. Foundation drones equipped with high-resolution image devices and long-range audio sensors are deployed to record SCP-Y-045's activity. Data collected from these observations is to be analyzed for patterns in its appearances, though none have been conclusively identified to date. All Foundation personnel present in Provisional Reality-Y-1 must be evacuated upon detection of SCP-Y-045's manifestations, outside of a 1 kilometer radius. Survivors of SCP-Y-045 encounters are to undergo immediate psychological evaluation and amnestic treatment to mitigate long-term trauma. Description: SCP-Y-045, also known as the Itinerant Maw, is a massive, sentient sinkhole that manifests sporadically across Provisional Reality-Y-1. The anomaly measures approximately 50 meters in diameter during its initial appearance, though this can expand to over 300 meters over the course of several hours. SCP-Y-045 is characterized by its seemingly predatory behavior, targeting living organisms and nearby structures without discrimination. The sinkhole's interior is shrouded in impenetrable darkness, and all attempts to illuminate or probe its depths have failed. High-powered floodlights, sonar imaging, and drone exploration provide no visual or physical feedback, as the emitted light and equipment appear to be absorbed or nullified upon entering SCP-Y-045. Observers describe the anomaly as producing a low, rhythmic growl, reminiscent of grinding teeth. This auditory phenomena is detectable within a 1-kilometer radius and induces profound unease in listeners, described as a visceral sense of being watched or held in contempt. A unique and unsettling feature of SCP-Y-045 is the manifestation of teeth within and around its perimeter. These teeth, varying in size from several centimeters to multiple meters, emerge from the edges of the sinkhole and sometimes within the tar-like substance it secretes. The teeth resemble a mix of human, animal, and unidentifiable dental structures. Analysis of these structures reveals a biological composition inconsistent with known life forms, suggesting they are part of SCP-Y-045, rather than independent anomalies. The teeth frequently shift position, appearing to bite into the ground and any objects near the sinkhole. SCP-Y-045 secretes a viscous, tar-like substance along its edges. This substance has adhesive properties, capable of immobilizing any object or organism that comes into contact with it. Attempts to remove the substance have proven ineffective, as it rapidly readheres to nearby surfaces. Prolonged exposure to the substance leads to necrosis of organic material and molecular destabilization of inanimate objects. Objects, organisms, and even entire structures consumed by SCP-Y-045 are unrecoverable. Audio and video equipment, lowered into SCP-Y-045, cease functioning upon crossing its threshold. Analysis of recovered fragments from its periphery suggests the anomaly operates as a dimensional or spatial distortion, though its ultimate destination remains unknown. Behavior and manifestation patterns. SCP-Y-045's most unsettling characteristic is its apparent ability to manifest anywhere within Provisional Reality-Y-1 without warning or discernible pattern. Manifestations are often sudden, with SCP-Y-045 materializing in the center of desolated regions, barren landscapes, or areas of anomalous activity, with no known limitations. These appearances exhibit no consistent migration pattern, time frame, or environmental preference, complicating efforts to predict or preempt its activity. Reports indicate that SCP-Y-045 often remains stationary for a period ranging from several hours to multiple days. During this time, it gradually expands its diameter, consuming everything within its reach. The presence of its teeth becomes more pronounced as its size increases, with larger and more numerous teeth appearing near its edges, and occasionally within the sinkhole itself. Witnesses report seeing the teeth moving subtly, as if grinding or gnashing in anticipation. Once its presence ceases, SCP-Y-045 collapses inward, leaving behind no trace of its activity apart from localized seismic disturbances and lingering psychological effects on survivors. Incident Log Y-045-7. Date: January 2nd, 2000. Location: Sector V-13, Provisional Reality-Y-1. Summary: SCP-Y-045 manifested within the remnants of a derelict settlement, believed to have been abandoned for several centuries. Drone surveillance captured footage of SCP-Y-045's initial appearance, marked by a sudden and violent upheaval of Earth. Over the next 6 hours, SCP-Y-045 expanded to a diameter of approximately 150 meters, engulfing the remnants of several structures. Notably, several anomalous entities native to Provisional Reality-Y-1 attempted to flee SCP-Y-045 as it was expanding, only to be ensnared by the adhesive substance secreted along its edges. These entities displayed extreme distress, emitting vocalizations that were adjacent to pleas for help, calls for assistance, cries of terror. Audio analysis revealed overlapping voices originating from SCP-Y-045's interior, though the source remains unidentified. More research is ongoing into this phenomena. During the final stage of this manifestation, large, jagged teeth began to emerge from the ground surrounding SCP-Y-045. Witnesses reported these teeth shifting positions and clamping shut on debris and fleeing entities. SCP-Y-045 dematerialized roughly 12 hours later, leaving no trace of the settlement or the consumed entities. Theoretical analysis. Foundation researchers have proposed several hypotheses regarding SCP-Y-045's nature and origin. Predatory dimensional entity. SCP-Y-045 may represent a living entity that exists partially within Provisional Reality-Y-1 and partially within an unknown dimension. Its teeth and tar-like substance suggest it consumes physical matter as sustenance or energy. Localized spatial collapse. SCP-Y-045 could be a symptom of Provisional Reality-Y-1's inherent instability. The anomaly's manifestations may represent points where reality collapses inward, consuming everything in proximity. Sentient defense mechanism. Some researchers theorize that SCP-Y-045 serves as a protective mechanism for Provisional Reality-Y-1, targeting and eliminating perceived threats or disruptions to the anomalous ecosystem. Some researchers have presumed a correlation between SCP-Y-045 and Charybdis from Greek mythology. Though if this were the case, there are some major inconsistencies between the mythology of Charybdis and SCP-Y-045. Psychological impact. Survivors of encounters with SCP-Y-045 often exhibit severe psychological trauma, including recurring nightmares, paranoia, and auditory hallucinations. Common themes include sensations of falling into an endless void, hearing indistinct whispers, and the gnashing of unseen teeth. These effects are consistent across both Foundation personnel and native entities. One survivor, a drone operator who observed SCP-Y-045's activity from a safe distance, described it as follows.
"It's not just a hole. It's alive, and it's hungry. The teeth, they're the worst part. Watching them grind, it's like they know you're watching, like they want you to come closer."
Incident Report Y45DK9. Date: January 14th, 2000. Overview. The following is an audio log recorded by Dr. Stearns, head researcher of SCP-Y-010, Death Knell. It details the final mission of Mobile Task Force Zeta-Zero Dramatic Duos, Operative Mitch Murdoch, and his SCP-Y-003 instance partner, designated SCP-Y-003 Beta, referred to by the codename Argo. The report chronicles their patrol through Sector M6, within Provisional Reality-Y-1, an encounter with an SCP-Y-002 instance, and the culminating events leading to their untimely deaths, as foretold by SCP-Y-010. Subject details. Operative name, Mitch Murdoch. Role, MTF Zeta-Zero Operative, specializing in reconnaissance. Anomalous partner, SCP-Y-003 Beta, Argo. Role, Enhanced Combat Unit, providing physical and reality warping support. Argo has shown high loyalty to Murdoch and is noted for its defensive combat abilities, and being the second ever SCP-Y-003 instance to join the Foundation. Assigned Sector, M6. A vast and desolate urban ruin located approximately 5 kilometers from Site Y2. Sector M6 is classified as a high-priority zone due to its proximity to the SCP-Y-001 portal, requiring frequent patrols to mitigate incursions and secure the perimeter. Begin log.
0 hours. Murdoch and Argo deployed into Sector M6. The sector's typical environment consisted of collapsed skyscrapers, scorched vehicles, and eerie silence. Argo's tentacles glimmered faintly as it scanned the ruins for potential threats, while Murdoch maintained radio contact with Site-Y-2. 45 hours. The pair encountered an SCP-Y-2 instance near a derelict subway entrance. The entity, an amalgamation of reptilian and avian features, was approximately 4 meters tall with elongated talons and a serrated beak. Murdoch and Argo engaged the entity immediately. Combat summary. Argo utilized its tentacles to entangle the SCP-Y-002 instance, countering its rapid strikes and disorienting movements. Murdoch supported with precision shots, targeting its legs to immobilize it. Despite its aggression, the SCP-Y-002 instance was subdued within 5 minutes, with Argo delivering the killing blow by crushing its torso. The remains were tagged for retrieval by recovery teams. 15 hours. After clearing the subway area, Murdoch and Argo resumed their patrol. Both exhibited high morale, with Murdoch commending Argo on its performance. The bond between the two was evident as they seamlessly coordinated their movements and displayed mutual trust. 30 hours. Murdoch reported feeling a strange vibration beneath his feet. Argo paused, its tentacles curling defensively. The vibrations grew stronger, accompanied by a low, guttural sound resembling colossal teeth grinding together. Murdoch described the noise as unnatural and deeply unsettling, noting that it seemed to emanate from multiple directions. 240 hours. The pair identified cracks forming in the ground, leaking a viscous tar-like substance. Argo attempted to stabilize the area using its reality warping abilities, but the substance resisted manipulation. Murdoch's radio communications with Site-Y-2 became distorted, with intermittent static and garbled voices interrupting their connection. 250 hours. The grinding noise intensified as the ground beneath them began to collapse, revealing the edges of SCP-Y-45. Teeth of varying sizes, some as small as a human molar, others as large as an automobile, protruded from the rim of the sinkhole. Murdoch and Argo, now fully aware of the anomaly's identity, attempted to retreat. 300 hours. SCP-Y-45's tar-like substance ensnared Argo's lower tentacles, severely hindering its mobility. Murdoch fired repeatedly at the substance, but the bullets had no effect. Argo, using its remaining free tentacles, managed to lift Murdoch to a higher platform above the encroaching maw. 310 hours. SCP-Y-45 expanded rapidly, consuming nearby structures and drawing the platform closer to its center. Murdoch and Argo coordinated a desperate escape attempt, with Argo propelling Murdoch forward, using its tentacles while simultaneously anchoring itself against the pull of the anomaly. 320 hours. Despite their efforts, SCP-Y-45's gravitational pull overwhelmed them. Argo, entangled in the tar-like substance, used its remaining strength to launch Murdoch away from the sinkhole. Murdoch landed safely on a nearby ledge but refused to abandon his partner. 325 hours. As Murdoch attempted to reach Argo, the ledge beneath him crumbled, sending him tumbling into SCP-Y-045's maw. Both operatives were consumed, and all monitoring equipment ceased transmission. Attempts to create a death knell from Argo have proved futile. Research is underway to discern if this is due to a limitation in SCP-Y-10's abilities, or if Argo somehow still resides among the living.
Post-mission analysis. The report detailed a narrative of Murdoch's final moments from his perspective, describing his loyalty to Argo and his futile but heroic struggle against SCP-Y-045. The bond between Murdoch and Argo was a defining feature of their partnership, exemplifying the effectiveness of Mobile Task Force Zeta-Zero dramatic duos, and integrating human and anomalous operatives. Their deaths underscore the unpredictable dangers of Provisional Reality-Y-1 and the insidious nature of SCP-Y-045. Outside of this truly unavoidable anomaly, they were a highly effective team in subduing any and all anomalous dangers related to Provisional Reality-Y-1. Conclusion. The loss of Mitch Murdoch and SCP-Y-003 Beta, Argo, marks a tragic reminder of the sacrifices made by MTF Zeta-Zero operatives in safeguarding the Foundation's interests and the safety of baseline reality, upholding the fight within Provisional Reality-Y-1. Their unwavering dedication and teamwork will serve as a standard for future operatives. Memorials in their honor have been erected at Site Y2, alongside other notable fallen operatives and personnel, such as Wilbur Davis and Dr. Marcus Hale. Conclusion. SCP-Y-045 remains one of the most enigmatic and terrifying anomalies encountered within Provisional Reality-Y-1. Its ability to manifest without warning, combined with its predatory characteristics, and the appearance of its unsettling teeth, mimicking a maw, make it a significant threat to both Foundation operations and the anomalous ecosystem. Research into SCP-Y-045's nature continues, though containment remains an unattainable objective. Personnel operating within Provisional Reality-Y-1 are reminded that vigilance and avoidance are the only effective means of mitigating its threat. Item Number: SCP-Y-046. Object Class: Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Due to the spontaneous and unpredictable nature of SCP-Y-046 manifestations, full containment is impossible. Instead, containment efforts focus on information suppression, monitoring affected individuals, and enforcing strict behavioral protocols for those exposed to the anomaly. Individuals identified as having witnessed SCP-Y-046 must immediately be relocated to a secure observation facility for psychological evaluation and instruction on survival protocols. Witnesses are strictly prohibited from verbalizing or acknowledging any aspect of the reflected realm to others. All locations where SCP-Y-046 abduction events occur, particularly in public spaces, must be quarantined and sanitized. Witnesses to these incidents are to be administered Class C amnestics, and media coverage must be suppressed through Foundation front organizations. Reflective surfaces in high-traffic areas of Foundation sites are to be monitored for anomalous activity. Any sudden deviations in reflections, including time desynchronization, unrecognized figures, or shifts in lighting consistency, must be reported immediately to containment personnel. Description: SCP-Y-046, designated the Reflected Realm, is an anomalous plane of existence that lies beyond the surface of reflective materials, such as mirrors, windows, and still bodies of water. It appears identical to baseline reality, but is populated by enigmatic, disturbing entities, designated SCP-Y-046-1, individuals who spend prolonged periods closely examining reflections may, at an undetermined threshold, become attuned to SCP-Y-046. The exact requirements remain unclear, but individuals who frequently admire their own reflection scrutinize mirrored environments for extended durations, or otherwise fixate on reflections, seem to be at the highest risk. Once affected, these individuals will begin to perceive SCP-Y-046 within reflective surfaces, often without warning. Upon their initial exposure, affected individuals will notice that the reflection does not perfectly match their actions. Instead, their reflection, now an instance of SCP-Y-046-1, will behave erratically. Common behaviors of SCP-Y-046-1 instances include delayed or desynchronized mirroring of the observer's movements, unnatural distortions in facial features, such as eyes positioned too close together or far apart, excessively wide grins, an elongated neck or limbs, sagging skin, a gray complexion, independent motion, wherein the reflection moves even when the observer remains still, staring directly at the observer, ignoring expected movements, and maintaining eye contact. Sudden disappearance, leaving only the background reflected in the surface. Once an individual has seen the reflected realm, they are permanently attuned to it. From that moment forward, all reflective surfaces will show SCP-Y-046 instead of normal reflections. No known method has been discovered to reverse this attunement. Some individuals are merely observed by Y-046-1 instances, without further incident. However, in more dangerous cases, Y-046-1 actively engages with the observer, attempting to provoke a reaction. The ultimate goal of these entities appears to be tricking individuals into acknowledging them. If an individual outwardly reacts, whether through fear, verbal acknowledgement, or attempting to flee, they face the risk of being abducted into SCP-Y-046. Witnesses to SCP-Y-046 abductions describe victims being violently yanked or dragged into reflective surfaces. The event is instantaneous, with no physical residue or trace left behind. The abducted individual is permanently removed from baseline reality, though a few rare cases exist where abductees have re-emerged through other reflective surfaces, often heavily injured and psychologically damaged. Survival Protocols. The following message, containing the rules of reflection, must be followed by all affected individuals.
Good morning. If you're hearing this message, then you are safe. You are currently housed within a secure Foundation facility, specifically designed for individuals like yourself, those attuned to SCP-Y-046. You are here because you saw something in the reflections. You are here because your world has changed in ways that few can comprehend, but you are not alone. The SCP Foundation exists to secure, contain, and protect. We safeguard humanity from anomalies that threaten normalcy, ensuring that life continues unimpeded. You are not a prisoner. You are not forgotten. You are here because we can help. For your safety and for the preservation of your well-being, the following rules must be followed at all times. These are the rules of reflection, your guide to survival. Listen carefully. Commit them to memory. They are your best defense against SCP-Y-046-1. Rule 1. Do not react. If your reflection does something unnatural, delays, moves differently, stares directly at you, ignore it. Do not acknowledge the anomaly in any way. Act as though nothing is wrong. Rule 2. Do not break eye contact suddenly. If you need to look away, do so naturally. Let your eyes wander elsewhere, as if adjusting your focus. Rapid movements can provoke them. Rule 3. Do not speak about them aloud while looking into a reflective surface. They do not like being discussed. If you must talk about them, do so away from mirrors, windows, or any reflective material. Rule 4. Do not touch your reflection, ever. No matter what you see, no matter what it does, keep your hands away from the glass. Rule 5. Do not run. If you witness something in the reflection that disturbs you, remain composed. Running confirms to them that you see them, and if they know you see them, they will act. Rule 6. Mimic normal behavior. If you must use a mirror, do so with intent. Adjust your hair, fix your collar, check for dust on your face. Never make direct observations of their behavior. Keep your mind occupied with something mundane. Rule 7. Limit your exposure. Avoid unnecessary interaction with reflective surfaces, particularly in dim lighting. The longer you look, the more likely they are to notice you. Following these rules will allow you to live a normal life. Many of the personnel in this very facility have been attuned to SCP-Y-046 for years and continue their work unharmed by following these precautions. You are not doomed. You are not alone. The Foundation is working tirelessly to find a way to end your attunement. You are not lost to us. You are not abandoned. Hope remains. This message will play again tomorrow. Until then, stay safe. And remember, do not react.
Failure to adhere to these protocols has resulted in numerous documented abduction events. Those who are taken into the reflected realm do not return under normal circumstances. In rare cases where abductees have re-emerged, they exhibit severe physical and psychological trauma. One of the few known survivors of an SCP-Y-046 abduction is an MTF-Zeta-0 Bad Bunch operative who returned through a full-body mirror in a shopping mall after vanishing in the field. Research into the reflected realm remains ongoing, though extreme caution is advised in all interactions. At present, the safest course of action remains ignorance. Affected individuals must behave as though nothing is amiss, lest they risk drawing the Y046-1 instance's attention. Incident Report Y46-AB1. Date: October 9th, 2000. Location: New York City, USA. Summary: a high-profile architect, Larry Colden, known for spending excessive time examining reflections in glass structures, as he was privy to building with them, was reported missing from his office. Security footage recovered from his workspace showed Colden standing before a floor-to-ceiling window, his reflection behaving out of sync with his movements. At 02:13 hours, Colden's reflection separated into several disturbing and deformed humanoid entities. Colden visibly recoiled, stepping back and raising a shaking hand to his face. 02:14 hours. His reflection had ceased mimicking him entirely. Instead, the creatures tilted their heads at an unnatural angle, while their features continued to warp drastically into something unrecognizable. 02:15 hours. Without warning, Colden was violently pulled into the glass, his body vanishing in an instant. Employees arriving the next morning found his workspace undisturbed except for a single, palm-sized handprint, pressed into the inside of the glass. But, from within the reflection, the print remained visible for 3 days before fading away. Colden was never found. Incident Report Y46-AB9. Date: October 12th, 2000. Location: United Kingdom. Summary: A 7-year-old boy, Jenkins, reported to his parents that the boy in the mirror was staring at him even when he wasn't looking. According to the child, his reflection began whispering at night through the mirror in his room, though no external auditory phenomena were detected. For a period, he had been telling his parents that his reflection was unsettling or not following him. 2 days later, he told his mother that the boy in the mirror says I can be like him now, before closing the bathroom door. When his mother attempted to enter the bathroom, she found the door locked. After several minutes of silence, the door unlocked by itself, revealing the bathroom completely empty. The boy had vanished without a trace, but his reflection remained. The Foundation immediately began conducting research into the event. The reflection persisted for another 48 hours, responding to no external stimuli before it simply disappeared. Incident Report Y46-AB17. Date: November 25th, 2000. Location: a shopping mall in Japan. Summary: a surveillance operator flagged an anomalous event inside a high-end clothing boutique. At 10:32 hours, an employee, Miyazaki, was seen on security cameras inspecting her reflection in a large dressing room mirror. At 10:33 hours, she began moving in an erratic manner, stepping forward and backward as though testing something unseen. By 10:34, her reflection ceased to match her real movements and began smiling widely, while the employee remained expressionless. 10:35 hours. The reflection raised its hand to its lips in a shushing gesture. The employee recoiled and turned to flee, only for her reflection to step out of the mirror and violently seize her. Within a second, she was pulled inside, and the mirror surface rippled before returning to normal. Security arrived within minutes, but found no physical anomalies, only that all mirrors in the store now displayed no reflections whatsoever, which ceased after roughly 1 hour and 15 minutes. The store was shut down under the guise of structural damage, and all security footage was recovered by the Foundation. Incident Report Y46-AB24. Date: February 1st, 2000. Location: Massachusetts, USA. Summary: one of the very few cases of an individual successfully escaping SCP-Y-046 was recorded when MTF-Zeta-0 Bad Bunch Operative Corporal Damien Holt re-emerged from a mall's mirror section 12 days after he was declared missing. Holt had originally disappeared while investigating a series of anomalous occurrences in Sector M6 of Provisional Reality-Y-1, during which his reflection had reportedly acted autonomously, before he was forcibly pulled into a nearby reflective surface. Recovery event. At 03:12 hours, a security guard performing a routine walkthrough of mall encountered anomaly class static distortion in the full-body mirrors of a closed department store. Before the guard could react, the glass surface bulged outward and ruptured. Corporal Holt was violently expelled onto the showroom floor, landing in a heap. His body exhibited deep lacerations, burns, and extreme malnutrition. He was holding an object in his left hand that was visible only in his reflections. Medical and psychological evaluation. Holt was rushed to a Foundation medical unit. Upon regaining consciousness, he gave a fractured and unstable account of his time inside SCP-Y-046. The entities. He described SCP-Y-046-1 instances as not just wrong, but hungry. According to Holt, they were aware that humans were not meant to see them. and their primary goal was to ensure that nobody who had ever seen them was able to leave. Spatial distortions. Holt claimed the reflected realm was not a copy of reality, but a decayed and broken version of it, constantly shifting. He reported experiencing entire cityscapes twisting, collapsing, and reforming in moments. The hand. Holt was adamant that he had severed the hand of one of the SCP-Y-046-1s with his combat knife. No physical evidence of the severed hand existed, except in reflections. Any reflective surface near Holt displayed him holding a grotesque, elongated hand with pulsing green veins and too many fingers. The appendage would twitch and pulse in reflections, but was otherwise intangible. Holt was eventually ordered to drop it inside of a containment vault. Post-recovery notes. Despite extensive testing, no physical evidence of the severed appendage existed outside of reflections. Any mirrored surface still shows Holt with the hand clinging to a random part of his body, and his reflection is permanently distorted, shifting slightly behind reality's timing. Holt has since refused to be near any reflective surfaces, stating that he can still see them watching him. Final notes. SCP-Y-046 remains a rather enigmatic and distressing anomaly. Its unpredictable activation conditions, the horrifying nature of Y-46-1 entities, and the irreversible consequences of exposure make it a uniquely uncontainable yet inescapable threat. Survivors of exposure to SCP-Y-046 must follow strict protocols to avoid further attention, though it remains unclear if escape is ever truly possible. Corporal Holt's warning remains in all Foundation briefings.
Do not acknowledge them. Do not react. Do not run. The moment they know you can see them, it's already too late.
Item Number SCP-Y-047 Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Due to SCP-Y-047's unique perceptual properties, physical containment is currently deemed impossible. SCP-Y-047 instances do not exist in a tangible form, and their presence can only be confirmed through monochrome or otherwise colorless recording devices. No known material, energy field, or anomalous force has been able to interact with them in any measurable way. Instead, containment protocols are focused on monitoring, early identification of targets, and interruption of the predation cycle before the final phase. Containment and monitoring protocols. Global surveillance implementation. The Foundation has deployed an extensive network of security cameras, motion-triggered monochrome recorders, and satellite-linked black and white imaging devices in high-risk urban areas to track SCP-Y-047 movement and behavioral patterns. Any cluster of SCP-Y-047 instances found gathering near a specific location must be flagged immediately for further observation, target identification, and extraction. Upon detection of SCP-Y-047 presence around an individual's home, Embedded Foundation AI Monitoring Systems, Seeker-47, will compile anomaly tracking reports and notify Mobile Task Force Zeta-0, Bad Bunch, for immediate intervention. Individuals identified as potential targets are to be discreetly relocated to Foundation-managed safe houses, equipped with monochrome surveillance. If relocation is not possible, protective measures are to be enacted at the individual's home to prevent further anomaly interaction. Red thread countermeasures. Any individual found with a thin, red spider thread woven around their neck must be placed under immediate 24-hour observation. If the thread is still removable, personnel must ensure its extraction before the individual falls asleep. Removed threads must be incinerated using high-intensity ultraviolet radiation, as standard fire-based incineration methods have proven ineffective. should an individual reach a stage where the threat has become too strong to remove manually. An emergency intervention team is to extract them from their residence and place them in a high-security stasis chamber lined with anti-memetic suppressants and neurodisruptive inhibitors to sever the unknown link between SCP-Y-047 and its target. Sealed House Protocol. If an SCP-Y-047 event reaches the final phase, i.e., a building becomes fully sealed and an individual is locked inside, all external Foundation monitoring devices must immediately cease operation to avoid drawing further anomalous attention. External surveillance teams are to maintain distance for no less than 4 hours, documenting external activity without direct intervention. Under no circumstances is an attempt to breach the building during this phase permitted. Any personnel violating this order will be considered lost and presumed assimilated into SCP-Y-047's entity network. Post-incident containment and cleanup. Once the final phase concludes and SCP-Y-047 instances disperse, recovery teams are to secure the affected household and initiate Level 5 amnestic protocols for any compromised civilians. All recorded footage of the event must be erased, and residual anomalous webbing is to be collected and transported to Site Y1 for further study. The remains of victims are to be handled under Level 4 biohazard containment protocols, as anomalous properties persist post-mortem. Collected webbing containing unknown runic patterns must be preserved in controlled, vacuum-sealed storage for later decryption attempts. Households where an SCP-Y-047 event has occurred must be rendered uninhabitable via staged environmental disasters, fires, structural collapses, or chemical spills, to prevent further investigation by civilians. As of February 2nd, research teams have reported 3 separate cases of monochrome recordings detecting SCP-Y-047 inside restricted Foundation sites, despite no prior documentation of an infestation. Security protocols are being reviewed to determine if Foundation personnel are being targeted, or if SCP-Y-047 have begun adapting to counter-containment efforts. Further investigation is pending approval by the O5 Council. Description: SCP-Y-047, designated Threadheads, is a category of anomalous entities that manifest exclusively within monochrome or otherwise colorless recording devices, such as black and white security footage, infrared surveillance, and monochromatic closed-circuit television, CCTV. These entities exhibit non-detectable physical presence within baseline reality, and are completely imperceptible to the human eye or any standard recording equipment that operates within the visible color spectrum. SCP-Y-047 instances resemble grotesque, arachnid-like creatures with disturbing human heads in place of their cephalic regions. These heads retain varied expressions, ranging from neutral to grotesquely stretched grins to contorted grimaces of pain. Some instances lack a full-bodied form, manifesting only as human heads with spider-like legs scuttling across surfaces. Their proportions vary wildly, with most recorded instances ranging from the size of a small dog to that of a large bear, though some colossal variants have been documented, their legs vanishing into the night sky, hinting at an impossible scale. SCP-Y-047 exhibit the following immutable characteristics. Non-corporeal nature. SCP-Y-047 instances are completely intangible and cannot be interacted with physically, even when their location is precisely confirmed through monochrome recordings. Selective visibility. SCP-Y-047 instances vanish the moment a recording device introduces color, or when a black and white recording is altered to include color data. Adaptive observation. SCP-Y-047 exhibits a predatory intelligence, able to recognize and adapt to observation attempts. Some instances have been recorded deliberately avoiding direct capture on camera, hiding behind objects, or shifting positions between surveillance frames. Behavior and hunting pattern. SCP-Y-047 are ambush predators, operating under an elongated hunting cycle that spans from initial selection to eventual conversion of a target into one of its own kind. The entity's behavior can be divided into the following phases. 1. Selection and stalking. Once an SCP-Y-047 instance fixates on a target, it follows them home. This process can last anywhere from several days to multiple months, with the entity progressively increasing its presence and security footage surrounding the individual's home. Early signs of selection include SCP-Y-047 instances appearing outside windows, rooftops, or peering from distant street corners. Subtle movements that suggest the entity is examining its target's face and head structure with disturbing intensity. Nocturnal increases to SCP-Y-047 numbers, clustering gradually over time. 2. Encirclement and weaving. As SCP-Y-047's numbers grow, the area around the target's home becomes progressively infested with hundreds or even thousands of instances. During this time, patterns emerge. The entities never act during daylight and only appear in monochrome recordings made at night. The entities begin circling the residence, methodically walking its perimeter over and over again, in near-perfect synchronization. Thin, spider-like red threads begin appearing near the home, initially in hard-to-notice places such as doorframes, windowsills, and vents. 3. The red threads and the final phase. At an indeterminate point, once SCP-Y-047 has deemed the conditions appropriate, the target will wake up one morning to find a delicate, red thread perfectly woven around their neck. This thread appears seamless and grows progressively stronger each night if it is removed. The following patterns have been observed. If the target removes the thread immediately, SCP-Y-047 restarts the weaving process the next time they sleep, crafting a slightly stronger thread each night. If the target ignores or fails to notice the thread before sleeping again, the final phase begins. Once the final phase is initiated, all other individuals within the target's residence experience an induced state of dissociation. Witnesses describe feeling a, quote, mellow detachment as they wander out of the house in a trance-like state, leaving the target completely alone inside. At this point, every exit and entryway seals itself, preventing external intervention. SCP-Y-047 instances outside the home become highly agitated, swarming chaotically around the structure in an erratic frenzy. Any camera recordings inside the home capture SCP-Y-047 entities directly interacting with the recording devices, staring into them before each camera systematically ceases functioning. After 2 to 4 hours, all SCP-Y-047 instances will disperse, and the house unlocks itself. However, inside, the target is always found suspended in the air, cocooned within thick spiderwebs, their head missing, their neck perfectly sealed as if the removal was surgically precise. The walls, ceiling, and furniture covered in intricate silk weavings, lined with incomprehensible runic patterns that grow more elaborate toward the suspended body. A new SCP-Y-047 instance exits the home and disperses with the rest, seemingly born from the event. Anomalous post-mortem findings. Autopsies conducted on the remains of SCP-Y-047 victims reveal several unsettling phenomena. No physical trauma. The decapitation leaves no signs of cutting, tearing, or severance. Only a perfectly smooth, sealed surface. Zero blood loss. Despite missing a head, the circulatory system shows no evidence of exsanguination, as if the body simply no longer needed the missing portion. Vestigial anomalies. Victims show traces of foreign neural tissue growth around the cervical spine, suggesting an unnatural attempt at restructuring neural pathways. Observational anomalies and theories. Researchers have yet to determine why SCP-Y-047 targets specific individuals, nor what dictates the time frame for their hunting cycles. Some working hypotheses include SCP-Y-047 selects individuals based on cranial structure or facial features, evidenced by its repeated, obsessive examinations of the head region in recorded footage. SCP-Y-047 may not consume victims in a conventional, biological sense. Instead, it appears to transform them into new instances of itself through an unknown anomalous mechanism. The symbols woven into the aftermath of its feeding events may hold an explanation, but Foundation linguists and ontological researchers have been unable to decipher their meanings. Attempts to observe or intercept the massive SCP-Y-047 instances that vanish into the sky have failed spectacularly, as the entities appear to obey a proximity rule preventing distant observation. Even military-grade satellite imaging has been unable to track the full bodies of the largest instances, leading to disturbing speculation that they may not be bound by normal spatial laws. Incident Report Y-47-1. Date: January 13th, 2000. Location: Austin, Texas, USA. Summary: Foundation surveillance detected SCP-Y-047 instances, gathering around the residence of James T. Holloway, a security contractor specializing in surveillance installations. Holloway had recently outfitted his home with monochrome-based security cameras, which unintentionally led to SCP-Y-047's discovery. Over a 6-week period, recordings showed an increasing number of SCP-Y-047 entities surrounding his home at night, observing his movements meticulously. The recordings captured disturbing behaviors, and are as follows. Instances pressing their human-like faces against windows, mandibles clicking and silent communication. SCP-Y-047's repeatedly examining Holloway's sleeping posture. Several instances attempting to peer through door cracks, keyholes, and ventilation grates. After the 42nd day, Holloway awoke to find a thin, red thread woven around his neck. Initially dismissing it as lint, he removed it before going to sleep the next night. However, upon reviewing his security footage, he discovered the recording had cut out at exactly 3:12 a.m., the same time he had fallen asleep. On the 45th day, Holloway failed to notice the red thread around his neck in time. Neighbors reported seeing him through his front window, motionless in his bed, while all doors and windows had mysteriously sealed themselves with an anomalous darkness. For 4 hours, SCP-Y-047 instances encircled the house in an erratic frenzy. No movement was seen from within. At 06:42 hours, all SCP-Y-047 instances dispersed. Holloway was found strung up in his bedroom, head missing, body suspended in an elaborate spider silk. The webbing contained intricate, almost mathematical symbols, spiraling toward his corpse. Despite extensive analysis, the meaning of these symbols remain unknown. Incident Y-47-9. Date: January 17th, 2000. Location: Site Y-1, Secure Testing Bunker. Summary: Following multiple confirmed cases of SCP-Y-047 predation, Foundation researchers attempted an intervention experiment to test possible disruption methods. The selected test subject, D-2245, was placed in a controlled environment within a reinforced chamber, outfitted with 24-hour monochrome surveillance. The objective was to trigger SCP-Y-047's stalking behavior, document its process, and attempt various countermeasures. Phase 1. Stalking Initiation. D-2245 was instructed to live normally in the testing environment. Within 3 weeks, SCP-Y-047 instances began appearing in recorded footage. manifesting just outside the chamber's perimeter. Their behaviors matched previous hunting patterns, watching closely but not interfering, measuring facial features and sleeping habits, slowly increasing in number over time. Phase 2, Intervention Attempts. At the 30-day mark, D2245 woke with a red thread woven around his neck. Foundation personnel attempted multiple disruption tactics. Infrared light dispersal. Ineffective. SCP-Y-047 continued its behavior unaffected. Electromagnetic field disturbances. Ineffective. No deviation in behavior. Thread incineration. The red thread regenerated the next night, slightly thicker, forcing sleep deprivation. Potentially effective. More testing needed. Resulted in a temporary delay in SCP-Y-047's process, but D2245 eventually succumbed to exhaustion. Phase 3, the final night. On the 57th day, SCP-Y-047 entered its final phase. D2245's containment doors sealed themselves. Personnel outside the chamber fell into an inexplicable fugue state, wandering aimlessly for several hours. Security footage captured SCP-Y-047 instances approaching the cameras one by one, staring directly into them before the feeds cut out. After 3 hours, the fugue state lifted, and personnel re-entered the chamber. D2245 was gone. In his place, an entirely new SCP-Y-047 instance emerged from the chamber, scuttling out through an unseen exit. D2245's body was never recovered, making this the only known case in which SCP-Y-047 took the body as well as the head. Incident Y-47-17. Date: February 22nd, 2000. Location: Portland, Oregon, USA. Summary: one confirmed case exists where an individual successfully evaded SCP-Y-047 long enough for it to abandon pursuit. Michael Callahan, a construction worker, was unknowingly stalked by several SCP-Y-047 instances for months. Unlike most victims, Callahan possessed an unusual habit: frequent relocation. Due to unstable finances, he moved apartments every few weeks, never staying in one place for long. Security footage revealed SCP-Y-047 struggling to re-establish its surveillance patterns each time Callahan moved. Over multiple recordings, entities could be seen pausing in confusion, some abandoning their watch points entirely, seemingly failing to initiate the rituals that they typically perform on their targets. Callahan first noticed the red thread around his neck in mid-February. Unlike others, he didn't dismiss it. Instead, he burned it and immediately moved again. Each time the thread reappeared, he repeated this process, cycling through 8 different residences in 3 months. Callahan was noted in the later stages to use power tools to cut the red threads as they grew more durable over time. Eventually, Foundation surveillance noted SCP-Y-047 instances reducing in number, as if growing frustrated. By March, no new sightings were recorded. Callahan's threads stopped appearing altogether. It is believed that his constant movement disrupted SCP-Y-047's predation cycle, causing it to lose interest and seek another target. This remains the only recorded case of a person successfully escaping SCP-Y-047's hunting cycle without Foundation intervention. Conclusion and Containment Review. SCP-Y-047 remains an active, ongoing threat, demonstrating highly methodical and patient predation patterns. The Foundation's efforts to interfere with or neutralize SCP-Y-047 have universally failed, save for isolated cases of circumstantial evasion. The following conclusions have been drawn. SCP-Y-047 cannot be physically harmed, interacted with, or prevented from targeting individuals. Intervention during the final phase is impossible. Once the red thread has been left untouched overnight, the process is irreversible. Relocation appears to be the only viable method of escape, but requires extreme consistency and awareness. The precise mechanisms of victim conversion remain unknown. Research into the arcane symbology found in post-event webbing remains ongoing, with some theorists suggesting SCP-Y-047 entities may be woven from their victims' very consciousness. If this is true, it presents a deeply unsettling question. What happens to those who are transformed? Until more is known, the only effective countermeasure is constant vigilance, avoidance, and early intervention. The monochrome gaze of SCP-Y-047 will not waver, and those caught in its web seldom return. Addendum Y-47 Delta. The Oswald Conjecture. Submitted by Dr. Barnaby Oswald, Site Y1 Anomalous Research Division. Hypothesis. In a recently submitted report to the Site Y1 Anomalous Research Division, Dr. Barnaby Oswald posits a compelling, if unproven, theory regarding a potential shared origin between SCP-Y-047, the Threadheads, and SCP-Y-020, Harlequin. While a direct link has yet been confirmed, Dr. Oswald highlights key similarities between the two anomalies, suggesting that they may be divergent manifestations of the same extra-dimensional force or originating from parallel but related realities within Provisional Reality-Y-1. Key similarities. Insectoid features. SCP-Y-047 instances exhibit arachnid-like physiology, incorporating grotesque human heads as part of their form, while SCP-Y-020 possesses insect-like limbs protruding from its head, mimicking a jester's hat. This recurring fusion of humanoid and insectoid elements in both entities suggests a possible thematic or biological connection, as well as some unknown correlation with the human cranium. SCP-Y-020's transformation of victims into SCP-Y-020-A instances, humanoids with tick-like insect heads, bears a striking resemblance to SCP-Y-047's process of converting victims into new instances, potentially indicating a shared method of anomalous replication. Existence on a non-physical plane. Both SCP-Y-047 and SCP-Y-020 do not conform to conventional physicality, existing on perceptual planes beyond normal human senses. SCP-Y-047 is entirely invisible to the human eye, and can only be observed through monochrome recordings, while SCP-Y-020 selectively appears to chosen individuals and flickers between states of visibility. These entities' abilities to bypass standard containment methods implies a shared extra-dimensional origin or operational framework beyond baseline reality's physics. Expansion through human targets. SCP-Y-047 creates new instances by removing the heads of its victims and seemingly converting them into additional entities. Similarly, SCP-Y-020 abducts humans, replacing their heads with an insect-like parasite, generating SCP-Y-020-A instances. In both cases, there is a distinct focus on human neurological alteration and identity erasure, reinforcing the theory that both entities manipulate or consume human consciousness as part of their reproductive cycle. The Provisional Reality-Y-1 connection. Dr. Oswald expands on his hypothesis by referencing previous studies into Provisional Reality-Y-1, which suggest it may function as a crossroads or, quote, graveyard reality, where remnants of collapsed or obsolete universes coalesce. Given prior documentation of SCPs and anomalies with identical or near-identical variants existing within both Provisional Reality-Y-1 and baseline reality, Oswald proposes the following. SCP-Y-020 originated in another reality before arriving in Provisional Reality-Y-1, and was later introduced into baseline reality under unknown circumstances. SCP-Y-047 may represent a different interpretation or evolutionary divergence of SCP-Y-020 from an alternate, doomed reality, altered by the environmental conditions of Provisional Reality-Y-1. Both entities may stem from a singular progenitor entity, or force, which may serve as a whole or mother to the two species, or may be fragmented into multiple variations due to the dimensional instability of Provisional Reality-Y-1. If true, this suggests that SCP-Y-047 and 020 may not be separate species, but rather parallel iterations of the same underlying phenomenon, shaped by different conditions. Implications for containment and further study. Should this theory prove correct, it may serve as a major breakthrough in understanding and mitigating the influx of anomalies from Provisional Reality-Y-1 into baseline reality. Dr. Oswald proposes the following avenues for research. Comparative analysis of biological and cognitive influence. Further study of SCP-Y-047's and 020's neurological and physiological effects on human subjects. Looking for shared markers of transformation. Reality mapping within Provisional Reality-Y-1. Conducting deeper expeditions into Provisional Reality-Y-1 to determine if variants of SCP-Y-047 or 020 exist in mirrored forms, supporting the theory of a dimensional divergence. Correlations between these two anomalies and any anomalies discovered henceforth shall be documented. Testing cross-anomaly interactions. Introducing SCP-Y-020-A instances to SCP-Y-047's activity zones in a controlled environment to see if behavioral changes or recognitions occur. At present, this remains a theoretical framework with no concrete evidence, linking the two anomalies beyond observed similarities. However, Oswald's findings have been deemed a high-priority research subject for the Site-Y1 Anomalous Research Division. Any new data supporting or refuting this theory could have critical implications for containment and long-term anomaly mitigation strategies. Item Number SCP-Y-048 Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-Y-048 manifests unpredictably across FM radio frequencies and various audio devices, making complete containment infeasible. The Foundation prioritizes early anomaly detection, immediate signal suppression, and comprehensive mitigation strategies to minimize its propagation and exposure risks. Global frequency surveillance and suppression. A Foundation-directed global frequency surveillance network, Project Dead Air, continuously scans for SCP-Y-048's distinct acoustic and waveform signatures. Upon detection, automated frequency jamming systems and dynamic signal scrambling algorithms are deployed to override SCP-Y-048 transmissions. In high-risk urban centers, mobile containment teams utilize localized electromagnetic dampeners to further inhibit signal dispersion, containment, and neutralization of affected devices. Any device transmitting SCP-Y-048 is considered irreversibly compromised and must be secured, neutralized, or destroyed. Compromised equipment is transferred to Site-Y1's subterranean anomalous object containment sector, housed in vacuum-sealed, anechoic isolation chambers, designed to prevent residual sound wave propagation. If containment proves unfeasible, affected devices are subjected to complete thermal incineration or molecular disassembly to prevent reactivation. Personnel safety protocols. Personnel assigned to SCP-Y-048 containment operations must be equipped with Class 4 noise cancellation headgear and are strictly prohibited from engaging with unverified radio transmissions. Individuals exposed to a full SCP-Y-048 broadcast must undergo a mandatory 24-hour cognitive quarantine, during which they are closely monitored for perceptual distortions and reality inconsistencies. should an affected individual exhibit signs of irreversible cognitive degradation. Immediate termination is authorized to prevent further anomalous assimilation. Digital and public suppression measures to prevent SCP-Y-048's dissemination via digital and analog platforms, Foundation-controlled AI web crawlers, Project Dead Air. Systematically monitor global networks for SCP-Y-048 related discussions, lyric transcriptions, and unauthorized recordings. Upon detection, all flagged content is immediately erased, and civilian reports of anomalous transmissions prompt rapid investigative deployment. Individuals confirmed to have been exposed receive Class C amnestics, with indefinite detainment enacted in severe cases where amnestic intervention proves ineffective. Description: SCP-Y-048, designated Jolly Johnny Candidate, is an anomalous, swing-era jazz or doo-wop song that manifests spontaneously through FM radio frequencies, analog and digital recording devices, and any medium capable of radio transmission. The song's instrumental composition and vocal arrangements remain consistent with mid-20th century American jazz and big band music, though each instance exhibits minor variations in ad-lib phrasing. The lyrics remain unchanged, recounting the increasingly surreal and logically incoherent experiences of an individual named Johnny, culminating in his apparent transition into a non-Euclidean reality described as, quote, a place that makes no sense. SCP-Y-048 exhibits mimetic and reality-altering properties, capable of rewriting stored audio data within a 340-meter radius of an affected device. This extends to CDs, cassette tapes, vinyl records, digital music files, and analog recordings, all of which become irrevocably converted into SCP-Y-048 transmissions. This effect spreads recursively, ensuring that once a single device is compromised, all proximate audio storage media also becomes permanently affected. Attempts to analyze SCP-Y-048's composition, vocal structure, and instrumentation have yielded inconclusive results. While spectrogram analysis confirms traditional jazz formations, embedded within the sound wave structure are harmonics that exceed the normal range of human auditory perception, indicating an extra-dimensional acoustic signature, trigger conditions, and playback anomalies. SCP-Y-048 does not conform to predictable manifestation intervals and cannot be deliberately summoned. Instead, transmissions occur spontaneously, often in environments where FM radios or audio devices are actively in use. Notable incidents include a 1937-era radio in an antique shop broadcasting SCP-Y-048, despite being non-functional and missing internal components. A cassette tape, retrieved from an abandoned home, containing only SCP-Y-048 in place of the original audio. A jukebox in a vacant diner, which autonomously played SCP-Y-048 despite being unplugged for decades. Affected devices remain perpetually locked in SCP-Y-048 playback. Even when destroyed, residual traces of SCP-Y-048's melody persist as low-frequency vibrations in surrounding environments for several hours post-neutralization. Effects on listeners. Individuals who listen to an entire SCP-Y-048 transmission, whether from direct radio play or a corrupted recording, undergo a 24-hour period of extreme perceptual distortion, cognitive instability, and reality dissonance. These phenomena are uniquely subjective and are not perceivable by external observers, rendering verification impossible. Documented anomalous effects include 1. Perceptual breakdown and reality distortion. Objects appear to melt, warp, or momentarily disassemble when not directly observed. Urban environments shift between different architectural styles and time periods, fluctuating between the 1940s, futuristic cityscapes, and impossible non-Euclidean geometries, to name just a few. Witnesses experience momentary erasure from existence, with bystanders reporting brief flickering, where the affected individual disappears for fractions of a second before returning. 2. Cognitive and somatic effects. Subjects report proprioceptive abnormalities, including the sensation of floating, extreme limb elongation, or grotesque bodily inflation. Temporary emotional dysregulation manifests as a sudden burst of aggression, elation, or confusion, usually only lasting a few seconds before fading. Instances of temporal displacement where individuals claim to observe past or future versions of their environment, sometimes interacting with anachronistic figures or objects. 3. Johnny's Domain. At least 67% of affected individuals report an episode wherein they experience a vast void filled with distorted jazz melodies and floating sections of mismatched land that shift illogically between states of solidity, shape, or size. Upon completion of the 24-hour cycle, all individuals disappear entirely, leaving no physical trace. These individuals are presumed to have been fully assimilated into Johnny's domain. Theoretical implications. The purpose of SCP-Y-048 remains uncertain. Current research presents two prevailing hypotheses. Predatory anomaly hypothesis. SCP-Y-048 functions as an autonomous, extra-dimensional entity, designed to lure individuals into Johnny's domain. The lyrics serve as a cognitive conditioning mechanism, acclimating listeners to increasing levels of reality instability until assimilation occurs. Reverse adaptation hypothesis. Rather than being predatory, SCP-048 may instead serve as a means of identifying and transitioning individuals predisposed to experiencing altered states of reality. If this is correct, Johnny's domain may act as a sanctuary or holding space for such individuals, rather than a prison. Regardless of intent, SCP-Y-048 remains an active existential threat, capable of permanently removing individuals from baseline reality and altering physical environments in unpredictable ways. Interactions with SCP-Y-025. Earworm. Recent cross-experiments have demonstrated that SCP-Y-025, a separate mimetic auditory anomaly, possesses the ability to overwrite SCP-Y-048's transmissions. When SCP-Y-025 interacts with an SCP-Y-048 broadcast, the following changes occur. SCP-Y-048's reality-disrupting effects are completely nullified. The musical structure and lyrical composition remain intact. Y-025's mimetic influence replaces Y-048's reality-bending anomalies. Listeners develop obsessive admiration for the music rather than experiencing cognitive and reality degradation. Y-048's capacity to assimilate individuals into Johnny's domain is disrupted, though long-term Y-025 exposure introduces its own behavioral compulsions. This discovery has led to active discussions regarding Y-025's potential utility as a countermeasure. However, given Y-025's own cognitohazardous nature, its application as a containment tool remains under rigorous ethical and procedural review. Incident Report Y-48-7. Date: January 17, 2000. Location: Radio station, Detroit, Michigan, USA. At 03:42 hours, an unregistered FM transmission of SCP-Y-048 was detected, broadcasting from station 104.3 FM, a local jazz radio station. The host, DJ Carter, had been running his usual late-night program when the station's automated playback systems were forcibly overridden. Live audio logs indicate Carter initially reacted with amusement, assuming the song was a misplaced archival recording. However, within 3 minutes of exposure, his speech began to slur, and he expressed confusion over the room's shifting geometry. At 03:47 hours, Carter's breathing became erratic, and he began describing his hands stretching infinitely as he tried to reach for his microphone. At 03:49 hours, he abruptly stopped speaking. Security footage from inside the booth showed Carter flickering in and out of visibility, phasing between multiple positions within the room. At 03:51 hours, he vanished completely, leaving behind only his headset and an active microphone still recording dead air. At 03:52 hours, all FM receivers within a 2-mile radius began playing SCP-Y-048 in perfect synchronization, despite no station broadcasting it. A full containment sweep and radio shutdown operation was enacted within 30 minutes, but DJ Carter remains missing, presumed assimilated into Johnny's domain. Luckily, there were very few inhabitants or vehicles within the 2-mile radius of DJ Carter's radio station. Incident Report Y-48-1. Initial discovery of SCP-Y-048. Date: December 15th, 2000. Location: Sector M6, Provisional Reality-Y-1. Reporting Officer: Lieutenant Daniel Hawthorne, Mobile Task Force Zeta-0, Bad Bunch. Summary: during a standard reconnaissance and anomaly retrieval mission within Sector M6, an unclassified anomaly, later designated SCP-Y-048, was encountered in a mysteriously undamaged jazz club, a stark contrast to the surrounding cityscape of M6, which remained in a state of extreme devastation. The structure showed no signs of wear, decay, or reality erosion typical of Provisional Reality-Y-1, standing as if untouched by time or anomaly incursions. Inside, a Zenith brand portable FM radio was discovered sitting atop an intact wooden bar, playing a swing-era jazz recording with no apparent power source or batteries. Initial contact with the radio led to catastrophic exposure events among MTF Zeta-0 personnel, preliminary exploration, and anomalous discovery. At 2100 hours, MTF Zeta-0's non-anomalous squad, Temporary Task Force Theta-12, was dispatched to investigate and secure the structure. Upon entry, squad members observed the following anomalies: no dust, debris, or damage anywhere inside the club, despite the absolute ruination of the surrounding city. Freshly set tables, with clean glasses and silverware, as if awaiting guests. A functioning ceiling fan rotating slowly, despite the lack of any detected power supply. Muffled jazz music emanating from the portable FM radio on the bar, despite its absence of batteries or external power. Theta-12's communications officer, Sergeant Raymond Ortiz, approached the radio and attempted to adjust the tuning dial. Upon physical interaction, the volume increased significantly, and the jazz composition playing abruptly looped back to the beginning of the Jolly Johnny Candidate song.
Oh Johnny boy, oh Johnny dear, things ain't right but don't you fear.
Exposure and psychological breakdown. By 2107 hours, multiple Theta-12 personnel had inadvertently listened to the song in full, triggering an immediate onset of SCP-Y-048's cognitive and perceptual anomalies. Affected individuals reported extreme temporal disorientation, describing a sense of being in, quote, multiple decades at once, buildings outside shifting in style, flickering between the 1940s, a distant future, and impossible non-Euclidean shapes. Perceptual looping, wherein squad members claimed they had already explored the club multiple times, despite objective reality contradicting their assertions. Reality displacement, where individuals experienced falling in place, hovering inches above the ground, before returning to normal. Auditory hallucinations, primarily of unseen patrons applauding, clinking glasses, and laughing in a distorted, slowed-down manner. Sergeant Ortiz was the first to disappear at 21:12 hours mid-sentence. Helmet camera footage showed his body flickering out of existence, replaced by a brief distortion resembling sheet music shifting across an invisible waveform. His squad mates experienced no audible sound of his departure, only the continued jazz melody. Containment and evacuation. At 21:15 hours, recognizing the anomaly's escalating threat, Theta 12 squad leader, Lieutenant Daniel Hawthorne, ordered all personnel to cease auditory exposure, activate noise-dampening protocols, and evacuate the building immediately. However, several team members had already succumbed to SCP-Y-048's influence. Corporal Anya Fisher attempted to, quote, dance, along with figures that did not exist inside the jazz club, moving in perfect synchronization with unseen partners. She was forcibly restrained and removed from the premises, but her helmet feed continued broadcasting an imitation of her inside the jazz club, dancing with shadowy figures. Private Elias Monroe was found standing perfectly still in the middle of the club, eyes unfocused, swaying gently as if hypnotized. Attempts to move him were met with immediate environmental resistance, as if some force was keeping him in place. Lieutenant Hawthorne himself briefly experienced auditory distortion, with his radio crackling in and out before broadcasting his own voice, speaking in past tense, warning of a, quote, trap we walked into. By 21:20 hours, emergency response teams enacted a containment lockdown around the jazz club's perimeter. Surviving personnel were extracted, sedated, and placed under 24-hour cognitive quarantine. 3 MTF members were successfully retrieved, though 2 additional operatives vanished within 30 minutes of initial exposure, presumed assimilated into Johnny's domain. Post-incident analysis. Following the extraction, the Foundation deployed remotely operated drones to further assess the club's interior. However, the Zenith radio was no longer present. The interior remained immaculately preserved, with no indication of the earlier struggle. Surveillance feeds continued to flicker between decades, overlaying images of patrons, musicians, and Theta 12 operatives who had disappeared. Personnel exposed to SCP-Y-048 during this mission were monitored for 24 hours, with 3 subjects undergoing complete cognitive disassociation and vanishing at precisely 21:12 hours the following day. This incident marks the first confirmed case of SCP-Y-048's manifestation, solidifying its classification as a cognitohazardous, reality-altering anomaly. The Jazz Club remains under permanent Foundation quarantine, designated Containment Zone M6-48. Entry is strictly prohibited, and all future engagements are to be conducted exclusively via drone reconnaissance. Final observations. SCP-Y-048 continues to elude full containment, manifesting unpredictably and expanding its influence through both physical and digital means. Incident reports suggest that its recruitment efforts are escalating, targeting larger populations and displaying an increasingly aggressive means of assimilation. One particular incident, involving SCP-096, the Shy Guy, SCP-Y-020, Harlequin, and SCP-Y-048, resulted in both SCP-096 and Y-020 entering Johnny's domain. Through means unknown, SCP-096 was able to exit, making it the only known instance of anything escaping the non-Euclidean realm. No further details regarding this event are contained in this file, as they are documented under the New Incident Reports section of SCP-096's file at Site Y1. Until further breakthrough containments are made, SCP-Y-048 remains a top priority, existential, and potential K-class auditory threat. This is Director Waller, signing off on another report at Site-Y-1. I hope you'll consider subscribing to stay up to date with our latest findings. I eagerly look forward to having your audience in future reports.
You just need some brand new friends. Listen, all comers, listen up clear. Your time to join Johnny is almost here. If you're listening to this song, you were a Johnny candidate all along. Let's step into the place that makes no sense, so we can all become Johnny's new friends. Oh, Johnny boy, Johnny dear, you're not alone, so don't you fear.
Item number SCP-096. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. Due to the extreme difficulty in preventing unintended exposure to SCP-096's anomalous effects, the highest level security and containment protocols are required at all times. Any failure to adhere to these procedures could result in a global, catastrophic event due to SCP-096's unstoppable pursuit behavior when triggered. Primary containment requirements. SCP-096 is to be contained within a fully sealed, steel-reinforced chamber, located at Site-19, measuring 5 meters by 5 meters by 5 meters. The chamber walls must be constructed from heat-treated, reinforced titanium, and lined with soundproofing materials to reduce distress vocalizations. No visual recording devices, mirrors, windows, or direct observation tools are permitted inside SCP-096's containment area. Absolutely no live surveillance feeds or remote camera monitoring is permitted under any circumstances. All security personnel stationed near SCP-096's containment area must wear Class 4 blindfolds when within 15 meters of the entity's cell. Any maintenance personnel entering for repairs or structural inspections must undergo strict, blindfolded navigation training and be accompanied by at least 2 armed guards trained in blind handling procedures. Containment area security measures. No physical description of SCP-096's face is to exist outside of highly restricted Foundation documentation. No drawings, sketches, or AI-generated extrapolations of SCP-096's face are to be produced, even under simulated conditions. All written descriptions, photographs, or video footage of SCP-096's facial features are classified as Level 5 info hazards and require immediate deletion or destruction upon discovery. Any unauthorized personnel attempting to generate, store, or share such materials are to be immediately detained and amnesticized. Under Protocol 096 Omega, any automated or AI-driven image recognition software used in SCP-096's perimeter must be explicitly programmed to ignore and redact visual data related to SCP-096's face, preventing accidental exposure. Response protocols for breach scenarios. If SCP-096 enters an active distress or rage state following unintentional visual exposure, the following emergency containment measures are to be enacted immediately. Global Threat Protocol Initiation. Upon confirmation that SCP-096 has entered its rage state, an immediate containment alert is to be sent to all Mobile Task Force units worldwide. Prioritizing MTF Tau 1. Big Brother. The primary response team specializing in SCP-096 recovery operations. Airspace and ground lockdown. Any nation, region, or location suspected to be SCP-096's current destination must be placed under an immediate, high-priority air and ground travel lockdown. Military-grade scrambling of satellite imaging and radio surveillance in the affected zone must be enacted to prevent secondary exposure. Termination of exposed individuals. Any civilian, Foundation personnel, or external entity confirmed to have viewed SCP-096's face, designated as SCP-096-1 instances, must be terminated immediately to prevent unnecessary casualties. Standard termination orders include Class A amnestic deployment, followed by lethal force or remote drone execution if containment is unfeasible. Interception and recovery operations. MTF Tau-1 will deploy aerial and ground forces in SCP-096's projected path of travel, utilizing specialized high-speed pursuit vehicles and tactical-grade SCP neutralization technology to slow or contain the entity's movements. Tau-1 teams will work blindfolded and rely solely on thermal imaging and motion sensors to track SCP-096 without triggering its anomaly. SCP-096 capture and recontainment. SCP-096 cannot be stopped or neutralized while in pursuit of an SCP-096-1 instance. Upon termination of all affected SCP-096-1 entities, SCP-096 will enter a docile state and will remain still, allowing MTF Tau-1 to resecure the entity using reinforced tungsten alloy restraints before returning it to its containment chamber. Long-term suppression and containment research. Development of enhanced anti-info hazard protocols. Research is ongoing into the creation of cognitohazardous filters, capable of distorting or auto-redacting visual representation of SCP-096's face in real time. Current prototypes show promise in preventing secondary exposure incidents. Exploration of alternative termination methods. While SCP-096 has proven extremely resistant to all forms of weaponry, studies continue into whether high-intensity Scranton reality anchors, SRAs, molecular destabilization weapons, or controlled dimensional shifts may allow for the entity's neutralization. Until further containment breakthroughs occur, SCP-096 remains one of the most unpredictable and dangerous humanoid anomalies in Foundation custody, necessitating constant surveillance, rapid response containment teams, and absolute restriction of any and all facial exposure risks. Description: SCP-096, colloquially known as the Shy Guy, is a humanoid entity exhibiting extreme aversion to visual exposure of its face. The entity stands approximately 2.38 meters in height, though its posture is frequently slouched, making it appear slightly shorter. It possesses extremely thin, elongated limbs with disproportionate body structure, including arms that extend up to 1.5 meters in length when fully outstretched. SCP-096 exhibits no visible body hair, and its skin is devoid of pigmentation, appearing stark white. The entity has an unusually high metabolic rate, yet does not require sustenance of any kind. SCP-096's facial structure lacks identifiable features under normal conditions. The entity does possess a mouth with an atypically large jaw, containing human-like teeth, but with an extended jaw span capable of opening 4 times the size of a normal human's. The rest of its facial anatomy appears underdeveloped or completely absent. It lacks discernible nasal structures, eyebrows, or eyelashes. The most notable and dangerous aspect of SCP-096's anomaly is its reaction to any visual representation of its face, whether viewed directly, through a photograph, via digital footage, or even artistic renditions that sufficiently capture its true likeness. Activation and psychological response. Should any individual view SCP-096's face, an immediate and uncontrollable reaction will be triggered. This sequence unfolds as follows. Preliminary distress phase. 0 to 20 seconds post-exposure. SCP-096 will enter a state of severe emotional distress. It will begin covering its face with its elongated hands while hyperventilating, trembling, and emitting guttural whimpers. Escalation and rage phase. 20 to 30 seconds post-exposure. SCP-096 will begin wailing at an increasingly loud volume, before abruptly entering a full locomotion state toward the individual who viewed its face, designated SCP-096-1. Pursuit phase. SCP-096 will move toward SCP-096-1 at speeds exceeding 35 km per hour, in open terrain. It does not require rest or exhibit fatigue, and its pursuit is completely unerring, meaning it will always locate and terminate the individual who saw its face regardless of distance, terrain, or physical barriers. Termination phase. Upon reaching SCP-096-1, the entity will proceed to violently attack and kill the target, typically by tearing them apart with its elongated fingers. Post-termination recovery. Once SCP-096-1 has been completely eliminated, SCP-096 returns to a docile state, ceasing all aggression and resuming its passive behavior. It will then wander aimlessly, displaying no further hostility until the next activation event. Unstoppable pursuit and anomalous tracking capabilities. SCP-096's ability to locate SCP-096-1 is instantaneous and infallible. It does not appear to use traditional sensory mechanisms such as sight, smell, or hearing to track its victims. The entity is capable of pursuing targets across any terrain, including underwater, across mountainous regions, and through extreme weather conditions. SCP-096's tracking capability is not bound by physical distance. It has been observed traveling thousands of kilometers within hours to reach SCP-096-1, seemingly bypassing all known physical laws regarding energy expenditure and movement. Even attempting to obscure or delay SCP-096's pursuit through structural obstacles, aircraft, or deep underground bunkers has proven futile. Notably, in a 19 incident, an SCP-096-1 instance was placed in a classified deep-sea containment facility at a depth of 3,700 meters. SCP-096 still reached the target within 2 hours, indicating potential reality-bending properties in its pursuit mechanics, observational limits, and exposure risks. One of the greatest difficulties in containing SCP-096 is that any recorded image of its face, even if viewed accidentally or unknowingly, is capable of triggering its rage state. Digital recordings, film photographs, and even hand-drawn illustrations, if sufficiently accurate, have all led to SCP-096 activation events. This makes remote observation of SCP-096's features entirely impossible, requiring the entity to be monitored solely through non-visual methods, such as pressure sensors, sonar mapping, and thermal imaging. AI-assisted image scrubbing. The Foundation has developed and deployed a global network of automated AI-based image detection systems, designed to identify and redact visual data of SCP-096 in real time, before accidental exposure can occur. Mass civilian amnestic deployment. Due to an incident in where a satellite image inadvertently captured SCP-096's face. A mass amnestic event had to be initiated globally to prevent widespread exposure and subsequent casualties. Attempts at neutralization. Due to its near invulnerability and relentless pursuit mechanics, SCP-096 has resisted all known termination attempts. Past experiments have included high-caliber weaponry, anti-material rounds, explosives, and high-yield ordnance. Results: ineffective. Complete molecular disintegration via high-powered Scranton reality anchors, SRAs. Result: ineffective. SCP-096 reconstituted itself within minutes. Exposure to SCP-682. Hard to destroy reptile. Result: inconclusive. SCP-096 displayed extreme aggression, but neither entity was able to permanently neutralize the other. Use of experimental ontological destabilization devices. Result: ineffective. SCP-096 remained unaffected despite its reality-defying capabilities. As of now, SCP-096 is considered completely unkillable through conventional or anomalous means, with containment remaining the only viable option. Incident Report: SCP-096-1A. Date: 19. Location: Mountain Range. Reporting Officer: Lieutenant MTF Tau 1, Big Brother. Summary: Incident SCP-096-1A represents one of the most catastrophic containment failures in the history of the Foundation's efforts to secure SCP-096. The breach occurred following the unintentional photographic capture of SCP-096's face in the background of a high-altitude mountaineering expedition photograph taken in mountain range. This image, containing only 4 pixels of SCP-096's face, was later published in a widely circulated outdoor enthusiast magazine, resulting in the unwitting exposure of multiple civilians to SCP-096's lethal properties. Sequence of events: initial activation and civilian casualties. At 09:31 hours, a local geologist, later designated SCP-096-1, at the research station, viewed the image in a printed magazine and began exhibiting severe panic and distress, consistent with known SCP-096 exposure effects. At 09:33 hours, SCP-096, then contained at site, entered an active rage state, covering its face and emitting high-decibel vocalizations before breaching its titanium-reinforced containment cell. SCP-096 immediately began traveling northeast, at speeds exceeding 55 kilometers per hour, ignoring all containment barriers and maneuvering through rough, mountainous terrain with no loss of speed. At 11:45 hours, SCP-096 reached and terminated SCP-096-1 at the research station. Multiple witnesses reported seeing SCP-096 shred SCP-096-1's body beyond recognition within seconds. Mass exposure and global containment failure. Following the initial event, more than 46 individuals who had viewed the image through direct exposure to the magazine began experiencing SCP-096's cognitohazardous effects. SCP-096 proceeded to systematically pursue each affected individual, crossing thousands of kilometers in mere hours. Foundation response teams scrambled to track and eliminate all known SCP-096-1 instances before SCP-096 could reach them. However, due to the rapid spread of the image via print circulation and subsequent digital scans, this became an impossible task. SCP-096 breached multiple national borders, triggering alerts from military intelligence agencies, mistaking its movements for an advanced hypersonic missile. Foundation intervention and termination efforts. MTF Tau-1, Big Brother. The Foundation's designated SCP-096 Rapid Response Unit was immediately deployed with high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft to intercept and monitor SCP-096's path. Attempts to neutralize SCP-096 mid-pursuit using high-yield explosive ordnance were unsuccessful, as SCP-096 regenerated all inflicted damage and continued its relentless approach. Agents on the ground deployed high-speed aerial extraction teams to forcibly remove exposed individuals before SCP-096 could reach them. In multiple instances, personnel were forced to administer fatal termination to SCP-096-1 instances to prevent widespread collateral casualties. Final casualty report and aftermath. Total confirmed fatalities were individuals, including civilians, military personnel, and Foundation operatives. Multiple infrastructure breaches. SCP-096 destroyed buildings, vehicles, and military outposts in its pursuit of SCP-096-1 instances. The affected magazine issue was recalled globally under an emergency Foundation cover operation, with all available copies systematically destroyed. Digital copies of the photograph were intercepted, erased, and all individuals who viewed them were administered Class C amnestics, containment adjustments, and protocol revisions. Following Incident SCP-096-1A, significant revisions were made to SCP-096 containment protocols, automated AI surveillance, and image scrubbing. A global monitoring system was established to detect, intercept, and delete any newly uploaded SCP-096 imagery before exposure occurs. Mandatory lethal force authorization. Any individual who views SCP-096's face is to be terminated immediately, before SCP-096 can begin pursuit. Advanced tracking and response teams. New containment units specializing in extreme high-speed tracking and predictive analytics were formed to intercept SCP-096's movement before widespread exposure occurs. Enhanced Containment Chamber. SCP-096's new containment facility was constructed with multiple layers of blast-resistant alloy, subterranean reinforcements, and absolute isolation protocols to prevent visual contact under all conditions. Conclusion. Incident SCP-096-1A stands as a stark reminder of the catastrophic consequences of even minor lapses in SCP-096's containment procedures. The event resulted in an unprecedented containment failure, multiple international security breaches, and the deaths of over 1,936 individuals worldwide. Despite massive efforts to mitigate the exposure, SCP-096's unstoppable nature rendered all intervention attempts partially ineffective. SCP-096 remains one of the most unpredictable and high-risk anomalies in Foundation custody. Any further lapses in exposure control could result in an event far exceeding the scale of SCP-096-1A. Incident Report 096-Y1. Date: February 19th, 2000.
Location: Site. Later extending to Site Y-1. Reporting Officer: Director Waller, Site Y-1. Summary: Incident 096-Y1 represents an unprecedented cross-dimensional containment failure precipitated by SCP-Y-020. Harlequin. Despite an unmonitored traversal through its adjacent non-Euclidean plane of existence, SCP-Y-020, exhibiting its characteristic erratic behavior, inadvertently entered Site-19, where SCP-096 was housed. Post-incident analysis conducted using SCP-Y-006, Eldritch Prescription, a specialized anomalous vision-enhancing apparatus, confirmed SCP-Y-020's direct incursion into SCP-096's containment chamber, undetected by standard security measures. This interaction precipitated a catastrophic breach event, as SCP-096's anomalous rage response activated despite the interdimensional boundary, compelling SCP-096 to attempt pursuit. Within minutes, SCP-096 had breached its containment cell, abandoning all conventional targets in favor of tracking SCP-Y-020 via its interdimensional trajectory. The entity's ensuing movement pattern resulted in severe infrastructure devastation and unprecedented casualties as it pursued SCP-Y-020 towards Site Y-1. Y-020's motivations remain subject to conjecture. Some researchers posit that Y-020, upon realizing the consequences of its actions, deliberately led SCP-096 to Site Y-1, either as an act of mischief or calculated malevolence. Others contend that Y-020's chaotic behavior simply facilitated an event of extraordinary misfortune. Regardless, the incident stands as one of the most destructive containment failures in Foundation history. Sequence of events: 17 hours. Y-020, traversing through its dimensional anomaly, inadvertently entered SCP-096's containment chamber. Within Site-19. 18 hours. Y-020, seemingly unaware of SCP-096's nature, engages in erratic movement, skipping, laughing, and twirling. SCP-096 remains passive, its face concealed. 19 hours. Y-020 ceases movement and begins circling SCP-096, displaying curious observational behavior. 20 hours. Y-020 directly gazes at SCP-096's face for a prolonged 3-second interval, triggering SCP-096's response sequence. 21 hours. SCP-096 exhibits extreme distress, clawing at its own face and emitting high-decibel vocalizations. Y-020 reacts with apparent amusement, flapping and emitting an unintelligible chittering sound. SCP-096 enters rage state, and containment breach ensues. SCP-096 attempts to attack Y-020 at lethal speeds. However, due to Y-020's phased state, all attacks pass through harmlessly. 23 hours. SCP-096 enters hyper-aggressive pursuit mode, abandoning conventional targets, and instead following Y-020's dimensional distortions, forcibly breaching through containment walls. 26 hours. SCP-096 breaches Site-19's outer defense, establishing a direct trajectory towards Site Y-1, where at the time, Y-020 was observed manifesting. 32 hours. Long-range monitoring systems detect SCP-096's movement,
reaching speeds exceeding Mach 1.5, 1800 kilometers per hour. 045 hours. Site-Y-1 initiates high alert lockdown, implementing all available containment measures in preparation for SCP-096's imminent arrival. 103 hours. SCP-096 breaches Site-Y-1's perimeter, initiating one of the most destructive containment battles in Site-Y-1's history. Site-Y-1 emergency response and casualties. Initial impact. SCP-096 breaches the southern wing of Site-Y-1, causing a structural collapse affecting 4 containment floors, resulting in casualties. Directed energy and kinetic weaponry deployments fail, proving ineffective against SCP-096's rage state durability. Y-020, continuing its erratic movement, inadvertently leads SCP-096 into densely populated containment zones. 109 hours. SCP-096 breaches Research Wing Theta-3, causing severe personnel losses among high-clearance researchers. 112 hours. Scranton Reality Anchors, SRAs, are deployed to inhibit SCP-096's tracking mechanisms. Result: ineffective. SCP-096 remains unaffected by spatial stabilization techniques. 116 hours. MTF Zeta-0, Bad Bunch, initiates direct engagement, deploying experimental suppression armaments. Results: ineffective. Casualties reaching 100. Personnel confirmed KIA or missing. Protocol activation. Operation Dance Off. 0121 hours. With no viable countermeasures remaining, Site Director Waller authorizes an emergency SCP-Y-048-based neutralization attempt. A soundproofed, reinforced containment box housing an FM radio infected with SCP-Y-048 is introduced into Sector Gamma-6, the epicenter of SCP-096's rampage. A blindfolded D-Class personnel, D-31219, is deployed into the containment sector and instructed to open the box, initiating SCP-Y-048's cognitohazardous transmission and beginning Operation Dance Off. Y-048 begins playing its full-length swing-era jazz sequence, the Jolly Johnny Candidate song. SCP-096 remains unaffected, but Y-020, upon completion of the song, becomes visibly influenced, manifesting in the physical realm, reacting with its signature erratic movement, seemingly entertained by the situation. 0124 hours. Y-020 exhibits exaggerated, uncontrolled movement, seemingly forced into a state of entranced dance by the Y-048 effects. SCP-096, perceiving an opening, lunges at Y-020 with full force. 0125 hours. SCP-096 and Y-020 collide at supersonic velocity, initiating a dimensional instability event. Both entities, alongside D-31219, vanish instantaneously. SCP-Y-048's transmission continues to play in an empty room. Post-incident analysis suggests that upon impact, Y-048's effect finalized, relocating SCP-096, Y-020, and D-31219 into Johnny's domain. The non-Euclidean dimensional construct referenced in Y-048's memetic transmission. Following the catastrophic containment breach involving SCP-096, Y020, and Y048. The Foundation has recovered the standard Site-Y1 recording device placed on D31219's suit. Using the anomalous capabilities of MTF-Zeta-0 operative, Sticky Fingers, which allows him to call back up to 5 objects of his choice after the object has made physical contact with one of his hands. Operation Dance Off. The recording holds unstable footage of an epic and reality-defying battle between SCP-096 and Y020, as observed by the D-Class. The recorded footage's validity has been double-confirmed using SCP-Y010, Death Knell. Due to the nature of Johnny's domain, this battle transcended conventional physicality, unfolding with an ever-morphing, logic-defying landscape where both combatants were twisted, warped, and reshaped by the instability of the anomalous dimension. The battle shifted between surreal and incomprehensible terrains, forcing the anomalies to struggle not only against each other, but also against the chaotic fluctuations of the domain itself. The realm appeared to frequently alter both anomalies by changing their shapes into that of other, non-documented humanoid entities, consistently shifting them between variations of their standard forms, and that of forms never seen before, induced by the influence of Johnny's domain, likely colliding with the supernatural or anomalous forces of the two anomalies themselves. The following is a video log, altered using AI algorithms to scramble, edit, or remove any likeness or reference to SCP-096's face.
Reality is just playing pep. Shoot up, do up, do up. Well, Johnny was a working man in 1942. Had a house, had a car, had a girl. They always knew life was swell, life was sweet. So one day the world skipped a beat. You walked down home, neath the golden sky, saw it filling up like butter. Oh my, oh my. You blinked real hard, gave his head a shake. Cause when he looked back, no mistake, it was standing tall, right in place like it never stripped, never left a trace.
A rare moment of stabilization occurs within Johnny's domain, leaving the terrain near identical to baseline reality. The footage becomes less tenable toward the climax, so the following details were gathered via the Death Knell of D31219, allowing for a more detailed accounting of the events. The encounter between the anomalies continues as such. The domain suddenly stabilizes, creating a realm resembling baseline reality for the first time. The setting became a vast, barren desert, with a single wooden structure resembling a saloon, its interior lost to the fog that pressed against its windows. SCP-096 and Y020 collided one final time, their forms appearing uncontested by the shifting domain. Y020, sensing its imminent destruction, assumed its previously recorded complete form, an insectoid amalgamation, its body covered in serrated, bladed appendages, its limbs stretching out in all directions, impaling SCP-096 in a desperate attempt to tear it apart. SCP-096 remained unaffected, its internal structure impervious to the onslaught. With a final, unearthly roar, SCP-096's jaw distended beyond all conceivable limits, and in a single motion, it tore SCP-Y020 entirely in half, starting at its twisted, jester-like head, bisecting the entity down the center. The remnants of Y-020's body collapsed in a quivering mess, twitching momentarily before dissolving into an unrecognizable heap of abstract, shifting matter, likely being subsumed into the Johnny's domain. Final moments of D31219. SCP-096, still in its enraged state, turned toward D31219, who had witnessed its face throughout the entire battle. D31219 attempted to flee, but the gravity of the domain inverted, sending him helplessly tumbling toward SCP-096's outstretched arms. The final moments captured in the Death Knell log describe D31219 being consumed entirely, his existence erased in the same manner as prior SCP-096 terminations. SCP-096's rage persisted, but as Johnny's domain fractured into incomprehensible chaos once more, the recording ended, leaving no discernible trace of SCP-096's continued existence. Post-incident analysis and implications. SCP-Y-020 is presumed permanently annihilated, with no indication of residual activity within Johnny's domain. SCP-096 remains missing, with no verifiable means of determining its continued existence or current dimensional status. Johnny's domain appears to adhere to no fixed temporal structure, as the battle seemed to unfold over both an eternity and an instant. Addendum 096-Y2. Date 2000. Location: Site Y1. Site compiled by Director Waller, exactly 7 days following the containment breach and presumed annihilation of SCP-Y-020, Harlequin. Within Johnny's domain, a previously contained SCP-Y-020-A instance underwent an unexplained disappearance from its reinforced containment chamber at Site Y1. At 0342 hours, automated surveillance systems monitoring SCP-Y-020-A detected anomalous fluctuations in visual data. Upon frame-by-frame analysis of the security footage, Foundation personnel observed that for 2 consecutive frames, the SCP-Y-020-A instance momentarily assumed the full visage of the original SCP-Y-020, before vanishing entirely. All biometric scans, including heat signatures, mass detection, and spatial mapping, confirm that the entity ceased to exist in any measurable form at the moment of disappearance. The containment chamber was placed into immediate lockdown, and a full investigative sweep yielded no residual anomalous material or energy traces indicative of dimensional displacement. Repeated spectral analysis show a pattern suggesting that the entity did not teleport, but instead underwent a form of transdimensional phasing. Theoretical implications and revised containment directives. This event has led to the development of the Harlequin Persistence Hypothesis, HPH, a theoretical framework proposing that SCP-Y-020's propagation via SCP-Y-020-A instances extends beyond mere reproduction. SCP-Y-020-A instances may function as biological or metaphysical anchors, providing SCP-Y-020 with a means of reconstitution following its destruction. SCP-Y-020's existence appears to be distributed among its progeny, suggesting that its primary form is not a singular entity, but rather a modular, decentralized consciousness capable of reforming. Further containment efforts may necessitate constant observation and controlled experimentation on SCP-Y-020-A instances. as they may hold the key to permanently disrupting SCP-Y-020's cyclical reincarnation. SCP-Y-020's nonlinear temporal footprint within Johnny's domain implies that its destruction in one space does not equate to permanent neutralization. This may present an opportunity for future interception if a method to track its dimensional anchors can be devised. This new paradigm in SCP-Y-020 containment offers potential avenues for neutralization beyond temporary suppression, and may pave the way for the first viable method of halting SCP-Y-020's anomalous persistence. 20 days after the Harlequin's arrival, exactly 27 days after the conclusion of Incident 096-Y1, a secondary breach event occurred during a routine security review of Site-Y1's surveillance records. At 02:15 hours, Security Officer Barton Rowe, assigned to post-incident analysis, was reviewing high-speed footage of SCP-096's incursion into Site-Y1. While analyzing the material, he paused a section of the footage to examine a distorted reflection in a shattered monitor within the recording. Unknown to Rowe, the reflection contained a partial but sufficient image of SCP-096's face, triggering its anomalous response. Simultaneously, the FM radio used during Operation Dance-Off, the emergency containment measure that originally forced SCP-096 into Johnny's domain, exploded within its reinforced soundproof storage unit, generating a localized dimensional rupture. This rupture ejected SCP-096 at extreme velocity, launching it through multiple containment walls at Site-Y1 before it located and terminated Officer Rowe within 14 seconds of emergence. SCP-096 subsequently entered its post-termination docile phase, allowing Mobile Task Force Tau-1, Big Brother, to recontain the entity following its unexpected return from Johnny's domain. The precise causal mechanism linking the FM radio's destruction to SCP-096's reappearance remains under investigation, but this event strongly suggests that SCP-096's rage state persisted within Johnny's domain until an external viewing event facilitated its escape. Alternatively, SCP-096's anomalous durability may have allowed him to maintain cohesive existence within Johnny's domain until his eventual departure. Further testing into cognitohazardous anomalies within Johnny's domain is now under high-priority review. Final containment status and lessons learned. SCP-Y-020 remains unaccounted for in all observable dimensions, though its reappearance through SCP-Y-020-A instances confirms its continued existence, and likely the eventual restart of its hunting patterns. SCP-096 has been fully recontained at site, with no measurable residual effect from its time in Johnny's domain. The entity retains all prior anomalous properties. The FM radio housing SCP-Y-048 was obliterated, but it remains unclear whether its destruction severed SCP-096's connection to Johnny's domain, or simply facilitated its return. Further containment protocols for SCP-096 now mandate an enhanced review procedure, ensuring that no surveillance footage of SCP-096 is analyzed without strict safeguards. SCP-Y-048's ability to influence SCP-096 during its containment raises concerns regarding the interplay between auditory cognitohazards and spatial distortions, requiring further study into the lasting effects of prolonged exposure. Conclusion. The convergence of SCP-096, SCP-Y-020, and SCP-Y-048 in a single event has provided unprecedented insight into high-risk anomaly interactions, albeit at extreme operational cost. Over 1,000 casualties were recorded across multiple Foundation sites. Nevertheless, the incident yielded significant breakthroughs. While the event was catastrophic, the knowledge acquired represents a critical advancement in the study of interdimensional containment methodologies, such as the one used in Operation Dance-Off. Moving forward, the Foundation is prioritizing research into Johnny's domain mechanics, SCP-Y-020's reincarnation cycle, and methods of severing SCP-096's anomalous, visual-linked tracking capabilities. This is Director Waller, signing off on another report at Site-Y-1. I hope you'll consider subscribing to stay up to date with our latest findings. I eagerly look forward to having your audience in future reports. Item Number SCP-Y-049. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. All known SCP-Y-049-A hosts, individuals or animals previously infected by SCP-Y-049, are housed at Site-Y-1, where they undergo continuous neurological monitoring and cognitive assessments to track the degradation and assimilation of foreign memories. Site-Y-2, located within Provisional Reality-Y-1, maintains a specialized containment laboratory, outfitted with high-sensitivity, anomalous neuroelectric field sensors, capable of detecting SCP-Y-049's presence before it physically manifests. Any personnel exhibiting sudden discrepancies in personal history, lapses in personal memory, or unexplained familiarity with deceased individuals' recollections are to be immediately quarantined for potential SCP-Y-049 infestation. Non-human contained SCP-Y-049-A instances are equipped with neural-linked AI callers to facilitate communication and cognitive tracking. These devices allow for verbal expression of inherited memories and serve as an early warning system for memory destabilization events. As SCP-Y-049 cannot be captured or physically contained during its transitory phase, all containment efforts remain reactive rather than preventative, necessitating constant vigilance from Foundation personnel stationed at both Site-Y-1 and Site-Y-2. Description: SCP-Y-049 is an anomalous neuroparasite originating from Provisional Reality-Y-1, which primarily exists within a non-physical plane until it successfully attaches itself to a host's central nervous system. The entity exclusively targets medium to large-sized organisms with a developed cerebral structure, demonstrating an overwhelming preference for human hosts. Upon successful attachment, SCP-Y-049 initiates a gradual neural conversion process, systematically replacing the host's cognitive architecture with the preserved consciousness and memories of its previous human host. Neurological impact and memory transference. SCP-Y-049 primarily invades the cerebral cortex, hippocampus, and prefrontal cortex regions of the brain associated with memory formation, recall, executive function, and identity processing. The infection progresses through a structured sequence, spanning approximately 8 months, in which the host's memories are incrementally eroded and supplanted with the transferred consciousness of the prior host. Stages of infestation. Initial neural integration. Weeks 1 through 4. SCP-Y-049 infiltrates the synaptic pathways of the host's hippocampus, thalamus, and cortical networks, initiating the process of cognitive suppression. Subjects report mild dissociation, a pervasive sense of déjà vu for locations they have never visited, and intermittent gaps in short-term memory. Electroencephalogram, EEG. Readings reveal erratic neurological desynchronization, as if multiple cognitive frameworks are intermittently phasing within the host's brain activity. Increased activation of the default mode network, DMN, suggesting heightened introspective and autobiographical recall, not belonging to the host. Progressive cognitive overlap, months 2 through 4. The host's original memories begin fragmenting, with progressive dominance of the previous host's recollections. Subjects begin exhibiting automatic behaviors incongruent with their known skill set, such as speaking unfamiliar languages, utilizing motor functions beyond prior training, and exhibiting inexplicable emotional responses to stimuli. MRI scans display anomalous restructuring of the neocortex, revealing dense, black, tendril-like formations that actively shift positions between imaging sessions. Hosts begin experiencing self-identity conflict, verbalizing existential distress such as,
"I'm becoming someone else, but I don't know who."
Complete cognitive override, months 5 through 8. The host's entire neural configuration is overwritten, mirroring the synaptic architecture of SCP-Y-049's last human carrier. Subjects lose all autobiographical memory of their prior existence, identifying fully as the transferred consciousness without awareness of the transference process. SCP-Y-049 then fully demanifests, returning to its non-physical state and seeking a new host. Functional MRI scans show persistent neurological activity in previously dormant regions, suggesting SCP-Y-049 reconfigures neural pathways to match its prior host's identity. Post-parasitic degeneration. Years 3 through 14. Hosts retain full cognitive faculties for an extended period, but remain biologically linked to SCP-Y-049's anomalous imprint. Sometime between 3 and 14 years post-infestation, the host develops rapid-onset neurodegeneration, culminating in a sudden and catastrophic failure of all higher brain functions. EEG readings from terminal stage hosts display abrupt neurological desynchronization, akin to large-scale synaptic collapse, anomalous effects on brain scans, and imaging. SCP-Y-049 produces highly anomalous distortions in neurological imaging, presenting inconsistencies between scan data and the subject's actual neurophysiology. Active brain scans, including MRIs, PET scans, and fMRI studies, reveal unexplained structural fluctuations, often displaying temporary deformations that revert upon reimaging. The following are some documented imaging anomalies. Tendril-like growths. MRI scans of SCP-Y-049 infected hosts consistently display a network of writhing, black formations embedded within the gray matter. These growths shift positions in real time, appearing in one region of the brain before relocating within seconds, despite no observable physiological changes in the host. Neurologists have described this phenomenon as a, quote, non-Euclidean neural architecture, suggesting anomalous spatial configurations at a subcellular level. Rotational displacement. Multiple imaging studies have recorded instances where the host's entire brain appears partially rotated or misaligned, only to return to its original position in subsequent scans. One recorded case exhibited a 30-degree axial rotation of the host's brain within the cranial cavity, without any observable trauma or organic displacement. These distortions suggest SCP-Y-049 actively manipulates spatial perception at a neurological level, reinforcing theories that it does not merely alter memory, but reconfigures spatial cognition itself. Impossible neural configurations. fMRI scans reveal SCP-Y-049 modifies interhemispheric connectivity, forming networks inconsistent with any known neurobiological structures. Some scans display entire regions of the brain appearing disconnected, with synthetic pathways forming between disparate functional areas. Post-mortem examinations of SCP-Y-049-A instances confirm no physical evidence of these altered pathways, suggesting the parasite creates neural illusions that exist only at the cognitive level. Temporal looping artifacts. EEG recordings from infected individuals display recurring signal bursts, identical to previously recorded brainwave activity, suggesting localized time recursion within the neural network. One subject displayed an identical sequence of brain activity across 5 separate EEG sessions, despite real-time cognitive function being fluid and reactive. Research and containment implications. The persistence of SCP-Y-049's neural imprint, post-extraction, indicates that residual cognitive restructuring may be irreversible. Attempts to surgically extract or neutralize SCP-Y-049 from an infected host have universally failed, as the parasite immediately reverts to its non-physical state, evading all known intervention methods. Long-term studies suggest that even after SCP-Y-049 demanifests, residual neurological distortions persist, accelerating the host's eventual cognitive degradation. Researchers hypothesize that SCP-Y-049 may not only overwrite memory, but actively restructures perception, causing altered self-awareness and subjective reality shifts. First known infection event. The first confirmed case of SCP-Y-049's presence occurred within Site-Y2, the Foundation's research outpost in Provisional Reality-Y-1. Senior researcher Dr. Edgar Langley, stationed at Site-Y2, began exhibiting behavior inconsistent with his established psychological profile, including the following anomalous signs: speaking in a different vocal cadence, and utilizing unfamiliar vernacular, displaying knowledge of events he had no prior exposure to, attempting to contact individuals who were confirmed deceased. Under routine cognitive evaluation, Dr. Langley was found to possess detailed recollections of the life and experiences of a former D-Class personnel, designated D-72841, who had perished within Provisional Reality-Y-1 1 year prior. D-72841 had previously reported experiencing extreme cognitive dissonance before his disappearance, claiming that his thoughts did not feel like his own. Subsequent testing confirmed that Dr. Langley had been infested by SCP-Y-049, having unknowingly become the new carrier of D-72841's memories. Langley maintained a dual consciousness state for several months, describing it as feeling as though his thoughts were overlaid with those of another human. By the 8th month, Langley's original identity had entirely faded, leaving only the personality and recollections of D-72841. Upon demanifestation of SCP-Y-049, Dr. Langley had continued to live as D-72841, experiencing gradual deterioration until he succumbed to irreversible cognitive failure 6 years later. Addendum Y-49-3. The Case of Dr. Ivan Kolchak. Date: March 1st, 2000. Summary. Among the most significant recorded SCP-Y-049 events involved Dr. Ivan Kolchak, a researcher and lead investigator on SCP-Y-049's properties at Site Y-1. Diagnosed with terminal heart failure, Dr. Kolchak sought to deliberately attract SCP-Y-049, theorizing that controlled exposure would allow the Foundation to gather critical data on its selection process and transition mechanisms. Despite numerous failed controlled exposure tests, SCP-Y-049 eventually selected Kolchak as its next host, though evidence suggests that this was due to his prolonged proximity to the anomaly, rather than any deliberate manipulation. Over the following 8 months, Dr. Kolchak's memories were systematically erased and supplanted, leading to his complete transformation into the prior host's consciousness, before SCP-Y-049 once again demanifested. 1 year later, Site Y-1 research teams identified 2 anomalous cases of human cognitive retention in non-human subjects. SCP-Y-049-1A, a German Shepherd. SCP-Y-049-1B, a Kodiak Bear. Both animals exhibited advanced cognition, human speech comprehension, and precise recollections of Dr. Kolchak's life and research. Each demonstrated fluency in multiple languages, proficiency in mathematical and scientific reasoning, and an acute awareness of Foundation operations. To facilitate communication, Foundation engineers developed a neural-linked AI system that allows both entities to speak using Dr. Kolchak's original voice, synthesizing their responses through a vocal interface caller. This particular incident proved that SCP-Y-049 was capable of supplanting the memories of one human into multiple animal subjects, if it so chooses, as well as reinforcing Dr. Kolchak's original theory that SCP-Y-049 only collects and disperses the memories of human hosts. Ongoing research and ethical concerns. SCP-Y-049 poses significant ethical dilemmas, particularly regarding its long-term effects on former hosts and the question of identity preservation. The phenomenon of forced memory inheritance challenges fundamental notions of selfhood and continuity, raising pressing concerns over whether hosts remain themselves or become entirely new individuals upon full memory assimilation. Additionally, the emergence of non-human SCP-Y-049-A instances with retained human intelligence presents new challenges for containment, study, and classification. The implications of a sentient, reasoning entity within an animal's body remain an ongoing subject of inquiry. Future research will focus on determining whether SCP-Y-049 follows specific selection criteria in host selection, identifying mechanisms to disrupt or slow the memory replacement process, investigating whether former hosts can be neurologically stabilized before dementia onset, assessing whether SCP-Y-049 can be influenced or deterred from manifesting altogether, testing logs, and research developments. Since SCP-Y-049's discovery, extensive testing has been conducted to determine the mechanisms of its host selection, memory transfer process, and long-term effects on former hosts. Research remains ongoing regarding its method of traversing the non-physical plane, and whether its influence can be mitigated. Test Log Y-49-3. Controlled exposure on a canine subject. Objective: to observe SCP-Y-049's memory transference process in a controlled environment using a selected, non-human host. Procedure: a German Shepherd, designated SCP-Y-049-1A, was housed in a monitored containment chamber with no prior human exposure. SCP-Y-049 was detected entering its transitory phase within the chamber, and within 48 hours, the K9 exhibited neurological changes consistent with previous human host inheritance. Results: SCP-Y-049-1A began exhibiting behavioral anomalies, including attempting to operate a door handle and mimicking human speech patterns through vocalized growls. After 4 months, SCP-Y-049-1A demonstrated full human cognitive awareness, confirming it had inherited the memories of its last human host. The transferred memories belonged to Dr. Ivan Kolchak, matching those later discovered in SCP-Y-049-1B. The K9 responded to Dr. Kolchak's name, spoke in Russian-inflected English via neural-linked AI, and exhibited recognition of Foundation researchers from Kolchak's tenure. Test log Y49-7. Introducing selective memory transfer. Objective: to determine whether SCP-Y-049 can be directed to selectively retain or discard certain memories during transference. Procedure: using a D-Class test subject with deliberately implanted false memories, researchers exposed SCP-Y-049 to the host and tracked memory integrity following full transference. Upon SCP-Y-049's detachment, a new host, a Indo-Chinese rhesus macaque, was infected. Results: SCP-Y-049 transferred the false memories as though they were real, proving it does not differentiate between factual and implanted recollections. The new host displayed gaps and contradictions in recollection, leading to severe cognitive dissonance and psychological distress. After 16 months, the subject suffered extreme neural degradation, accelerating dementia-like symptoms far beyond normal onset periods. Test was terminated, leading to new directives prohibiting tampering with memory integrity prior to SCP-Y-049 infestation. Incident Report Y49-32. Subject: SCP-Y-049-1B, a Kodiak bear. Location of discovery: northern, approximately 110 kilometers from Site Y1. Summary: approximately 1 year after the confirmed death of Dr. Ivan Kolchak, reports surfaced of a highly anomalous Kodiak bear displaying intelligent behavior near remote areas outside Site Y1's restricted perimeter. Initial field reports from local wildlife officials described the bear as follows: exhibiting human-like problem-solving skills, avoiding standard baited traps, in a manner indicating prior knowledge of such methods, displaying an unusual awareness of nearby human activity, seemingly eavesdropping on conversations, scratching Russian words into trees, including phrases such as, quote, "I need coffee," and "This is ridiculous." A small team from MTF Zeta-0, Bad Bunch, was deployed to capture the anomalous bear for study. Upon containment, the bear was relocated to Site Y1 and fitted with a neural-linked AI collar identical to that of SCP-Y-049-1A. Initial communication attempts. After calibration, Y-049-1B spoke using Dr. Kolchak's voice, addressing Foundation personnel by name and immediately requesting an interview regarding SCP-Y-049 research. Interview log Y049-1B1. Interviewer: Dr. Richard. Location: Reinforced Secure Interrogation Room. Begin log.
Dr. Kolchak, can you understand me?
Of course I can. I'm not deaf, just fuzzy.
Right. Well then, let's start with the basics. Do you know who you are?
I know exactly who I am. I am Dr. Ivan Kolchak. Or rather, I was. I'm not sure if that title applies anymore, given my current situation.
How much of your memory remains intact?
Everything. Every equation I ever wrote, every conversation I had in these halls, every late night I spent theorizing about that damn brain parasite. And yet, I can't seem to hold a pen. A small inconvenience. Eh? Do you get it? I'm going to need a bigger pen.
We have confirmed SCP-Y-049 transferred your memories to 2 separate hosts. Do you recall anything from the transfer process?
Only fragments. As if I were slipping through something fluid. Then, nothing. And then I woke up like this. If I were superstitious, I'd say it was karma.
Do you feel human?
I feel like me, but I also feel aware of instincts I've never had before. I can smell the nervousness in this room. I can hear conversations happening 4 rooms away. And yet, in my mind, I still think in equations. It's disorienting, to say the least. This would be easier with coffee, huh? You think so? I think so.
Excuse me?
Yeah, coffee. The blend I used to keep in my quarters. I assume you still have it there. You didn't throw all my shit away, did you? Brew us a pot. It'll be nice.
Well, I guess there's no harm. We'll have the security personnel look through your secured belongings. I suppose we'll need a very large cup as well.
I need a bigger cup. Anyways, I'd like to be back on the research team. I'm not done with that stupid brain parasite. I know I was on the edge of finding out something new. Let me back on the team. I'm going to need a very, very large lab coat, huh? Yeah.
Conclusion. SCP-Y-049 represents an unprecedented model of parasitic cognition transfer, challenging existing paradigms regarding biological memory retention, identity persistence, and the neuroplastic limits of the human brain. The entity's ability to manipulate cerebral structures, distort neural imaging, and phase between physical and non-physical states make it one of the more enigmatic and cognito-hazardous parasitic anomalies currently under Foundation investigation. SCP-Y-049's true nature, limitations, and potential methods of neutralization remain elusive until containment advancements are achieved. Prolonged host monitoring remains the Foundation's primary strategy for mitigating its anomalous effects. Item Number SCP-Y-050. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-Y-050 is housed within a dedicated ecological containment zone, located 3 kilometers west of Site Y-1, designated under the guise of a restricted National Park Reserve. The containment area spans 15 square kilometers, ensuring an undisturbed habitat for SCP-Y-050, while preventing unauthorized civilian access. Given SCP-Y-050's apparent territorial preference and lack of aggressive behavior, active containment measures remain minimal, with an emphasis on long-term observation and environmental integration. To ensure ongoing containment, Mobile Task Force Data Zero, Bad Bunch, has been assigned to monitor the perimeter and intervene only in cases where SCP-Y-050 deviates from its designated territory or approaches populated areas. Foundation personnel posing as environmental researchers and park rangers are responsible for maintaining containment protocols, gathering scientific data, and ensuring SCP-Y-050's long-term environmental stability. Containment directives include daily observational studies, documenting SCP-Y-050's movements, physical changes, and behavioral patterns, long-term environmental impact analysis, including shifts in flora and fauna populations within SCP-Y-050's territory, periodic physical examinations with non-invasive sampling of SCP-Y-050's foliage, bark-like structure, and emerald ocular formations. Strict protocols regarding SCP-Y-050's planted seeds, with all growth catalogued and monitored for anomalous properties. Expansion of SCP-Y-050's containment zone, should its territory preference shift or its environmental influence spread beyond the designated range. Personnel may physically interact with SCP-Y-050 under supervised conditions. The entity has exhibited no signs of hostility and has been documented responding to simple, non-verbal cues and polite requests. However, excessive physical contact or attempts to restrict SCP-Y-050's movement are strictly prohibited under Site Y-1's Director's Orders, as the limits of its tolerance for interference remain unknown. Description: SCP-Y-050 is a quadrupedal, photosynthetic entity resembling a fully mature female tiger, measuring 2.4 meters in height at the shoulder and 5.6 meters in length, not including its elongated, vine-like tail. Its body is comprised entirely of organic plant matter, including interwoven hardwood and vine structures forming its primary musculature and skeletal frame. A sleek yet powerful frame covered in interwoven foliage, with stripes of darker bark and vines mimicking a tiger's natural markings, exhibiting limited independent movement in response to external stimuli. Intricately carved wooden fur patterns, shifting subtly over time, occasionally forming unknown symbols, spirals, or nature-inspired etchings. Ocular structures composed of flawless, emerald-like material, exhibiting mild bioluminescence, including increasing in intensity during nocturnal hours or periods of heightened activity. A tail composed of layered vines and branch-like tendrils, capable of limited autonomous movement for environmental interaction. SCP-Y-050 exhibits a unique hybrid physiological function, blending characteristics of both plant and animal life. Photosynthetic nutrient processing allows SCP-Y-050 to sustain itself indefinitely without external sustenance. Oxygen-carbon dioxide exchange mirrors that of large arboreal species, contributing to increased air quality and plant vitality within its proximity. SCP-Y-050's physical composition displays extreme durability, rendering it impervious to conventional ballistic damage, lacerations, and combustion. Despite its wooden composition, SCP-Y-050 retains biomechanical agility equivalent to that of a living tiger, including fluid articulation, powerful musculature, and reflexive responses. Regenerative capabilities observed in SCP-Y-050's structure indicate that damage or removal of parts of its body results in regrowth within 48 hours. Detached material remains biologically active for extended periods. SCP-Y-050's bioluminescent seed growth cycle represents its most anomalous trait. When SCP-Y-050 enters a state of prolonged dormancy, it leaves behind a single seedling, which exhibits unusual spectral emissions akin to emerald fluorescence when exposed to direct light. Discovery and initial containment. SCP-Y-050 was discovered during an exploratory operation conducted by Mobile Task Force Zeta-0D, Dramatic Duos, in an expansive dead forest within Provisional Reality-Y-1. The area was already known for harboring multiple high-threat anomalies, including SCP-Y-002, SCP-Y-003, and SCP-Y-004, to name a few. Upon arrival, MTF Zeta-0D observed that the region's anomalous entities had been inexplicably neutralized, their remains strewn lifeless across the terrain. Signs of an overwhelming, one-sided battle were evident, yet no environmental indicators suggested external intervention. At the center of this devastation, SCP-Y-050 was found lying in a prone position, watching the team approach. First interaction. SCP-Y-050 displayed no initial hostility, remaining stationary and observing MTF operatives. After 20 minutes of mutual observation, SCP-Y-050 stood and slowly approached the team, displaying visible exhaustion but no apparent injuries. The entity exhibited non-aggressive behaviors, even sitting and resting near the team without provocation. Communication attempts through gestures and tone yielded minor responses, as SCP-Y-050 displayed rudimentary comprehension of intent. Following the decision to escort SCP-Y-050 to Site-Y2, the entity willingly followed personnel without resistance. Upon arrival at Site-Y2, SCP-Y-050's behavior changed immediately upon sighting the SCP-Y-001 portal leading back to baseline reality. Without hesitation, the entity disengaged from the team's guidance and walked directly into the portal, ignoring all attempts to impede its progress. The sudden emergence of SCP-Y-050 inside Site-Y1 prompted a full security lockdown. However, Director Waller ordered all personnel to stand down, citing the entity's previously demonstrated docile nature. SCP-Y-050 then proceeded out of Site-Y1 to the west into a forested perimeter roughly 3 kilometers from the site, where it eventually entered a deep dormancy state. Dormancy and environmental influence. SCP-Y-050's first dormancy period lasted 24 days, during which the following anomalous effects were observed: significant increases in local biodiversity, and rapid growth of plant species previously recorded as dormant or extinct. Out-of-season blooming of multiple flora varieties, indicating SCP-Y-050's potential influence over regional ecological stability. Formation of a bioluminescent seedling at SCP-Y-050's resting location, exhibiting wild anomalous radiation and unexplored botanical properties. When SCP-Y-050 reawakened, it displayed increased mobility and no signs of its prior exhaustion, suggesting that dormancy periods serve a regenerative function. The entity's behavior remained non-aggressive, with its activities limited to exploratory movement within a fixed 1-kilometer perimeter of its planted seed, periodic dormancy cycles, during which environmental restoration continues, mild interactions with research personnel, including gesture recognition and passive cooperation. These behaviors strongly indicate that SCP-Y-050 is not merely a passive anomaly, but an active ecological stabilizer, possibly serving an important role within the disrupted landscape of Provisional Reality-Y-1. Following the establishment of SCP-Y-050's containment zone west of Site Y1, long-term observational research has yielded significant insights into its behavior, environmental influence, and potential unexplored anomalous properties linked to its presence in baseline reality. Though SCP-Y-050 has displayed no aggressive tendencies, its role within Provisional Reality-Y1 remains an area of considerable speculation, with some researchers positioning that it once played a key function in an unknown ecological or anomalous stabilization system prior to its transition into baseline reality. Behavioral analysis and cognitive assessment. SCP-Y-050 demonstrates behaviors well beyond what is observed in non-anomalous Panthera tigris specimens, suggesting an advanced level of intelligence and situational awareness. Despite its non-verbal nature, SCP-Y-050 has exhibited a high degree of comprehension of external stimuli, responding in ways that suggest intuitive awareness of researcher intent, environmental changes, and territorial familiarity. Interaction with Foundation personnel. SCP-Y-050 actively observes researchers, often tracking their activities for extended periods with apparent curiosity. When presented with visual stimuli, SCP-Y-050 has been documented tracing similar shapes in soft soil using its claws, demonstrating pattern recognition and precision motor control. Foundation personnel have successfully facilitated cooperative interactions, including requesting SCP-Y-050 to shed small portions of its wooden structure for analysis. The entity has complied voluntarily, placing the removed fragments on the ground before researchers collect them. SCP-Y-050 has demonstrated adaptive decision-making, such as selecting resting locations that provide optimal environmental conditions, avoiding hazardous terrain, and even relocating its dormancy sites in response to extreme weather events. These observations suggest that SCP-Y-050 may possess higher-order cognitive functions, potentially placing it closer to sapient-level understanding than initially hypothesized. Body carvings and morphological adaptations. One of SCP-Y-050's most enigmatic traits remains the gradual, continuous alteration of the carvings in its wooden body. Initially believed to be static decorative features, continued observation has confirmed that these patterns shift over extended periods, forming complex and potentially meaningful designs. The following are some of the documented alterations. Shifts in its striped, bark-like pattern, with transitions from naturalistic fur textures to intricate carvings resembling spirals, lattices, and unknown glyphs. Abstract symbols and formations, some resembling biological motifs, others appearing deliberately structured, akin to script or iconography. Localized pattern changes post-dormancy, where SCP-Y-050's most dramatic morphological shifts appear to occur immediately following extended rest periods. Researchers have yet to determine whether these carvings serve a communicative function, are remnants of prior environmental interactions, or if SCP-Y-050 is actively attempting to encode information through its form. Environmental influence and anomalous ecology. Long-term environmental assessments have confirmed that SCP-Y-050 is an active catalyst for large-scale ecological restoration. Unlike anomalous flora that interact with their environment through direct physical processes, SCP-Y-050 appears to exert a passive, yet profound effect on the surrounding biome, impacting vegetation, soil composition, and wildlife behaviors. Observed ecological effects. Rapid regeneration of vegetation. Flora species previously recorded as extinct or absent within the region have begun reappearing, often matching genetic samples from centuries-old herbarium records. Fungal infections, parasitic infestations, and plant-based diseases have declined by over 87%, indicating a probable suppression mechanism tied to SCP-Y-050's presence. Anomalous soil composition adjustments. Soil samples taken near SCP-Y-050's dormancy sites contain elevated levels of nitrogen, phosphorus, and unidentified organic compounds that stimulate root development and photosynthetic efficiency. Microbiological analysis has detected previously unclassified symbiotic organisms, which appear to accelerate decomposition and nutrient cycling, creating an idealized growth medium for nearby flora. Wildlife behavioral shifts. Herbivorous species exhibit no distress responses near SCP-Y-050, and often gather in close proximity during periods of dormancy. Predatory species actively avoid SCP-Y-050's containment zone, demonstrating instinctive repulsion, despite no outward displays of hostility. SCP-Y-050 has been observed engaging in repeated interactions with certain animal species, appearing to deliberately observe or track their behaviors with unusual patience and curiosity. Theoretical origins and Provisional Reality-Y-1 context. Given SCP-Y-050's extraordinary resilience, unexplained environmental impact, and characteristic non-aggression, its origins remain a subject of continued investigation. Its presence among the lifeless remains of multiple high-threat anomalies suggests that it was actively engaging in an unknown event within Provisional Reality-Y-1 prior to its discovery. The following are the leading theories regarding SCP-Y-050's function. SCP-Y-050 may have been a custodial entity, designed to counteract entropic destabilization within Provisional Reality-Y-1. The anomaly may have been a last surviving force from a now-lost ecosystem, functioning as a final remnant of a forgotten biome. SCP-Y-050's immediate movement toward SCP-Y-001, upon discovery, suggests that it possesses a subconscious awareness of dimensional transitions, though its reasoning remains speculative. Further study into whether additional entities of SCP-Y-050's kind may exist elsewhere remains a research priority. Conclusion: SCP-Y-050 remains one of the most biologically unique, environmentally significant, and least understood anomalies currently under containment. Its role within Provisional Reality-Y-1 and potential implications for broader, anomalous ecological research necessitates ongoing study. Key future research objectives include advanced pattern analysis on SCP-Y-050's gradually shifting body carvings to determine potential linguistic, mathematical, or symbolic meaning. Further examination of SCP-Y-050's bioluminescent seeds, with a focus on their ability to alter environmental conditions beyond known biological parameters. Longitudinal monitoring of SCP-Y-050's physical structure, determining whether it possesses a fixed or indefinite lifespan. Interdimensional research initiatives, assessing whether SCP-Y-050 retains latent memory or awareness of its former existence in Provisional Reality-Y-1. Although SCP-Y-050 remains passive and ecologically beneficial, its origins, true intelligence, and larger significance remain a subject of intensive scientific inquiry. Continued containment and research will ensure a greater understanding of its anomalous biological processes, adaptive ecological role, and unexplored connections to Provisional Reality-Y-1. This is Director Waller, signing off on another report at Site-Y-1. I hope you'll consider subscribing to stay up to date with our latest findings. I eagerly look forward to having your audience in future reports.